All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It is great to be back with you guys again, guys. As I promised yesterday, we are here for part number two of reviewing and breaking down the Steve Gonsalves interview and another interview that dropped yesterday. We're going to review that one as well because it's not nowhere near as long once we get through this here. So thank you guys so much for joining us. I appreciate you very much. I cannot wait to hear your guys' thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this. Of course, the link is pinned at the top of the chat as it was yesterday. We will open that up here once we get through the introductions and intro to this. Once again, welcome back, guys. And again, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you all very much. And you know how the rest of this goes. Let's get there. Here we go. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. Hope it's good. It's great to be back with you guys. Hello and welcome back. Thank you all for joining me once again this afternoon. For those of you that joined us this morning for the morning show, thank you for being here again, guys, as we jump into part two of reviewing the Steve Gonsalves interview and the secondary interview that dropped last night, and much more that we discuss when we do this. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys back in the house again. Grab a seat, get comfortable, and get your discussion faces on because we're going to discuss it. Come on down. Let me see. Show. Who do we have here with us today so far? Looks like I am me. Welcome back, Chick Bait. Danger Zone is in the house. It's danger time. Allison White, good to see you. Musical Contessa, welcome back to USR. BBBBB. And Alicia J. Both of you, welcome back. Let me see here. One made nut. Eddie, welcome back as always, brother. Good to see you, Chick Bait. Great to have you back here. Wisdom Speaks and all your infinite wisdom. Thank you for joining us. Love Goldberg. Thank you for joining us again today, dear. I appreciate you very much. Michigan Girl, straight out of Michigan. Appreciate you very much for being here. Terry Martin, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Is it raining? It sure enough is. I'll be damned. Let's see here. Nicole Nardalillo. Hey, hey. Nardalillo. Sounds like we could be long lost cousins with that last name. Yep, yep. Nicole Nardalillo. Welcome. New faces, new names. I love it. Great to see you all. I appreciate you so very much. Always a pleasure, Dan. You know my door, suka, my casa, su casa, however you say that. Door's always open to all you guys. Thank you, SRB, again. Thank you, Musical Contessa. Great to see ya. The cat lovers in the house. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Let me see. Miss Paula, always honored to have you here. Welcome back to you as well. Let me see. Let me see. Miss Trish Crow, welcome back. Great to see you as well. The Karma Police are in the house, guys, so please behave. You know the rules. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Stephanie Moore, welcome back. Good to see you today, or welcome. Maybe for the first time. I swear there's another name like that. I swear I've seen you before. Either way, if not, it's great to have you here. Yes, it is. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. 47 people in the house with 30 likes. Come on, y'all. We can make that match. Let's do a little better if we could. Yeah, I'm a little nervous, guys. It's like 85 degrees and raining. You know what that means? That is NATO weather. I hear that thunder in the background. Summer Thunder. Speaking of thunder, good to see you today, Summer Thunder. Thank you for joining us. Simply Solo, Yinzal. Welcome back. Good to see you again. And the Canadian cat lady from all the way up north. Great to have you here today, dear. Appreciate you very much. As always, great to see you. Stuart Jones, welcome to you. Gaya Deguchi, welcome all the way from Poland, guys. Great to see you today, Miss Gaya, again. It's great to have you back in the house. Let's see if I'm missing anybody here. And thank you to my Blue Crew for joining us today. Because we all know I couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't try to do this without them. They make things happen, guys. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. So thank you. Miss Sherry's in the house. And we're back. That's right, Miss Sherry. We're back. Walk-in Yin Tonka. Welcome back to you. Great to have you back in the house as well. Let me see here. Good afternoon, ma'am. Wonderful to see you again today. Hope you guys have been enjoying these streams that we've been doing in the afternoons, guys. It's just like old times. All these awesome faces we're seeing in here. I appreciate you all so much. Stuart Jones, evening from the UK, he says. Wonderful to have you here, Stuart. Love my UKers and all the people that come in here from other countries. I love it. We have Poland, the UK, Australia, Africa. It's amazing. Love seeing all you guys here. I really do. I am me. Jesse Scholl's back in the house. And another one. Put your coffee on, Jesse. You know you're joining me today, sir. Yes, sir. Always appreciate Jesse's wisdom as well. Even the guilters. That's right. It makes it interesting. Eddie's in the house. We got Eddie and Jesse. Absolutely. Absolutely. We need Miss Potts now. That's who we need. Gosh. Grab your coffee, guys. Lots to talk about. As always. That's right. Guilters are people too. Or are they? I don't know, Jesse. We'll have to figure that one out too. All people matter. That's facts. RT Traveler. Welcome back. Great to see you from Montreal, Canada. While we're waiting on everybody, guys, throw in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I love seeing the outrage that we get. I really do. Rachel Marie, welcome back to you. I love seeing all these meatballs, all this green. We got so many meatballs dumped in the sauce with us, guys. So many of you guys to help us spill the sauce. I love it. I do. I love it. Love it. Speaking of which, if you want to become a meatball, there is the link right there. Miss Wisdom's putting up for you. And by some chance, if you have one of them crazy iPhones and it gives you a bit of a problem, well, you can use this link here instead. and that will help you become a meatball and jump into sauce with the rest of us. Forget about it. Let's see. Le Habitant. That's right. Le Habitant. I love it, Jesse. I love it. Le Habitant. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab a seat and a cup of Joe. That's right. Miss Terry's tuning in from just down the road. We're neighbors. So I hope you're being safe with this rumble I'm hearing out here too, Terry. It looks like we might be getting some storms coming in. So be safe, Terry. The Canadians, yes, the Canadians from Canada, Canada. Let's get this pot of sauce a bubbling. That's right, SRB. Simmer on low. Come on in, everybody. 61 peeps in the house, 31 likes. It's right there on your right as you come through the door. You can't miss it. It's a big red button. You can use your elbow, hit it, your fist, your thumb. You can flat hand it. You can lick it, kick it, knee it, whatever you want to do. Go for it. Dan's tuning in from sunny Southern California. Hey, hey. Good to see you here, bro. Always appreciative. It never rains in Southern California. According to Tony. We need to have a watch party for the trial. We can do that. I am me. Well, it was sunny here. It's turned very gloomy. Thank you, SRB, for sending that my direction. We're ordering pizza tonight because I want. Hey, there you go, Chick Bake. Congratulations. Enjoy your pizza. Okay, that sounds good too. Damn, that sounds good. Highway to the danger zone. My man Dan. I always love Dan's input. Another amazingly smart part of this community. I'm so proud and grateful for this community here, even if you're new, because if you're new, you're here for a reason. It means you fit in. This community is the best community on YouTube, as far as I'm concerned. It has the most amazing people, intellectually. The 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 level of intenseness and involvement, I just love it. You guys are amazing, and I would not be here without you guys. So thank you once again for all being here. Come on down. He always was and always will be the damn Dan, the man. That's right. There we go. And Natcat, welcome back. Good to see you coming out of South Africa. As always, thank you so much, Natcat. Appreciate you. That's what I'm saying, guys. I love seeing that. It makes me feel good knowing that people want to tune in from other countries. That's amazing to me. You don't have to worry about that, Chick Bait. No worries. You're here. Nobody has to worry about it. We don't expect anybody to have to worry about memberships or gifting this or that, anything else. As long as you're here supporting this channel, that's all that matters to me. I am grateful for all of you for just that. 64 peeps, 40 likes. We're getting there. Come on in. Too kind of be here now. These absolutely, my friend. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you here, Dan. We love you here. Miss Alicia J. And I do love my blue crew. Like I said, I wouldn't, or shouldn't try to do this without them. We're missing some peeps, though. Somebody go get Tomboy. Tell her to bring her behind in here. We need her input, too. Les Habitants. Circus music's in the house. Hello, circus music. Welcome back. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Musical contestant said, I'm just Miss Scarlet hiding in the broom closet. All right. And Molly. Good golly, oh Molly, where are you? We miss you. Come on in. I know you've been here, but I just like saying your name. Leah Story, another one. Great to see you, Miss Leah. Thank you for being here. Or Leah. I know I don't want to say it wrong, but we always appreciate you joining us as well. Come on in. Grab a seat, if you will. Nicole Nardolillo says, hello, I'm so happy I found you. I'm Italian. I'd have never guessed. That's why I said we're probably long lost cousins, Nicole. The last name always gives it away. We appreciate you being here. So come on in. Maybe you'll become a meatball. You never know. Guys, down at the bottom of your screen in the little square box is a dollar sign. Click on that. Once you click on that, it lets you go into gifting, and you have to allow gifting because we have a very generous community here that likes to give away memberships from time to time. You can very easily become a member of the sauce. A meatball, forget about it, to say the least, and you won't have to do a thing. You'll be part of the community legally. So make sure that that thing is opened up there through that dollar sign, guys. Please and thank you. You are so very welcome, Miss Nicole. It's wonderful to have you here. We got more than enough room in this pot. The United Nations of meatballs. That's right. We got meatballs, spicy meatballs, big meatballs, little meatballs. It don't matter. You bet, Clifton. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And of course, Eddie. Come on down, everyone. Love Goldberg. Wonderful to have you back. Fell out of my bed when Steve told the world that they told him any blood DNA in the car would be ruined and sick. Yeah, I know. I know. Crazy stuff. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. Please hit that like button, subscribe, share it out, and hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything. Please and thank you. And my man, Virginia Wolf, welcome back, brother. Good to see you today. Great to have you in the house. We have a very comforting and loving community here, Nicole. We try to keep it that way. We welcome everybody in and treat everybody as family because that is what it is, guys. Welcome to the family. Wildfire, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much, love. Appreciate that. Yvonne Poole, great to see you. And Miss Rowena, welcome back, Ro. Great to see you. That's right. Fast meatballs, slow ones. My favorite ones are with a chunk of fresh mozzarella. Oh, God, you're killing me with that. You're going to make me hungry right now. Oh, my God, that sounds so good. And I have to agree. Those are great, Contessa. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys. Much love to you all. I appreciate you very much. There she is, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Welcome back, dear. Great to have you here. Jesse316, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you. I got to see some more pictures, and I can't show them to you because they're gone now, of my new grandson, Kaniki. He's doing well. He's getting big quick. He's changing already. It's only been a few days, and he looks different already. I would show them to you. Maybe when the wife gets home, she'll have them. I can show them to you again, but he's getting big. He's an amazing, amazing little guy. And yes, his name is really Kaniki. Don't ask me. Our family's a big Grease fan, and they love that name. So it is. It is. They can change in just days. They don't look anywhere this like the same child, and in months, it's crazy how much they look different. So yes, agreed. Thank you, Miss Rowe. Appreciate that, dear. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button. We got 51 likes with 85 peeps in the house. We're getting there. Come on in, everybody. I know, really, really, seriously, it's crazy. A mix of emotions. It's unbelievable, really. Well, it's wonderful to have you here, Nicole. you're surrounded by people that care, so promise you your emotions are valid here, as are your feelings and opinions. That's right. Go Grease Lightning. Miss Jessie said, Dylan says for Kaylee on the 911 call, but how does Dylan already know that something happened to Kaylee? That's a great point, Miss Jessie. That's a great point. Great question, too. Nicole is tuning in from Cali. That's awesome. That is awesome. We got another Californian in the house. Boogie Woogie. Boogie Woogie Woogie. Come on in, everybody. Be careful, Terry. I don't know if you got it yet, but it just blew through here, so it might be coming your direction. It looks like it is. Some wind and rain. It's not too bad, but it's still hot out, so I don't like that. Thank you, SRB guys. Please make sure, if you have not yet done that, please hit the like button and the notification bell so you don't miss nothing, and subscribe if you like it. You don't have to, but if you do like it, please hit the subscribe button. I appreciate that very much. And guys, we're always welcome to see your comments. Please leave some comments before, after, during the show, if you will, in the back. Come on now. I want to know what your thoughts and feelings are. If you're not going to voice it up here, leave it after. I'll check it out. I like that. I try to respond to them all. I really do. Let's see. Does anyone here know if the judge is going to allow BK's film? Yes, they have already allowed for that, Nicole. That's going to happen. And if they have to testify on anything, they're going to be the first to testify, and that way they can sit through the rest of the trial. So they will be there for sure. Contessa said, in my opinion, they're desperate, changing their stories, deliberately trying to confuse things and taint the jury pool. And Taylor's going to do her job well. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Miss Love said, Alicia J and all the muds. This case must be so hard to mod. You all have done truly incredible. I know some channels have having mods for this case. You all have kept this place phenomenal. You know what? They do amazing, Love. Thank you. They do. They do amazing. They're an amazing group of moderators, and I love them, each and every one of them. Thank you, Dan. Terry said, I heard that Ann has a B&B set up for them. Not 100, but I heard. That would be amazing. They deserve something like that, too. We know the G family does. Simply Solo. Yins all. The Mod Squad. That's right. Somebody said one way long time ago, we're calling them mods, Dago's dolls. And I said, whoa, we got a couple guys in there somewhere too. So easy. I don't think they'd appreciate that, you know. Truly, truly. They are my fam. They are my fam. We'll talk about that too and some other stuff. Howard Blum should be facing a lawsuit. I can agree with that one. I can definitely agree with that. I was a bit surprised there wasn't more mods dropped yet today. Yes. Feta, my new Greek feta cheese is amazing. Chick, it's really good in many different types of salads and other things. It's really good. My best friend was Greek, and she's passed sadly, but we had it in a lot. We ate the feta and a lot of different stuff. Also, you guys, I think, let me see something. Oh, wait a minute. No. Nope, not yet. Nothing new. No new documents as of yet. There is another interview that was put out last night from Smashley Banfield um, with Gonsalves. It looks like he's touring, I guess, a little bit. So it's just a couple more minutes. Welcome back, Woods. Thank you for joining us. A couple more minutes. See. Allison Claiborne, congrats. Welcome. Where's it at? There she is. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, Allison. Did some reading last night, guys. Just a little bit. Not much because it puts me to sleep. But I'm going to tell you, if you don't, depends on what kind of books you like. But I started reading this last night. Again, congratulations, Allison. Welcome to the sauce. Um, If It Bleeds by Stephen King. If you haven't read this, you might want to. It's another new one to add to my collection. One of my kids got me a while back. I love Stephen King. So check this one out if you get a chance, guys. It's a great book. Just started reading this last night a little bit. Absolutely, Contessa. Oh, this one's awesome so far, Alicia. It really is. I didn't even know about this. That this existed. I've heard that there's like I've heard. I don't know. His son writes now too. Oh, I know, Jesse. I know, but I have to a little bit here and there because if I don't, I lose track. And I love my books. So, Criminal Minds. uh, welcome, buddy. Criminal Minds. Do you sleep? Not really. Not really. I don't. Great to have you guys here. Signed up under the wrong account. Oh, I understand. No worries, Circus. I know who you are. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, both of his sons. Joe Hill's his son as well. Yes. Owen and yeah, great stuff. I sleep sometimes, Aurora. Welcome, by the way, Aurora. Good to see you tonight. Heather Fitzgerald in the house. Welcome, Miss Heather. That's about what I sleep, Jesse. About 4 hours here and there. You worked on that, but really, Virginia? Really? Which part did you work on? That's awesome, Virginia. That is awesome. The hardback or this one? Because these are the new paperbacks. You know what I mean? And I like to try to collect the hardbacks and the paperbacks, but Thank you, Miss Heather. I'm glad you enjoyed. It was interesting, that's for sure. All right. Oh, I love Stephen King. I can't, I can't get past him. I'm sorry. If it is embossed on the nose, I don't even know what you mean, but it's embossed on the cover, the top cover, right here. Oh, the nose right here. Yes, it is a little bit, a little, and around the eyes, a little bit. That's very cool, Virginia. Mr. Nice. Interesting. Thank you, Jesse. The cat's nose. Gotcha. Yes, it is. Oh, shoot. Where'd it go? Hold on. I just lost something. 97 peeps, 65 likes. Come on, guys. You guys can make that match. Please make it match. You know you can. All right. I think, hold on. Yes, the link is already pinned in chat for anybody that wants to join me up here. Dean Koontz, me too, Aurora. The iPhone link for to become a member, Circus. Yeah, they dropped it up in top. SRB, can you drop the iPhone link again? By the way, you guys, if you happen to be new to streaming, or if you're looking to maybe start streaming, um, or you want to level up, it states too as well. Check out the StreamYard link here about to use for streaming as a platform, guys. It'll give a $10 discount. That link right there in chat will help you with that if you want to choose to use it, guys. There you go. And thank you guys so very much. There's the iPhone link. Thank you, Alicia. And we get Miss Terry tonight. Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us. If you can hear me.
You're welcome. I haven't been up forever. I thought I'd say hi and stay up for a bit.
All right. Always, always welcome. You know better.
Thanks.
Good to have you here. How you doing?
Hopefully
You guys
hear
getting
my
them?
dog.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Who? Me?
Oh, you're cutting out real bad, Terry.
Am I?
There you go. Now you're good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Welcome, love. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, how are you today?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you for being here.
Good to hear. I hope you stay safe with that NATO weather.
Yeah, how did you get the storms yet, Terry?
It just says thunderstorm coming through, but I can tell you my dog's about to have a nervous breakdown. So
Yeah, it's rolling in. We're about, I don't know, 15, 20 miles apart, I think. And it came through here pretty quick. Outcast in the house. What's happening, buddy? Thanks
yeah, I
for
was
joining
talking
us.
to someone on the phone and I said, well, enjoy the beautiful weather. And then I looked down, I'm like, oh, never mind.
It was beautiful this morning, and then that was it. It's over with. Yeah, it hit SRB. She's on the other side of Ohio earlier this morning, and now it's rolling in our direction. So hopefully it
Yeah,
just keeps
aren't we
going.
lucky?
Yes, of course. I hope it keeps on going and passes right on through somewhere else. Not the Michigan. I don't want to wish that on Alicia or anybody else, or Michigan or anybody else, but um Didn't Dean Koontz write the one about the bio? I think so. I think you're right, Jesse. God, that's been a while. Good books, though. Dean, great author. I love Dean Koontz.
Hey, Outcast. It's like you and Heather when I mention you, like in the chat. It's like a bat signal goes out, and then you guys like come. No.
Like the Dagos. The stick here. Here's your bat signal. The Dagos. Everybody comes running. Then you're muted, buddy. You're muted, Jess. Can you hear me? Now it says you're muted. I mean, you might have to go out and come back in.
How about now?
There you go. Bingo. Okay.
Woo-hoo.
All right.
How's it going, Love Goldberg and Terry Martin? I don't believe I've ever been on panel with you guys, but see you in the chat from
Love
time to
was here last night on panel for a little bit, and Terry hasn't been on panel for a long time, Jesse. But I think you guys actually were on panel together once a long time ago.
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
I came in last night right at the end.
Yeah.
That's
But
the
nice
way my
to meet
memory
you,
works. I
Jesse.
can remember a Dean Koontz book from 30 years ago, but I can't remember what I did last week or last year.
That's me. That is me. I can't remember what I did 10 minutes ago, but I can remember when I was 2 years old, as much as crazy as that is. Congratulations, Circus Music, on becoming a member. We appreciate you very much. Good to see you, Outcast. I don't know if you heard me, buddy. Great to have you here again. Guys, can we drop his link in the chat too? I'm really trying to help him grow. He's been doing some great things, and he's an awesome guy. I appreciate what he does. So let's drop Outcast link in the chat again. If you have not checked out his channel yet, guys, please go do that. He does some great things with the audio. Kelly Coker, welcome. Great to see you tonight. And you guys should pop on over and hit the like button, subscribe, notification bell if you haven't, just so you don't miss anything he does over there.
Oh yeah, we have some fun late night parties over on Outcast channel.
If nothing else, the
Adults only, 18
guy,
or 21 and over.
The guy bouncing around the back of the van, driving around, was a hell of a show. That's for sure.
Oh my gosh. I laughed at that for days after.
I think I had to play it the next day for everybody here because I think I cracked a rib on it that night over there. That was too much. That was too much. It was, and here's, I felt guilty because it shouldn't be something that's funny because of the scenario. The call itself was horrible. It was just so funny though.
We're passing exit 179. Now
and you hear the guy on the phone going, oh, we just passed Leavenworth. And there's a dog over there. I'm like, what the hell's going on this call? It's crazy. It was insane.
And then the other 911 callers were like, there's a man hanging off the back of a van.
It was nuts. And all Outcast was trying to do was to try to show us the difference between like a decent call and the 911 call from Idaho and how you could hear the clarity of different things like that. And that's what he ended up with. And I went, what is this? It was great.
Somebody needs to tell SRB that when you write Anna and put an exclamation mark at the end, it looks like something else.
Did she do that? She did do that. It does kind of look like anal SRB. I know that's not what you meant, but that's what it looks like.
Here I am telling on myself again. That's what I'm thinking. But
that's exactly what it looked like when I looked up at it. Went, oh, okay, then yes, space, then the exclamation point. It'll work out. Yeah, exactly. Outcast. Poor Eric. And he even said he had a anxiety attack afterwards. You're okay. You're okay. It's all good. Just put a space there, dear. I see you, Brandy. Thank you for jumping in, hon. Hope everything's going okay for you. Yeah.
And the whole time, so was it the whole time? I'm sorry, Dago. Was it the whole time he was in a white van, but he reported he was in a red van?
Yes. Poor guy.
Oh my Lord.
The dispatcher was a joke too. I couldn't get past that. Both of them. You're doing fine there, sir. Or ma'am, you're doing fine, ma'am. And it was not a woman either. I'm thinking the guy doesn't sound like a woman. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, they kept calling him ma'am.
Crazy shit.
And then a dog. Where's the dog in the van? What?
Yeah. You hear a barking, then a whining, then barking. I'm like, where is this dog coming from? It's crazy. Crazy. Nadia. Welcome. Good to see you, Nadia.
But yes, I see Outcast's point. I mean, if we can so clearly hear that 911 call going on, considering what's going on to that man hanging on the back of a van, how did we get such a bad recording of the Idaho 4 911 call that,
Well, why? Yeah, we're going to cover that too, Outcast, that second interview too. Why was that call clipped? When I pulled it from channel 4 to display it the first time it was dropped in here, we listened to it and it was fine and all, and then Outcast took it and started doing some things with it after Jeff messed it up, doing what he did to it, and there's all sorts of things in there you hear that they didn't hear. So why did they clip all that out? That's what I don't understand. And that came from
this interview you got up on the screen was clipped quite a bit too. Jules had a keen eye for that, and there was a few of the answers that we were talking about where he evades the answer. He's asked a question and he just starts answering a different question. Those appear to have been clipped. Like he may have actually answered the question and then it was clipped out later.
Oh wow.
That explains some. Great. Jules is real quick for catching that kind of stuff too. She's very good at it.
For me, that just sounds totally like a lawyer.
Probably.
Or
probably Shannon Gray saying, nope, you don't want that. Well, then again, though, it had
some agency or law enforcement told him, you need to send it to, or maybe even told DT, you need to send it to us before we okay you publishing it.
It could be.
Pretty sure law enforcement would prefer he's not on any of these shows.
I would almost guarantee that too. Yeah.
Because eventually he's going to let something out that, he's not as sharp as he thinks he is. And if he keeps talking, he's going to make a mistake here one day.
Well, I think he's already made a couple.
I heard that law enforcement put Shannon Gray on him basically to keep him contained. Where's Shannon been?
I think Steve does what he wants. That's my opinion. I just think he does what he wants regardless, because there's been times that I think Shannon's told him no and he does it anyway. So that's my opinion. But
I really do believe between Steve's interviews and WSU Kim mom, you can really figure some stuff out.
I'll be honest with you, since all this new stuff has come out, I'm surprised Kim hasn't called me or reached out to me.
I was gonna ask anyone. Has anyone do we have proof of life of Mama Kim?
I have not heard from Kim for, oh Lord, guys, that's been,
oh gosh,
it's been going on a year now. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you, buddy. It's been at least a year. I haven't heard from Kim over a year, close to a year at least. I'm going to say it was probably the beginning of last summer, roughly, maybe the end of winter last year. But yeah, I haven't heard from her.
Why did everyone smash her and try to discredit her?
To be fair, her approach was a little bit like she liked the attention. Like some people come on panel because they're legitimately interested in this case and they want to have a discussion. Most of the people that I've seen on this panel have been very good about letting other people talk and discussing it and taking what other people have to say. Kim would come on the panel and she would make it the show about Kim. People like that, you generally don't trust the information they provide because they appear to just like the limelight a little bit too much, even though a lot of what she was saying made sense. And I defended her and said, the story just makes too much sense. She did when I was on panel with her, she kind of ignored me and talked over me, and I didn't like that too much. But as far as her story about the text messages, I always believed that to a certain degree.
It's been proven.
I'm sorry,
now.
I just felt about her at the time kind of like I did and still wonder about the Chapins. The Chapins let their kids go right back, and then you've got Kim talking about all this stuff, and she's got kids all over the place. She has like 9 kids, right? 7, 9. And she's talking about them. I'm thinking, isn't that dangerous?
I think she said 6. Kim,
4, maybe 4 or 6. Yeah.
I think I was listening to one of her interviews yesterday, and she said 6. I could be wrong.
Okay, it could be right then. It's been a while. I can't remember, but there's so much that I've spoken.
But that's a lot of kids.
It is. It is. I had a lot of conversations with her over the phone and in here, and it's just hard to keep up with it all.
I can see that. Okay, so her personality rubbed people the wrong way, whether what she was saying was true or not.
What a lot of the problem was a lot of people wanted proof of what she was stating, and there were certain things she couldn't prove because she refused to, because she thought at some point that it would get some people in trouble, and some of the kids that were maybe involved in the scenario, and she did not want to do that. Her heart was in the right place. I have to say that, in my opinion, and she was trying to put some information out there to help. I don't know what brought it about, why, and it just led in a direction for a lot of people that was not good. So I don't know.
From everything I hear, I have to agree with you. I think her heart was in the right place. I think Jesse, like you said, her personality just wasn't for everyone. And maybe she did go a little too far, getting, excited, maybe the wrong word, about, being in the know. Maybe she just really was excited to get truth and justice out there. But again, Dago, you just brought up, she has at least 6 kids. I wouldn't be surprised if a time came eventually where someone came to her door and was like, you need to be quiet, ma'am.
She had always claimed she was speaking to the FBI, and she had been in contact with quite a few people. And again, not everything she said came true. She was a tough one to figure out, because a lot of the times when she was talking, she had this way about the way she spoke that sort of sounds like a used car salesman. You know what I mean? Like when people ask you a direct question and you start talking about changing the subject and stuff, she would do that a bit. It made me think that her information was solid, in particular about what the kids knew, but perhaps it was like third party, like her daughter told her, and she didn't actually see it with her own eyes, maybe. But in order for her to have enough credibility to get the information out there.
All right, everybody, give me 1 second here. I'm going to go ahead and hold on, honey. I'm going to start this up. My wife called in, and we can start going from here.
I see what you're saying, Jesse. Thank you for explaining. That makes sense.
She didn't do well under cross-examination when people would put it right on her and say, Kim, have you actually seen this with your own eyes? There would be a lot of talking in circles and the kind of things that make people not trust you. But still, the information that she was coming out with, the pieces fit. For me, regardless of her demeanor, the information sort of fit the story, and I always believed that it was based on the truth, anyways. And it turns out it was pretty close, or it fits pretty nicely right now.
I have to agree with you, Jesse. I really do. But I totally understand why people, may have been rubbed wrong, or, who knows what she was going through or thinking on the other side. But yeah, whether you like her or not, or her personality, she stuck her neck out there, to try to get something.
Yeah, I think she did end up having people attack her family and out her name when she didn't want her, like, I think her daughter's name got released and everything. And so yeah, she did take a risk.
Doxed. Yeah, she did take a big risk.
That's why I was like, I know her daughter was not happy.
Sounds like, Terry, you saw the same show I saw about the Airbnb for the Koberger family.
Terry, I think we're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm gonna do the Willow.
Yeah, I saw. I read it in actually, I don't even know what show it was. I just happened to catch it in the chat. I was like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's true or not. Do you know if it is?
Yeah, it's part of a story. Part of a story. Part of a.
Yeah, that's true.
Story. It would appear that there's some truth behind it. Howard Bloom wrote about it, but we'll get to that after this interview, I guess.
Oh,
agreed. Great point. Yeah, that's a good idea too.
Oh, well, that's interesting, Kara.
Many other things too. No, she wasn't doxxed.
Yeah, she did say her. That's what I'm saying.
She doxed herself is what she did. And I told her that, and I told her to stop doing it. And she just, like I said, I think her heart was in a good place. She just didn't get to think about things, and then she got herself overly involved in certain things. She had interactions with Idaho State Police, and she told me they were telling her to shut it down, and I don't know what happened, or, I've actually worried if she was okay at times.
Yeah.
So, just being honest. Welcome, Kara. Dan, that was good. Okay, so are you guys ready?
Just laughing at Dan.
Yes.
Wine o'clock is a very dangerous hour.
Yeah, you gotta love Dan. You gotta love Dan.
Wine o'clock.
What? It's wine o'clock? Hold on.
It's wine o'clock somewhere.
Wine 16, what it says here. All right, guys, here we go. Kent Kearney, good to see you again. Thank you guys all for joining us. 130 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Twizzle's in the house. Again, anybody that would like to join us, there's a link pinned to the top of the chat. You feel free to jump up here, guys. Here we go.
Yeah, but I don't know if his heart was always in it. 100%. It's hard. Nobody really wants to murder, and go through a murder case and have to end somebody else's life. None of us want to do this, and we were forced to do this. We were forced into this behavior. We didn't want nothing to do with this loser. I mean, this guy was literally 27 years old, living with his parents. He's a complete loser. It's absolutely frustrating that my daughter got murdered by a complete loser. She's graduating a year early on the dean's list. Nobody else was graduating a year early in that around her. She was a rock star, and this loser ends up sneaking in and killing her. So the least he can do is pay the ultimate price. And I think I've said this before in the past. Maybe the reason we have these school shooters and maybe we have these mass killings is because we never force people, especially youth, that see somebody like Brian, and there's all these fan clubs and stuff, and think, well, I'm that loser too. And the idea of me being on TV and the world talking about me, and I'm getting these suits and I'm getting vegan meals and I'm up on there and girls are sending me letters and people are putting money on my books. All of a sudden I'm somebody. And there's these confused kids that think being a killer somebody's better than being a nobody that I am doing nothing. And that's sad and that's terrible. And then
what the hell is he talking about right now?
He's not making a lot of sense. It's a lot of emotion and not a lot of thought behind it.
I think he's speaking all out of emotion at this point, and anger, and I get it, but come on, bud. Jesus.
Well, there's a way to do it and a way not to, and it's not like it just happened yesterday, where you're so built up.
What'd you say, Terry?
I was just saying that I agree that he lost, he lost a daughter, maybe two, whatever.
Right.
He has every right to be upset, but there's a way to do it. And it's not like it just happened yesterday.
I gotta wonder, you guys, Jesse. Something was said yesterday about what he actually thinks, and as compared to what he's claiming, and I wonder if maybe the anger is deeper because maybe he actually does have some feeling as to the bullshit, and he's got to kind of hold strong to what he believes so that he saves face. I've just wondered maybe that's where some of this angst is coming from. I mean, God knows he's angry because of what happened, but
he certainly sounded like he believed what he was just saying.
yes,
But I don't know how he could possibly believe it because it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, just some random loser just randomly shows up and, you,
yeah,
and like he builds up his daughter. She's a rock star, but isn't the idea when you have an important person that it can't be random. It has to be part of a bigger thing. Isn't that that's why people believe in conspiracy theories, is because it's difficult to believe that just random crap happens to people like that, important people. And
yep,
I'm not buying that whole Ted Bundy random
no,
weirdo
no,
scenario.
it doesn't even fit. Doesn't even fit right. What's up, AR? Good to see you, buddy.
Also, if I just found this part so incredibly, I don't have a word. If anyone has a better word or a word, I don't have a word, seriously, about his rant about him being an LOSER. Because, first of all, like you guys said, which is it, Steve? Like, is he, why, why did our government have to break our constitutional rights to find such a loser?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they had
if
to.
If you believe, Steve, he did it.
Yeah, of course.
So which is it? Is he a loser or a criminal mastermind?
And he does the same thing, though. He bounces back and forth. He's so stupid, but he's so smart. we can't do it both ways, guys. We got to have it one or the other. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, but I'm just saying.
Just the way he went off, though, with the word loser. I don't know. It just really, it was so.
Yeah.
And my theory, he has Jack D and BK totally mixed up. So imagine when and if he finds out he's been taking out on hunting and fishing father-son trips, her real killer. If it is Jack D, which we do not know that whatsoever. That's just my personal opinion, which could be absolutely wrong, of course. I'm not an expert. But could you imagine how he's going off calling him a loser and praising Jack D? Decor.
Yeah, and that would destroy his whole world, in my opinion, if that came out to be true.
Maybe that's why he's accepting agencies and law enforcement's story.
Right.
Because he can't break anymore.
That's understood. That would be understood. I feel bad for him for that, to go through that. But one thing, I don't think Jack is the person, me personally, I never have, and that's just me. That's my opinion. But there's other people in that area, in my opinion, that are very, very possibly.
Well, the apparent DMs between Christy and somebody else from the Facebook group that were exposed on Harsh's channel yesterday or 2 days ago. I lose track of the days. When you sleep 4 hours a day, it's hard to keep track of which day is which. But those DMs apparently said something along the lines of, they know it's multiple perpetrators. They don't care. They're focused on nailing Brian, getting him, taken out. And then after that, they'll focus on whoever else. And also it was sort of worded in a way that, because if it was if there's multiple perpetrators and they're both at large, or the other guy's at large, you'd think they'd want to get him. The only reason they would be wanting to keep it quiet is with Kopacka,
right?
You want to keep him quiet because you don't want to open up a can of worms where Brian can blame him, and now he's not with us anymore, so he can't defend himself. It becomes a lot harder to try this case if you've got a guy involved who's no longer here, it's easy to pass a lot of it on to him. And so it was the way it was worded. It sounded to me like they're simply trying to avoid that until they get rid of Brian.
What if we just say, for instance, Brian was involved, okay, but he's only involved in the aspect that he dropped somebody off in his car, or he was a driver, or he was a lookout, or something. He wasn't the actual, for lack of better terms, triggering.
The low man on the totem pole, so to speak.
Right, and this is the one that's getting convicted in the death penalty, and the other 2 or 3 or other one is out there that actually did this. How would you feel in that aspect after the fact? You know what I'm saying? That's not being...
BK wouldn't go down for some frat boys, but I don't know his relations with Kopaka, but I have a feeling that, oh gosh, I don't want to lose my train of thought. They well, no, it wasn't a completely different situation. They got lucky. I don't believe in coincidences like you, Dago. So we have verified Kopeka and BK have at some point or another spoken, whether it be via text, in person, a call. Have we confirmed that?
No, and there's no way to do that at this point.
Right. I think Kopeka might have known the truth that BK knows and was gonna come forward for BK.
Anything's possible. At this point, like I said, in this venture, in this case, anything is possible. Guys, let me know if my microphone audio is too high or too low, if you would, please. But yeah,
the theory you were just floating, Dago, is one that I like, and I think it's one that we've floated even right from the beginning, like right upon first arrest when we heard about the DNA on the sheath.
Right.
And on the first reading of the PCA, because the PCA made no sense in its form.
Agreed.
What you just said, make all the pieces sort of fit. We don't have any evidence to prove it,
no,
or even for
not
us to believe
yet.
It. But
right,
but at least something like that sort of fits what we do have, right?
Well, and that's where my mind goes to an extent, because if they're going to force feed us that he bought this knife, okay, fine, that's great. I want to see the receipt still, but go ahead and feed it to us. But what if the man kept it in his vehicle for his own personal protection, being in a state that he's not familiar with? He gives somebody a ride that he's not 100% best friends with, per se. The guy grabs a knife, he drops him off. They go in, or 2 people, they go in, they do this, they take the knife that belonged to him out of his car. Here we are. That's all I'm saying. That's something that makes perfect sense to me, because nothing else does.
Oh, Dago, you're hot. You are hot. If you wait till you hear my theory, everything you throw at it sticks.
I've been on that boat for a while, hon, and it's been something that I can't turn the channel on, only because there's no other way. I'm not comfortable accepting his DNA on the sheath at all, truly. But if we have to, that's where I go with it. That's truly my feelings on it. There's a whole other, more to the story, but I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm just telling you that's where I've been with that for a long time. So
can I just leave something for everyone to think about?
Sure.
If you believe that there was an 8-hour cleanup,
mm-hmm.
And they found the knife sheath, and they only supposedly, they swabbed the buckle snap, and only BK's DNA was on the buckle snap.
Right.
But where was the rest of everything on the outside of the leather that so easily holds DNA, any kind? That leather, that porous leather.
Well, and
did someone maybe clean it and forgot the button snap inside?
Well, that question's been asked more than once, okay? And this is not a K-bar.
But I'm talking about people cleaning it that probably they were not talking about cleaning it.
What do you mean?
I think someone got a hold of BK's knife.
Sure. Of course. So, and that's what I'm saying.
I think they took it from him.
Yeah, and that's what I mean is like if it was wiped down.
Literally from him, not out of his car.
Oh, like took it off of him?
Yes, they overpowered him with the golf clubs.
Okay.
And he did run out past Dylan, and he didn't take her out because he wasn't there to take anyone out, maybe.
That's possible too. Like I said, nothing.
And then one of those boys went way too far once they got that knife in their hands.
It could be. Anything's possible at this point. Honestly, it is. But see, like I said, I also have the fact that when I found out that there was a swab sent instead of a sheath sent to Othram, that I almost stopped believing that it was his DNA was ever even on the sheath. There's another thing too. So I can go two different directions with this. And that's just based on factual information that we've been sent. So it is what it is.
Maybe because the kids were scrubbing the outside of the sheath with 409.
It could have been it. Then that could be another reason why Anne states that she believes that the sheath was placed there because of the positioning of it being put the way it was. It almost sounds like it was put in that position purposely. Okay. If you're in the midst of doing something with this and you have one in one hand and the other in the other, and you got to drop one to use your hand to control a situation, you drop this, that's where it's going to lay in the midst of the situation. There's too much going on for you to neatly put it somewhere. So to find this tucked up underneath somebody and the blanket that they're laying on tells me that it's very easy to believe that it was put there purposely. Okay. That's the problem I have with it. Now, in the midst of the argument, disagreement, the fight, whatever's going on, the attack, okay, you're going to drop this in perspective anywhere that you're at. It's not going to have a special position. It's going to be wherever you're at. How the hell is it going to end up underneath all of that is what my issue's been with that the whole time. And to wipe this down, and again, this isn't the same type, guys. It's just a sheath I'm showing you for a reason. To wipe this whole thing down is very easy to do. You would never think to put anything inside there to clean that out. It'd be hard to do that, okay?
They would need to get a swab themselves of rubbing alcohol and bleach.
Rubbing alcohol and wipe it out. Yes, 100%. So,
and they missed it, and that was one of their major mistakes.
And if it was his, it probably was never wiped down. Okay, and that's why his finger, because that's all you got to do. I just put my DNA inside that snap by doing this. That's all you have to do.
Yep. I think BK unbuttoned the snap.
And he very well could have at some point in time, and you never think to clean that if you're not thinking to use it to do what was done.
I think he unbuttoned the snap in self-defense.
That's possible too. I don't know. It's possible too. But again, if he's carrying this, why is it not attached to his body instead of and in his hand in his sheath like that? That's strange to me.
That is true, Dig. Okay, wow, you're the first to throw a hole in my theory. Okay. That is true. And in the beginning, I always thought Kaylee was up in that corner fighting and possibly kicked it off of his belt. You know, the snap part that goes around the belt.
A lot of people have said that, but here's the problem. Yeah. Some people have asked, it could have been torn and ripped. You can't rip this. I could probably tie this to the bumper of my truck.
Oh, I see how it's set up. There's not a snap on that, is there?
No.
Okay,
no.
You have to put the belt loop
tear it off. Yeah. The belt loop goes through it, so that's where the problem.
So okay, that never mind.
I'm with Sarge though. If you're a single perpetrator and you're going into a house with 6 people, you're not. There's never a point when you want it in a sheath. So you leave the sheath in your car, 100%. Wherever your car is, and you have it in your hand on the ready at all times. You can't be walking around a corner and have a guy Ethan's size, and then you got to pull that thing out of the sheath.
Nope.
You're setting yourself up for failure, and he made a few mistakes, but I don't think he would make that mistake. I mean,
because you need your hand to control the situation. Okay, you need to be able to control what's going on here if you're using this hand for the other.
In the dark,
in the dark, you can't.
You want that thing in your hand, right in front of your face, where you can see it on the ready.
Right.
Are we for sure a K-bar sheath doesn't? There are not types that have a button snap for around the belt loop.
I'll show you real fast. There is.
Because that's my only question.
No, it's fine. It's
how
fine.
did they get the sheath off of him? Because Jesse, you're right. Who walks in? Yeah, if Dago, if it's like your sheath and it has to be looped through a belt, how would it have ever gotten off of him?
Here's the problem with what you were saying. All
So
right,
I
so
always assumed it was snapped around the belt.
the snaps around the knife. There's a big
Right.
this is, if you have it on your belt, it goes through this loop back here. You're not tearing that. You're not ripping that off the belt.
Okay.
The only thing you do is if you rip the snap, you rip the knife out of the sheath. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That sheath is not coming off. This is not the Marine Corps one. It's the Army one, but still, it's the same thing.
Okay, so Kaylee even kicking it off his belt in a struggle in the corner, that can't happen.
No, this is so strong. The leather on this is so thick and strong, and the rivets are coming through. No way.
Nice. Well, that's another good answer debunked.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. The only thing you do is if you were to rip or snap this or push this snap apart, the knife's gonna fall out of the sheath if it's connected to the body on a belt or something. That's all.
Looking at it, it is kind of wild that they had that original Scream movie premiering. Like,
yeah,
what was it, that Friday or that week before that weekend? And looking, if you Google the Scream knives like I did, it was supposedly a enhanced model of a Buck 120.
it is.
And this blade, does that not look like that Scream enhanced model?
It's the same style.
Bizarre.
It was based off this. They chromed the blade and blackened out the handle to make it.
I mean, I know that's kind of silly, but like, that's kind of bizarre.
A bit, yeah.
But maybe I'm thinking too much. I'm thinking too much about those kids and like what the movie and it was close to Halloween. Like,
Halloween was the week or weekend or something, or the week 2 weeks before. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe that's where whoever got their idea. I don't know. I really do think that there were a group of intruders at first who went in and planned on only using what was there. And that's the last I'll say. So we can continue on. I'm sorry, Dago.
No,
I think when we do these kind of speculations, though, I think it's important to probably look at motive, right? And
absolutely.
And there's got to be, and that's one of the problems with Brian is there's no motive, and the whole crazy serial killer, sick weirdo psycho guy Ted Bundy. Well, Ted Bundy's a poor comparison.
Yeah.
All these other guys. I mean, never in history that I can think of have you had a guy that young on his first one's going to be 6 people. That's
no.
I'm not aware of anybody like that. That's biting off more than you can chew.
The only person that ever would do that, in my opinion, after studying them all, who I think is the most terrifying of them all, because he didn't have a motive. He didn't have a profile whatsoever for himself or his victims. The only one who would have the cojones to go do that would be Richard Ramirez. And they're trying to convince us BK is Richard Ramirez, like on his first go round.
But Richard Ramirez was like a drooling psychopath, wasn't he? Like he wasn't he guy that was a taxpayer with a job and a car, and
there was nothing normal about him at all.
But unlike the others, he didn't plan around whoever was going to be in the house. He didn't care. Which makes him, in my opinion...
Well, he would not have left 2 people, especially at an arm's length.
Oh, no. Richard Ramirez? No. That's just a bonus for him.
Does anybody know what his first victim was? And what did he start? Like I said, the fact that it's his first and it's going to be 6 people, I think is...
no, you're right,
a little bit too much for me. I mean, you see the profile is they start off with animals, they get in, and then they usually learn to walk before they can learn to crawl before they can walk, so to speak.
Agreed. Welcome.
Yeah,
Papa.
Richard Ramirez had this uncle that he was very tight with. I guess they were close in age, but it was his uncle who did a lot of prison time and taught him a lot of the things he grew up to believe in and such, and the lifestyle. He really looked up to whoever this uncle friend was. So
a
yeah, like you're saying,
79-year-old
and I
widow
think
was
him
his
and that
first
uncle,
victim.
sorry, my point to that was him and Ramirez and that uncle. Yeah, Ramirez killed his first probably when he was very young. With his uncle, that uncle.
So yeah, in my opinion, the lone psychopath intruder theory just doesn't hold water at all.
I mean, if BK is so smart, they have to break our constitutional rights to find him. Why would this be his first time, like you're saying, Jesse?
All right.
Others,
I know.
Join sports or find a family, you know, and a family can be a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team. It could be a church, it could be a lot of other things, but don't think that it's all, you know, girls and all that stuff. Matter of fact, one of the laws we're working on is once this individual has been charged, you put money on his books and we'll be taking that money. It won't be going. Yeah, it will be going to pay for his prosecution and to help victims and mothers and people with counseling and other things. So go ahead and send money now, but once he's convicted, he'll never see a dollar again.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. You know, he obviously he's not convicted yet, but once he is convicted of this crime, you know, there's a saying, you know, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And it's for a reason, and it's more than just sitting behind bars. I mean, it's the punishment that's behind it as well.
Yeah. Another thing about the death row is what people don't, maybe they do know, I never knew. It's 23 and 1. So you're locked down 23 hours and you get 1 hour out. So you can't go and enroll in colleges. You can't pursue higher education. You can't go and have dreams of, you know, motivating other people to do what you did.
And that's not true, because you can still get degrees while sitting on death row. It's happened many a times. So I don't know where that comes from either, but
they're promising him that, and that they can take his commissary money.
They can't do that either. They will charge him for being there, and certain things he may owe, fines, whatever. They'll take it out of that, but they still have to leave him a percentage of his commissary money. And yes, he can still, even on death row, I've seen others do it. The idiot that killed my friend that's been on death row for 40 years went back to school while on death row. So you can order books and anything else. So none of that's true, unfortunately. That's crazy. They can take money you have on your books to pay fines or whatever, but only percentages of it. They can't take it all. They have to leave you certain things. And you realize the rioting that could cause probably too. So.
Absolutely. And never mind, I lost my train of thought. If I think of it all.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll get there. Don't worry.
You know, this individual's sick. You know, he studied crime. He studied the BTK killer. His professor was literally orchestrated a private session with him where she got private interviews so she could make a book, an exclusive book, and then she split the profits with him. So then he could use that money to flex in prison and buy cigarettes and buy power and buy influence in there. And we're not going to let that happen. That ain't going to happen in Idaho, and that's not going to happen to him. But that means we got to work with legislators, and we got to find like-minded people that truly care about their community, and put out the message that you know, this person picked the wrong state to do this in, and we've done everything to make sure that we don't attract this type of behavior ever again.
Yes, sir. Well, if you need any help from me putting out any word or petitions or any of those type of things, you got it.
I like your shirt. Your shirt's right on the same page, you know.
Yeah.
Firing Squad. You see that Firing Squad? We'll probably have a shirt for that, you know, on these press days that we're in court when we get out of the courtroom. But yeah, that chair they put you in.
Well, Wisdom said if they file wrongful death, they can collect his money. So yeah. Well, that's what I meant about anything you owe, but they still, from my understanding, have to leave a percentage of it in within your books or something. Like, not
Dago, I believe you're right. He just has to pay off all court debts and dues. But, that comment, though, I mean, yeah, they could sue like that, but it seems as though SG can't because he wants it at this state level so badly because he wants the DP so badly.
Right. Yeah. A good point. That's a good point. Thank you, Wisdom. So yeah, I know that, like I said, that's what I was meaning. If there's any lawsuits outstanding or anything he owes, they definitely can take percentages of it. But I think, like I said, I think they have to leave a little or a certain percentage in his books for certain things like that to be able to get, like hygiene products and stuff like that. He has to be able to do that kind of stuff. I do believe. I'll look into it, but double check that.
I mean, I know for a fact with Wade Wilson in Florida, and they enacted the Son of Sam law for him. And he's still getting all his commissary donations.
Yeah, they're like if you were to have a job or things like that, but on death row, they don't really typically get jobs, stuff like that.
So they're just promising Steve false lies, false promises.
In a lot of senses, they're telling him things that are definitely not fully true, so on and so forth. Yeah, I agree.
If Florida could take Wade Wilson's commissary, they would have. Trust me.
I'm sure that if he owes any, like I said, court costs, fines, or civil lawsuits and stuff like that, there's ways that they can get some of his money, but they can't get all of it. They have to leave certain percentages for them to have, for, like I said, hygiene products and stuff. From my understanding, like I said, I'm not 100%, so don't quote me. I'll look into it to be sure, but I think that's how that works.
Maybe it just can't be held in his name, and that's why Wade Wilson had Jesse become his power of attorney.
I don't know anything about that situation.
Okay. Irrelevant. Keep going.
I don't know anything about that one. That's okay.
Sure. When they strap you into that bad boy.
100%. And I think, I don't think it's going to be that long of a trial. I know that they're anticipating, I think they said 3 months, but at the end of it, I know there's a lot of evidence. I don't think the defense is going to have much to fight back, to be honest with you. I mean, at this point, their biggest argument is a partial alibi over an hour before the murders happened. And in an area where it's not exculpatory for him to continue to just turn down that road that heads to Sunshine, and it gets him right there in front of Floyd's cannabis shop before 302 again. You know, that's what they're working with. And if that's what they have, it shouldn't be very long.
Oh, the statistics of this case are just incredible. So people who say that this is just circumstantial evidence, they're not talking to professionals, because I'm talking to professionals, and they say that there's direct evidence all over this case.
What the hell is he talking about?
What?
There is no direct evidence. This is all circumstantial. This is ridiculous.
Professionals?
Okay. Once again,
it just gets crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
This case is, like I said, this individual does nothing but capital cases, and this is the most that he's ever seen. And I live by that. We will show that. So DM, that's direct evidence. DM's testimony. And people think, oh, well, whoopie-doo-dah, they're bushy eyebrows, and it's a white guy who's skinny. Well, do you realize, people, that they've run the stats on this? A guy at that age, the category, I think they went to like 30 to I think like 19 or 18, and said, what percentage is male? And so you remove, and in college town, there's more girls going to college than there is males. So then that dropped it in, like, let's say 46. And then they said, okay, white. And then that dropped it lower. And then they said lean. That was the one that got my attention. 70% of people in that age category are overweight. Mm-hmm. So now you got an individual who, as eyewitnesses there, that literally like 2 out of 10 meet that qualification of white guy that's lean.
Yeah.
And he has a white car, and he's out there, and for some reason he doesn't have an alibi. That's the part that gets me, is these Probergers that are just brain dead. Like, he doesn't have an alibi. You know how many times Anne has begged him to give her an alibi? He won't give it because he doesn't have one, and he's never going to have one.
There is no way that Steve Gonsalves.
How does he know?
There's no way that he could know that. None. Once again, this is just Jesus Christ. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just saying.
have to say something. The body mass index chart, I work in a doctor's office. I've worked in hospitals. They are doing away with it. When they did that, Steve thinks that they were doing him a favor. That body mass index chart, if you're over by 0.01, 0.1, 0.3%, you're obese, considered obese. You just chopped your suspect pool in more than half.
Right.
That was silly. And it's silly you believe it, Steve.
And he does have an alibi. Sorry. It's not a full alibi, and it's not what everybody wants to hear. This is just bullshit. More floating bullshit. Sorry.
The dude did it. It's that simple. And thank God we have a law that basically makes somebody come out and say, hey, you plan on saying you were somewhere else, then you need to like give the defense a chance to verify that. Because what if you say you're with XYZ person? Well, they need to go interview that person and verify it. Yeah. You know, Thompson spotted up multiple times. You can't hide your evidence and then drop it the very last minute and then say, haha, you didn't get to go find out that this isn't true. This person doesn't live in the state anymore. They're over in another country. You know, you can't just drop this. So he doesn't have an alibi, people. I mean, what? Come on. Who's out at 2:50-ish, turns their phone off, looking around on stars when it was foggy and it was icy and it starts to snow? Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, and yeah, they know exactly all about that park. We've talked to the person that worked at that park. Yeah, there's cameras at that park. We'll see. And like I said, ain't got no freaking star apps that like you can point your camera up there and record them and it'll tell you exactly, identify those stars. This guy's done, man. He's done. He's completely done in so many ways. That's just frustrating that there's even channels that can
we're in Idaho.
And I noticed they're getting less and less. Hippler has cleared things up, and that's just by exposing the truth. But there's more, and it's going to get. But I thought when these Proberg delusional self-identifying, that's what really gets down to me is I think some people identify as a Proberg. They identify as somebody who does a little blow and hangs out and is a little misfit and nobody likes them. And there's all these really popular people out there, and they have it coming to them, man, because they never really understood how special they were. And I think it's more of a reflection of them.
Thanks, SRB.
Than it is the case, because the case is so strong that I thought when that Amazon order went to his door and he's deleting his history and his own family is like, what the heck is going on with our brother? Our brother's like losing his mind. That they would jump ship, and some did, but there's still people who just can overlook, no alibi. The murder weapon's in his house, in his possession. He doesn't have it anymore. He doesn't have any of the items associated. Yeah, and this.
Nobody knows what the murder weapon is, Steve. That's a really, really bad statement to make.
Why are Ethan's golf clubs that can create blunt force trauma missing, as well as the K-bar knife? They're both missing and no one can find them. That is so bizarre.
That agreed, and that statement there, that's something that shouldn't even be allowed to be said, but it is what it is. I know this aggravates. There's a lot of people that are aggravated over this, and just because it's being stated so nonchalantly, as if it's absolute facts. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. So,
and it's also sort of contradictory to the official story, and then when we get to the Howard Bloom article, totally contradictory to that as well.
Yeah, 100% agreed.
I couldn't help but laugh at that, Jesse. The first official story could be a whole different case. I mean, at this point.
Yeah, I get it, Heather. I get it. This is just ridiculous. I think this is probably the worst out of all the interviews done. This is probably the worst one ever I've seen. Truly.
Dickie's outfit. People,
I think Sherry's right. I don't think those were Ethan. I don't think those were Ethan's golf clubs. I think the one Ethan's were in his Jeep. I think the other are in Xana's car.
Why would Brian Koberger go to a place that he had been to several?
What'd you say, Terry?
No audio for Terry.
I don't know where it went.
Wisdom, I trust you, and I would love to know how.
Why would Brian Koberger go to a park that he had been to several times? Why would Brian Koberger go to a park several times and he'd been there? Ethan's
clubs were in the car. The other clubs, I believe, belonged to Xana that were taken out of the house. Where'd she go? And the park that he went to, I read an article where they were talking about WSU was talking about there was a meteor shower that night that they were telling all the kids at the school about to go check out. And in my opinion, that could have actually been the reason why he went and checked out.
Well, what about the camera crew in the BAM field? The University of Idaho had a camera out to take pictures of the sky too, right? Like right there by the house.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and if it was poor visibility, what were they doing?
Good point. Very good point. Terry, if you can hear me, you can re-click that link. I don't know what happened.
Wisdom, I know you know your stuff for show, and I would trust you any day of the week over the law enforcement in charge of this.
Yeah, she worked
But if it was in the early document, that has to make me second guess them, not you at all. Them.
Either way, it doesn't matter who's or what, but there were golf clubs taken out of the house that I do believe were never brought back.
That matters because the fact that those and the knife, the K-bar, are still missing, and no one did anything to drag a river or search for them.
And I did a show on the golf clubs, 2 shows, pointing as to how that could be used as a weapon in multiple different ways. And we don't know. I don't know, but it's something I always
keep one by my bed.
Yeah, I've always thought it was a possibility. So,
but with Kaylee's injuries, not to sound crass, that was a driver.
It could have been
not a 5 or 9 iron. Seriously.
And that could have been something too that it was talked about that. Because Ethan being the size that he was, he could have been knocked out first, and that could be why.
I believe that 100%.
And that would be a good way to do it. And breaking a golf club in half would create a weapon that could cause exactly what Steve described as large gouged wounds on their bodies. Okay, because of the circular, sharp ends of the broken end. So that was something else. But anyway, just stating. So anyway, onward.
They've gone to the actual stores and looked up the inventory, exactly what is in those things. And there's only a certain amount. For those who don't know, Pullman and Moscow are very, very small towns. So your Dickies selection is like this big. It's that.
That statement bugs me too, because if he bought Dickies, they were bought online, weren't they? Or they were bought. Wasn't it a Walmart or something? I think they were talking about what the.
I think Walmart rings a bell.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying, moving on. Some of this shit's.
I just find that incredibly coincidental. The Dickies jumpsuit, Michael Myers. I mean, all we need is Jamie Lynn Curtis there.
Yeah. Could be.
But I mean, if he did it that way, that was pretty darn smart. Because, like SG said, oil run right off that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, good point.
Big, maybe a little bit bigger than that, but not much. It's not like a Dickies that you see in the city where there's all these things. There's Dickie boots and all. There's very slim things that this individual could have bought, and it's like a monkey suit, like a suit you put on where you're changing oil and the oil could literally pour off of you.
Right.
So yeah, that's why they're not fighting the fingernails and all that stuff. And it was one of the reasons why we were a little frustrated early on, like where we were like, why don't we say, if you see somebody with a scratch on their face and you see something, like say something. We got all this media, we could do it. And those are the type, that's probably part of the reason why they share certain things with us, is they're like, this guy, we don't want him to go on there and say something like that because it's not relevant, because this person literally had a Dickies outfit on, was covered head to toe, had a mask with his eyes. You couldn't even scratch the guy. You couldn't even scratch him. It's like a paper he wrote. It's like the guy wrote about his own crime. I mean, these people, it just blows my mind. I mean, he writes about his own crime. He interviews individuals and investigates them to figure out how he can incorporate that into his crime. Mm-hmm. We had people write us letters that were like, I was one of the people that was interviewed, and he was obsessed with how I was picking my victims. He was picking victims. This guy said, I told him I picked my victims after they called 911, or their neighbors called 911 on them for a noise complaint, and the husband or the boyfriend was hauled off to jail. Then he would go and he goes, there's certain neighborhoods where they had money. Then I would go in there because I knew the mail wasn't there. And he said, and Brian called him back repeatedly, and he said, I got a sense that he was really enjoying my stories and how I was telling passed out women butt naked, and he went into those and was just like, he really liked my story. He liked that. And then I started wondering, well, who was calling 911 on these kids, especially in the daytime, in the middle of the day? They're next to a stadium, a football stadium. How do you get a noise complaint in a college town in the daytime? So,
because of all the houses and apartments around their house, like any other neighborhood.
Being jealous they weren't invited to the party or something. It could be anything with kids that age.
It's kind of amazing, the rant that he goes on, and he's just almost incoherent.
Agreed.
A Dickies suit, this, well, if unless you find a Dickies suit and you can recover it and it's got DNA on it or some sort of evidence, it's just a Dickies suit, dude.
100.
You don't go to jail for
Where
having
is
a Dickies suit.
This?
Well, wait, though, because at some point in another interview, he talks about the kill kit, which is basically the way he explains it, a tieback suit that you zip into and throw away when you're done.
The trash bag with the rock in the bottom that you
there's been multiple variations, and now we're at this. So which way is it? Like, let's pick one and stick to it. Damn. Twiz says they said he bought it at Walmart, but now they aren't using Walmart surveillance video. I wonder why.
That's so convenient.
Wonder why. Thanks, Twiz. Got to think about it.
Maybe you're trying to figure out how long it takes them to show up. I don't know.
Or what kind of response happens afterwards? Like if who leaves, who stays, do they come back? If you were to call 911 while there's a party, does everybody not come back? Is that what you need to do?
And if you get a warning that if we come back here, we're going to find you, somebody's going to jail.
Yeah.
Might be a time where you want to sneak in or do a little surveillance around that house, because that might be the time where you want to go in there, because the last thing they want to do is pick up and call 911.
It was awfully quiet that night. And I think that a lot of that had to do with, one, there was other parties in other places in town, but two, there was also I guess, minors in possession of alcohol and, deterrent going on. There was the stop there by the Banfield by undercover officers in the area trying to stop underage drinking and loud noises. I often wondered if Koberger was aware of that going on that night, and if maybe that's why that led to one of the reasons why, because he knew that there would be some sort of enforcement out that night that would prevent loud parties or a party in that neighborhood.
Yeah, we have somebody who was working in a department that was in charge of all those programs.
Interesting.
So yeah, so yeah, I think where your mind's going is a logical conclusion of what the behavior footprint of this person's done. And believe me, they've analyzed this footprint. I mean, somebody who goes through the exercise of doing a survey in Reddit, and if you go look at the times, the guy had already graduated.
Yeah.
And it wasn't used in his graduation, his whatever, his final.
Thesis.
Yeah, his thesis is final. So yeah, I'd be shocked if this individual didn't know a lot of what was going on from the police standpoint on both sides of that state, Washington and Idaho. And I think that scared some of the local police departments, and I mean, you read one of them and where they're like, thank God, we didn't hire this guy. It would have been that much uglier if that email that came out saying that he tried to apply for that job when he first came up, but he eventually would have got part of that program. I'm pretty much, I've been told that that program is a requirement for graduation for the PhD. So he was in tune with what those guys were doing.
Yes, but I mean, it sounded like he applied in the spring because of that email that came out. Maybe it was just a reference to what was coming out, but the document, the PCA, references a essay that he wrote in the fall when he applied. And so I thought that if he was applying again in the fall, that meant that he didn't get the job in the spring, given his background being a former person who was addicted to heroin and perhaps some of the things that may have happened to him at other schools, or even his job as a security officer may have prevented him from passing a background check. I was concerned that he may never became not concerned. I was glad that he probably wasn't ever going to be a police officer. But that's interesting.
I think he had visions of himself being that. Whether they would have, maybe he doesn't slip through the cracks. I understood that he slipped through some cracks already because of COVID.
Yeah.
Some of the background checks were not done because of the COVID stuff going on. I have no proof that that's true or not. It's just insiders that told me what was going on during that time. Certain labs were closed because of COVID. Campuses were not all open. I know that for a fact. So,
what insiders?
I would like to think that they would have caught him.
Yeah, I think the professor that recommended him to the PhD program said that he had actually never met, or she'd never met Brian Koberger in person. Everything was online.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the person that actually recommended him.
Is that Ramsey?
No, it was a different Bulger. I think it was her last name.
I don't know anything about that individual. That's interesting.
Ramsey's the one that Howard brought up.
Into the PhD program, she said that he was one of two. He was one of two students to recommend that she's ever recommended, and that he was very bright and brilliant, etc. But that she never met him in person. That it was during online courses.
Daniel's wrong.
Everything else that was going on during that time.
Well, that makes a lot more sense because he creeped out every girl that actually got around him. I just got a call yesterday from a girl that I was asking permission to use her name to investigate one of the reports that she put in after this all.
What was that, Jesse? You said Daniel's wrong.
Yeah, I mean they were clearly talking about Ramslin, and Daniel said no, it's somebody else. But it was Ramslin that recommended him, and he was one of only two students.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. Anyways.
Yep. No, that's true. That's true.
And Daniel just didn't have it right there, but yeah.
Surprise.
So this is where Howard, who published his article today or last night or yesterday, whatever, got his theory from with Ramsley.
That's the one that that Howard's talking about in that, but
right, Dr. Ramsley.
But that's such a I mean, that's a massive conspiracy theory. That's really way out there.
Right?
Way
They
out
call
there.
us conspiracy tinfoil hats. Like, what?
And
He never
Twizzle
even met the woman.
Twizzle just said there's interviews with the other lady saying that she did. So, I mean, yeah.
I just want to know who his insiders are. If WSU Kim is so, has so much backlash and people don't like her personality or whatever. Well, who are his insiders and what are their personalities like?
Well, from my understanding, it's the Gonzalez family.
Sellouts, absolute sellouts, people that are money hungry, people that would sell out their own best friend or their own family member to get a leg up on YouTube. I mean, Howard Bloom, that story that he wrote about Catherine Ramsland, I hope he gets sued for that because he's really tarnishing her name, and his hypothesis that he offers absolutely no evidence for this.
Right.
He basically suggests that Brian has a crush on his teacher.
Yep.
And he decided to haul off and commit this heinous crime to impress her, and that she's so enthralled that she's on board with it, and she's a friend of the family, and she's gonna stay with his mom and dad and attend the trial by staying in the Airbnb provided by Ann Taylor. Which I mean, as far as conspiracy theories go, that one's got to take the cake.
Yeah, it's pretty out there, and Bloom is so God. Anyway, it's a mess. That's a mess.
Sleazy, maybe, is a good adjective to describe him.
Sure. There you go. It's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. Anyway, once again, here, wait a minute. Hippopotamus teacher. Oh, that's hilarious, Heather. I love it. Oh, they're both.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, we just had a big storm, so.
I told you it was heading your direction, so it went around us, and you got the blunt, I guess.
Yeah.
It still looks like we could get it again, but I hope everything's okay out there.
It seems to be.
Good. Miss Bonnie Bailey, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, on we go.
Went down. She says she hadn't heard much afterwards. So yeah, there's a lot of women that's why they're like trying to make this whole ASD. I heard that came from his mama, who went and dug through his old records, because these medical records aren't back in the 90s and the early 2000s. They weren't. There was no EMS, electronic medical record system back then that is still actively. Now you got cancer or something like that, your records are probably going to still be out there. But if you got a broken finger or something in 2001, don't be surprised if you go to a doctor visit and they can't pull that record up. But I understood that somebody went and found some of his old records and tried to convince the defense that they could use those to make an excuse for his odd behavior, because there's going to be student after student after student that are going to just talk about how they had a running tally on this guy, on all the weirdness that he was doing and the inappropriate behavior that this guy.
Everything that he's done relates to ASD. He was diagnosed as a small child, so you're playing that off as if it's not a real thing too. I'm not saying it makes it okay to commit murder, but these are real things. I have a child that has it, so just saying.
And it sounds like a Mean Girls bullying scenario, what Steve's describing there.
100%. That's kind of ignorant. That statement kind of irritates me, I'll be honest with you. So,
I mean, are we starting to really see the true, real personality of Steve right now in this interview?
Oh, I absolutely believe so. And I was told that this was who he was before this happened with other people, kind of a holier than thou situation and blah, 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 blah. And, I don't pass judgment on people typically, but is this true? Is this real? Terry's got a good point here. Is this because, granted, again, I absolutely expect anger and angst and just absolute heartbreak over the situation. But again,
well, there were 3 other victims, and you don't see them doing this, so that's why I'm just trying to figure out. It just, I don't know.
Right? No, I'm not saying, it just sounds mean, against the person that committed the crime. 100%. I don't blame you. You should be, but we don't know that yet. That's the problem.
Absolutely, what he's saying, half of it's not even true. He's just spouting.
Gotcha. Yep. All right, on we go.
I mean, he'd barely been there, and he was getting kicked out in a university where that is super rare, guys. You don't just go into universities and see people getting fired. It's almost unheard of. So yeah, this guy.
And if I'm correct, that was debunked too. Was that, or was that not? That he was fired and all that. I think that was.
I believe that has been debunked.
I agree, and Kim even stated that other people too said same thing, that was not true. That he was, of course, terminated after he was arrested, but beforehand, no. So once again, like these are the things that I'm talking about as far as misinformation, incorrect statements, slanderous type statements towards the situation is all I'm saying. So once again,
also, if you ask anybody about somebody's character after they've been accused of something, of course you're going to get a biased view. It's only relevant what they were saying about him before he was arrested, and we haven't heard any of that.
100%. And Willie even stated that people that knew Brian that would never state anything beforehand, once he was arrested, said, well, yeah, he was a little weird, and yeah, I thought this was strange, and yeah, I thought that was strange. But again, after his arrest, there's also people that Willie said he's spoken to that have stated, like, Brian's not an incel. Brian wasn't that dude. Brian was this. He had some issues here. He had some issues there. But that's nothing more than what a lot of other people do. So, there's that too. Just saying. So, on we go.
Guy was setting off, alarms all over the place. And yeah, this individual said that she made a police report and she wanted me to find out if they had found anything out on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more police reports or more reports, as you mentioned, against him and about his behavior. I did hear about the Brian tally and his behaviors, and I know that there was I think a document recently on the defensive side that stated that he was cleared. And one of the things that I walked it through with my audience is saying that, well, if he was cleared, that means there's an investigation. And if there's an investigation, that means there's an accusation. Now, what we do know is that these young ladies started to document. What probably happened was they reported some of this behavior, and it was investigated, and it was he said, she said type of stuff, and they were probably told to start to document things, which is why they had this tally going on, in efforts to, because of how disturbing these behaviors were, so that they could have some sort of proof. Because if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. And I think that's a pretty clear path that we're seeing of escalation as well, as far as what's leading up to eventually would be that would happen on November 13th. Going back to Brian Koberger's 2020 writings that we spoke about just a few minutes ago, one of the things that really stood out to me was when he was referencing, well, there's two things. He was referencing that there might be something that could throw off investigators that was left by the killer. And another thing is to check the doors for DNA as the person was leaving. Maybe perhaps they may have left DNA behind on the door. And we find out that the back sliding glass door was left open the entire time. Now, I strongly suspect that being the case because, well, if he's opening the door, he's touching it once. If he's closing it again, then he's touching it twice, and then opening to get out. There's at least 3 different times that he's touching it. One time after he's already exerted himself, which would probably mean that he's sweating and things of that nature. That would be a high possibility for him to leave DNA behind. But he points that out in his 2020 writing. Sliding glass door is open. I see a huge connection there. Are you connecting the same dots as I am?
Yeah, very much so. And I know that there's some people looking at this exact same angle. So much so to, like, I've heard a scenario where Xana goes in. Let's say she goes in, she gets her meal prepared. The DoorDash meal, goes to the bathroom, goes to her room, something, goes back into the kitchen and says, "Oh, there's somebody here." How does she know that? Because that slider's been left wide open, and there's a kill kit, something there, some kind of package, some kind of thing that raises a flag that somebody just came into my house.
What? Oh, hold on. Now,
Can you back that up?
Yeah, I'm going to. Are we throwing out internet rumors now? Because that's even worse. Come on. This is ridiculous. Hold on. That's the first time I've heard that. I don't know how. I must have skipped through it or something, but.
Now, what we do know is that these young ladies started to document. What probably happened was they reported some of this behavior, and it was investigated, and it was he said, she said type of stuff, and they were probably told to start to document things, which is why they had this tally going on in efforts to, because of how disturbing these behaviors were, so that they could have some sort of proof. Because if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. And I think that's a pretty clear path that we're seeing of escalation as well, as far as what's leading up to eventually would be that would happen on November 13th. Going back to Brian Koberger's 2020 writings that we spoke about just a few minutes ago, one of the things that really stood out to me was when he was referencing, well, there's two things. He was referencing that there might be something that could throw off investigators that was left by the killer. And another thing is to check the doors for DNA as the person was leaving. Maybe perhaps they may have left DNA behind on the door. And we find out that the back sliding glass door was left open the entire time. Now, I strongly suspect that being the case because, well, if he's opening the door, he's touching it once. If he's closing it again, then he's touching it twice, and then opening to get out. There's at least 3 different times that he's touching it. One time after he's already exerted himself, which would probably mean that he's sweating and things of that nature. That would be a high possibility for him to leave DNA behind. But he points that out in his 2020 writing. Sliding glass door is open. I see a huge connection there. Are you connecting the same dots as I am?
Yeah, very much so. And I know that there's some people looking at this exact same thing. So much so to like, I've heard a scenario where Xana goes in. Let's say she goes in, she gets her meal prepared. The DoorDash meal, goes to the bathroom, goes to her room, something, goes back into the kitchen and says, "Oh, there's somebody here." How does she know that? Because that slider's been left wide open, and there's a kill kit, something there, some kind of package, some kind of thing that raises a flag that somebody just came into my house.
I don't even have words for that. I don't have words for that. That's insane to me. That is absolutely insane to me. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. By the way, Eddie, it's been requested to have you on panel, sir, if you should choose, just to give you the heads up that you're being asked for. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. And there's no way to know that. It's a scenario that you heard. Well, guess what? I've heard many scenarios, and so has Jesse and Love and Terry and everybody else in here has heard scenarios. That's not something coming from this person that should be being put out, in my opinion. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Sounds like something Jeff H. would say.
Agreed. Is the next one going to be there was a tub sitting by the back door for him to stand in and undress in and then leave, and they just left it there? There's no way to know that. There's no way to know that at all. That's ridiculous. Come on now.
And maybe you're hearing noises upstairs. And yeah, so I've seen a couple different scenarios that have been discussed. I don't have anything concrete. I can't go there, but I think that
well, the dog barking at the exact same time that you can hear whimpering and a thud says that the glass door had to have been open. It sounds like when Dylan woke up and she heard who she thought was Kaylee, probably because of the dog going up at the same time. It was actually Xana coming downstairs. Well, Murphy would have been running with her, and it sounds like she went to Ethan and Murphy went outside. And I think when she hears somebody say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," is that confrontation in the hallway between maybe Xana turns around to see what's going on, and there he is. And, he says that in order to surprise her, I guess.
Yeah, one of the death penalty qualifiers is that actually I'm here to help you when that individual could have just left. They didn't have to kill him. So, so people who
give it time, Papa G, it'll happen.
Talk all this madness about DM. She's been huge to the case, actually massive to the case, and you're going to find out that the late 911 call is actually going to be probably the final nail in his coffin. So there's even benefits to even the most tragic parts. I mean, late call, if it leads to different evidence, then it's a good thing. And I say that knowing that my daughter wasn't going to survive what she was stabbed so many different times. So, and I can clarify a little bit of that too.
You're referring to him going back out there? Like had she called 911 early, then he wouldn't have gone back at 9 o'clock, right?
I'm referring to a couple different things, but the coroner made it clear that at least two of the victims, it's hard for me to talk about, but they basically drowned on their stab wounds. So the blood wasn't like all over the place, or it would explain why the blood was contained. So if you have a blanket over you and you're doing a lot of internal bleeding, your body will hold a portion of that. So, like I said, everything that these people are trying to spin into some crazy conspiracy actually has a scientific background of why it is the way it is.
Can I ask a real quick question?
What he just said is true to an extent. Yes, agreed. Go ahead. Sorry.
My question is, okay, so he said a blanket was over them. Am I correct?
Yeah.
He's only talking about Maddie.
Maddie and Kaylee, yeah.
Okay. But where was the sheet? Didn't the police officer say they saw the sheet from the doorway?
They claimed to be, but we were told in the PCA the sheath was under Maddie's thigh, under the comforter.
Okay, so it changed then, right? So we've heard different on that one too. Okay, I just wanted to.
Right. No worries, Terry. That's what it's about. Ask the questions you need to ask, man. So yeah. If you're underneath a blanket and you have, it's basically, for instance, if you have cuts all over you, so on and so forth, and the blanket will keep the blood inside the body. If you're and what he's talking about is internal bleeding, that's why the drowning situation comes into play. So yeah.
But wasn't Kaylee supposed to be seated up in the
two of the victims, he said. So she's probably not one of them.
He's also trying to cover for DM right now with Xana, I believe, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to cover for DM right now. He's talking about Maddie as one of them, and Maddie was real, and I believe that Maddie's blood was, in a sense, contained, as in
Maddie's
whether her, things were not as bad, because I believe she may have been the only one truly asleep.
I agree with that. I've always thought that, yeah.
And also sheets that soak up everything, as well as a mattress. But SG is purposely saying this to cover for DM walking by Xana. And I believe that Xana's wounds were not contained because, like her father said, her fingers were hanging on by a thread.
She was laying on the floor we head to the wall.
Well, like we said last night, Dago, maybe her hands were under her. Maybe
that would be the only way.
A bomb is going to drop on my head.
Maybe I missed it, but I thought he was talking about Kaylee too. He wasn't just talking about Maddie. He was talking about both.
All he said was two of the victims were basically drowned in their own blood based on their injuries. Is that Kaylee? Maybe, I don't know, but we were told Kaylee was sitting upright in the corner.
Right.
So,
that's totally, completely does not go with each other.
Not at all. You're right, Terry. That's
But
the
what
point.
he's saying could apply to more than just me, in my opinion, him talking about Xana and Maddie. I know with these types of wounds, and they came out and said if they're telling us the truth about the wounds being in the upper body and head, most of them, if not all, would have been punctured in the lungs and drowned on their blood.
Well, and
sorry to be so graphic, guys. I'm in the
no,
medical field.
it is true, but here's the thing.
I just want to decipher what he's saying.
I'm still wondering if that's why we're not hearing at all about Ethan. I wonder if Ethan may have been in bed as well, asleep, just as much as Maddie was, because we haven't heard anything about him. There's no visual on him. There's nothing. So was he possibly asleep in the bed? Is he maybe the second victim that went through that scenario? Because Kaylee was not under a blanket. Based on what we were told, she was sitting in the corner defending herself. That's how she was found. Like she had backed up into the corner of the bed to try to keep away. Okay. So that doesn't make sense based on that, if that's true.
Does it?
And that,
I'm sorry, Diego.
That came from Christy and Steve, that she was trying to get away and she was whatever.
Right. And the reports have said that it was a very bloody scene, and he kind of contradicted that. That's a good point, Alicia. So we also saw Xana's bedroom.
Yeah, now it's contained.
On the outside wall, you see the blood is so bad that it's coming through the foundation there. And that's basically the wall that her head was facing, based on what we were told. That's where that foundation is.
Yet they walked right by her twice.
That's interesting, you guys. That's what I was going to ask you guys. Does anyone have a diagram of where Xana's bed was? Just a diagram of Xana's room and where her bed was.
We have a virtual. I have 2 or 3 virtual versions of the house in here. That
100% we know where her bed was.
Based on what the virtual model shows, yeah, per se. But I don't think. Hey, there's our Molly. I don't think she was. Well, she wasn't in her bed, and I don't know. Maybe he was, but yeah, that there is something out there that shows it. Go ahead.
So
Jesse.
are you believing, Dago, that was Xana's blood that seeped to the outside of the home?
And Ethan's.
And combination of both, I believe.
Oh, you think combination. Okay, I always thought it was Ethan. That's interesting. But now that we know Xana's head was right there.
Yeah, wasn't Xana in the hall?
No, she was in her bedroom.
At first, when they first lied to us.
Okay,
yeah, good way to put it, love. That's true.
So somebody in the chat said that these guys are tainting the jury pool, but I'm almost wondering if that's not the case, because these guys are so inaccurate about a lot of the stuff they're saying that if you're actually on the jury and you go to the court and you've listened to these, like, I'm trying to put this in perspective. A lot of the shows I've seen on this channel have been so wildly inaccurate, and it's amazing to me that we're sitting here listening to this. We all saw this channel put out this grand story about the 911 call and the kicking down the door, and this very completely different breakdown of and this was information that came from this man here, Steve. And the two of them just sit there and gloss over that like it never happened. Like, now we hear the truth.
Right, Jesse.
As they've done with everything, Jesse. Everything that's come out that has gone in the opposite direction of their beliefs, they've glossed over.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I can remember being on this channel on panels with WSU Kim and very great number of other people, and the things we've talked about haven't always been completely accurate, but we've never represented that we know anything that we don't know. Right. And a lot of the stuff we've, the 911 call in the form that it's come out now is very much the way we were hypothesizing in the past. Mm-hmm. A lot of the things we were talking about in the beginning have sort of come out to be true. I honestly think if you sat here and watched Drunk Turkey for 100 hours and then went to the courtroom and listened to the actual facts come out, you wouldn't be tainted. You'd be wondering why such misinformation was going out there.
Right. Agreed. I agree. And Papa G's right. We're going by the documents at this point, though, now. And it's
absolutely. But, it's not to say that we've never been wrong that we've never had conversations on this channel and been wrong about things, but we've never professed to actually know something that we don't know.
Right.
100%, Jesse.
But these guys speak as if things are facts, and then we find out that everything they said was bullshit.
Yes,
that's it. You are 100%. Yes. How many new stories are we going to hear? We never sat up here and tried to say with their first story, oh, this is it, or this is not it. Like, we were just asking, well, how does this make sense?
Well, actually, we were reading the PCA, which is completely off.
Well, is that not asking how does this make sense to you guys, the professionals? Because to us, this seems very off.
Well, I can remember when both these guys on the screen right now were absolutely adamant that only conspiracy theorists and psychopaths would suggest that anybody in Moscow knew about this before the 911 call went out.
Right.
Only psychopaths would accuse those roommates of calling and telling other people, and all those WSU Kim and Dave rumors were hateful and nasty, and anybody who brings that up is a bad person, even though WSU Kim was on his show. But when he decided to transition into a guilter, he cut that off and tried to debunk that stuff, and they were so adamant that none of that was true, only to find out that it was absolutely true the whole time.
Right?
Yeah.
And
very good point.
I got my peach chewed out in the beginning, middle, up until basically now, you guys, that it's come out for questioning those roommates. They were like, you don't know. If I hear about shock and freeze, I've been in the medical business
Ashley
a
Bamfield
long
just
time.
today said that, we're horrible, terrible conspiracy theorists.
Real medical shock and freeze. Dylan wouldn't have come out of her own room or been able to pick up her phone, hiding either in a closet or bed or under the covers. Real medical mental shock.
If she was in true shock, which I've dealt with personally.
That's why I've known and they chewed me out since day one, being like, you don't know what you would do in that situation. If I hear that one more time, what if I do know what I would do in that situation?
Yes, I get what you're saying. And I've even said, I don't know for sure what I'd do in that situation, but at the same time, I kind of do. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like I know how I would react. I think I know how a lot of people would react, and this is not the reaction. So
I think I know that the college girls that I was roommates with and were my best friends for 10 years that now we don't even talk to each other would have never walked past me laying on carpet or fake hardwood or hardwood or whatever.
Not even if you were new to them, you don't do that.
No, not my friend group. I don't know about anyone else's, but
even let me put
at the very least, someone, if you're a dude and they're making fun of you, they're gonna draw on you with Sharpie, pour water on you. Like, no one leaves someone like that.
Thard said yesterday, and he goes, listen, Dago, he goes, if it was you and I, even if you were new to the house, you walk past, you glance, you notice somebody's face down on the floor or whatever, and you think they're past it, you're going to walk over and check on them, yell out their name, do something. To do none of that makes no sense at all. Okay, none. So that's a big thing to me.
Well, not only that, by the time the 911 call was made, there was half a dozen people there. Yeah. And if you want to say that you don't know how you would handle this or whatever, well, half a dozen people don't have the exact same reaction to an event, right? Some people might be shocked. Some people might be very good at dealing with stress. Everybody's going to have a different reaction, but their actions seem to be uniform. They were all focused on the same thing, which apparently was covering something up.
Right. Agreed. And I agree with you too on that, Dan.
There it is.
That
was the perfect way to put it, Jesse.
Absurd, and it's not complicated. If horrible shit goes down, you address it immediately and make sure everyone's okay. That's 100% what I'm saying. So yeah, I agree. Not even if they just saw a masked man in their house, right? Yeah. Well, the fact that first off, there was a dual reenactment done. First, they acted out a scenario and then reenacted it for the 911 call. It's ridiculous to me, but okay. But the fact that the young man went in the house to check on a situation of being told supposedly Santa's passed out. I think she drank too much last night. She's passed out. And the first thing he does is go to grab a kitchen knife. That stops everything right there for me, dead in my tracks. Why are you doing that? If you think you don't have any kind of fear of something, which I do believe was bullshit. So there's that right out of the gate. Okay. And then to go to check the situation and tell everybody to get out. You already knew something, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but you did. And I'm gonna stick to that. I'm just gonna.
Of course she did. She said, how many times did she say on the 911 call, there was a masked man in her house? There was a masked man in her house.
Right.
Obviously, she had fear.
Bingo.
Well, what bothers me is the neighbor repeated that and didn't seem to have any problem with it whatsoever.
No.
And like I said, if I showed up at a friend's house because somebody was passed out, and then all of a sudden they threw that information out at me and expected me to repeat it to, the authorities, basically, mm-hmm. I wouldn't appreciate being used to relay some rather odd information. I would have plenty of questions, and these people didn't seem to have any questions. Oh yeah, by the way, just
Yep.
Yeah, there was a man in the house at 4 a.m. That's not something that should just slip off the tongue without question. That should be something that makes your jaw drop and makes your senses go up and say, "Hey, what did you say?
Right.
There was somebody in the house last night."
You didn't tell me that when you called me to come over here. Now you're telling me.
I mean, at that point, I would stop talking to the 911 operator and have this conversation with the person trying to get me to say that. Saying, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What kind of shit are you dragging me into?
That was there.
Yeah, good points. Very good points, you guys.
But I had a better point before that. Jesse, you're so on it.
Like I say, I'm trying to solve this in my sleep.
I just really think that was acting. About it.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have lost much sleep over this. I'll be honest with you, over the past couple of years, and now I kind of took a break, and I was given a break on this because there was nothing happening. And over the beginning of the month, last month, it all come flying right back like gangbusters. So yeah, 100%.
Who would say I'm here to
don't bring it up in here, Mama Bear. Are you insane? Don't even talk about that. What is wrong with you? That's not even funny. She's such a comedian. Thank you for being here, though. We're not talking about any shower curtains, and nobody else is allowed to. None. Anyway, you're such a comedian. Ha ha.
Who would be there that Dylan doesn't know their voice and would say, I'm here to help you?
I just don't think you can take anything Dylan said and
I know, and that stinks, Jesse, because I think there's some truth in part of her lies.
There's always a little truth in every lie. That's fact, but I don't believe that ever happened. I'll just say that.
Somebody said that she was her brain was twisting things so that when the law enforcement arrived the next day at noon, they said we're here to help you. And then so later on when she's recounting the story, she's pulling information.
She was projecting. Yeah.
Trying to pull truths out and fit them for her narrative, right? Which makes sense. I mean, if you want to lie, try to make it as truthful as possible. Mm-hmm. It'll be easier to remember. That's what they say anyway. I wouldn't know. I would have never lied.
Heather,
all I know is, honestly, after this case, I've given my mom the biggest hugs and told her, thank you so much for raising me the way you did.
Right.
To be smart and street smart, not only book smart. Street smart. Lock your doors. Put the broomstick in the sliding glass doors. My mom taught me that at 5 years old.
Right.
But I understand that not everyone comes from maybe even my background, They didn't, good for them. They didn't have any trauma, Maybe these kids really were just naive, innocent. But then how are they naive, innocent kids, but also kind of drug mules? Allegedly. I
have no idea.
Kaylee wanted out of.
I don't know anything about that, but Heather, we did bring that up actually yesterday. They did collect the mattresses. They took the mattresses and they took them and burnt them. And it's been stated in documents that they didn't swab or test any of the materials on those mattresses. I don't understand. I never will. That would be in my opinion, the bullseye of the crime scene. Why would
Whoa.
you test any of that for other DNA or anything else like that? And it's not swab tested, checked, nothing.
They burned the mattresses.
My understanding is they took those somewhere, and I don't know this is fact, so don't quote me on this. But they did remove them. We saw that happen. But then I was stated that they took and burnt them because they're a biohazard. That's why.
Okay, that well, obviously, yeah. After testing's done, they are a biohazard that needs to be disposed of properly. But they also cremated.
Why was there no testing?
Why was there no toxicology test? She was so adamant, that medical examiner woman.
Did they test the mattresses? Do you know before?
That's what we're talking about. We don't. It's been stated in a document somewhere that didn't happen. Okay. So
that's just ridiculous.
That's what I don't understand. That's one of the biggest things that I've got issues with, because that should be one of the first things you do check. Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Personally, I think the medical examiner made a huge mistake, whether it was on purpose or not. It's bizarre because if a family requests toxicology to be done, whether or not they think it's pertinent or not to their criminal case, they can still request it. And she was so adamant about not doing toxicology and it not affecting the outcome of these young kids' lives or their case. She was so adamant.
Right.
That woman.
It seemed like a stupid thing to say at the time because, the toxicology report coming back and showing that they'd been taking some drugs would have helped explain what happened. That could have helped explain the 8-hour delay. It could have explained so much. And when she said that it's not going to be relevant at all, I don't think it's relevant. That almost made people's eyebrows go up a little more.
That made my eyebrows reach heaven. Because you know who I thought of immediately? Ethan. How did they subdue him? What's in his system?
I think he was knocked out, if anything. I don't think they could have given him anything unless it was somewhere else.
Are you sure there was no medical pharmacy grads or anything that could get their hands on anything like chloroform, anything?
I don't know. That's a bit of a reach to think, only because he's a big guy.
Is it a reach in this case at this point?
A little bit.
Only all right, Dago, you know I trust you.
And it's just because of the way that if somebody were to come at you with a rag with chloroform on it, you're not going to touch me unless they knocked him out first. That's all I'm saying. So, that's possible. But again, yeah, I guess in a sense, everything is possible here.
It just always was so hard for me to understand Xana getting taken down the way she was, if Ethan was there at all, even fighting, unless there was like at least
he was knocked out or
10 on 4,
Yeah, no, I understand.
I just don't know how you can take down a 6'4" collegiate athlete.
Agreed. I've always questioned that. Let's get back to we need to get back to this though, because we ain't never gonna get through it.
And it's not Hollywood. It's not officers or a vacuum cleaner that went in there and vacuumed up stuff or whatever these crazy people want to say. That I think the vacuum cleaner is just the K-bar with one of the shirts that he grabbed and wrapped it around it. So you have a K-bar in your hand and you wrap a shirt around it. What does it do? It goes big and then goes down. Yeah. And I think he just seen the amount of blood. He wasn't sure if it was his. Yeah, he's blood everywhere, so he just wrapped it up and built it out of the house.
So at that point, he's going to know he left the sheath. So that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mitigate the trail as much as he possibly could because he was going to that door where he had the rest of his kid.
Do you think that we're going to find out in this trial what the prosecution believes he did with that knife?
I know some of the background of where they looked and what they were trying to find. And honestly, I think I just go to the simplest. Why has he got a shovel in the back of his car?
Sure.
And it's not these idiots, because there's a Cobra out there right now thinking to themselves that they're smart. No, you're stupid. You're an idiot. It was a mini one. It wasn't very big. You don't use it for snow. So anybody who thinks he was using that for snow, you're just a moron. You don't live out here. Nobody uses a shovel like that. use a shovel like that for dirt, and it has a super tip. So yeah, driving around with
you know a lot about shovels.
He probably had something to do with that, because then that gives him the ability to go back and get it. Mm-hmm. You know, and he showed all these. This was a fantasy for him. You know, he planned it for a long time, and so that was going to be, you know, the FBI were the ones that told they would be surprised about the kill kit. So it wasn't like I came up with that, and I had some insight about this true crime stuff. I didn't know. They told me they wouldn't be surprised if he surveilled the house multiple times. Wouldn't be surprised if he snuck into the house. You know, whether he did or not, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't know that. But I don't know that the profile that they built of this individual said that this person was going to surveil the house and be comfortable.
Does anybody remember Christy saying that she believed that
a certain level?
Go ahead, Terry. What?
Does anybody remember? He's talking about this right now. Does anybody remember Christy in an interview saying that he probably snuck into the house through the front door one time when they weren't there, and his fingerprints are all over the place?
I do, just as much as I remember her saying that she believed full-heartedly that the person that did this was very close and knew them very well. So yes, I remember that too.
Okay, because he's talking about they don't know about the, so I'm like, okay, well, put those two together and think.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think that they've stated a lot of things from the very beginning that have either turned out to be wrong, proven wrong, or just were pure speculation based before they knew anything. And that's probably partly what that was, in my opinion. But again, yes, I do absolutely remember many of things that were stated like that. So good point. Very good point.
Of planning and a comfort level that you're going to go in there. And these houses, people might not know this either, that these floor plans after COVID, they all went online. They put floor plans so you didn't have to ask to go see these houses. You could go online, most of these rental places, and see the whole floor plan, including this one, because this is called the Queens on the Kings Road. This is where the Queens were, because it was on Kings Road, and it was the house that for multiple generations where every kid wanted to be, because of the location put you, as soon as you got off the campus from the football game, you were right there. So you could go drink and not be harassed, you know.
What?
If you wonder why 911 wasn't called, you know, use your brain, guys. I mean, maybe you didn't go to college. You don't need to go to college to understand that. You want to get off campus and you want to have a beer with your friends. And if you got somebody who's 21 and somebody who's not 21, you better talk to the person who's 21 before you call 911. Yeah. Or that's standard protocol, right? That's standard protocol, because if that six-pack in the fridge has got 2 beers and those 2 beers are in somebody's room that they should be in, you know, now graduation, your finals are over. You know, you're sitting in you're getting citation or who knows what goes with that, you know. So people can read between the lines and understand.
This is pretty funny to listen to as a Canadian with our alcohol age being 19.
Back door, and you mentioned that maybe he'd been there before. You know, I think everybody's seen this image where they use these stools to secure the back sliding glass door after the fact. Was it broken? Was there something wrong with it?
I've been told that all those doors do not work correctly. They're, when I say all, that there's a lot of construction done around the exact same time. So maybe that was just a certain area that hadn't been developed, and then it got developed. So then those sliders are very common. So you can push the slider towards the lock and hit it, and it will pop it up. So that was well known that those sliders weren't very secure at locking. So I don't have any idea that that's what this person did, but I was told that even if you lock that slider, that would be a place where you would want to, or you're a person who's going to sneak into somebody else's home, a burglar, that would be an ideal door to try to test.
Yeah. You know, there was a time not too long ago where Ann Taylor was talking in one of her hearings, and they were mentioning that there wasn't any DNA of the victims inside of his vehicle, but they mentioned something about being sprayed all over the place. Now, I don't know if that's something that maybe the CSI guys did to try to find something, or is there maybe Are you aware if they found anything in the car that could lead to like?
I'm glad you bring this up because nobody talks about this part. So, don't believe me. Go do your own search. Go research. Go to a paid version of AI. There's some AIs that have legal descriptions and libraries. Go look it up. 6 weeks in a car, that DNA is gone. Even if you leave it there, it's going to be contaminated. It's going to degrade. So they were like, don't be surprised if we don't find anything in there because it's sitting in outdoor weather where it's going below freezing to up to 70 degrees. They literally looked at all the temperatures every single day that vehicle was outside. It wasn't garaged. So it's sitting in the baking sun, then going as cold as it possibly did. I think the coldest was something like 20 some degrees, and then the hottest it got was like 60 some degrees. But
Objection.
Amplify that right on up.
So yeah, that's straight bullshit what he's spewing right there. There's murder cases where they find stuff in the car 10 years later.
What the absolute what?
Objection. I know blood. I study it for a living. It's my life.
Wait a minute. Let me back this up again and rehear that just for a second. Because that, what?
Y'all, I told you. They lied to him and said,
6 weeks,
oh,
it's all gone.
6 weeks, it's gone. The DNA is no good.
No. Oh,
I fell out of my bed.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. I never heard this before, but okay.
So the slider.
What's up, Kane? Welcome, bud.
You push the slider towards the lock.
How you doing, Jacob?
And hit it, and it will pop it up. So that was well known that those sliders weren't very secure at locking. So I don't.
As a dad, and that was well known.
Then put a broomstick in it.
Even if you lock the slider, that would be a place where you would want to, or you're a person who's going to sneak into somebody else's home, a burglar. That would be an ideal door to try to test.
Yeah. There was a time not too long ago where Ann Taylor was talking in one of her hearings, and they were mentioning that there wasn't any DNA of the victims inside his vehicle, but they mentioned something about being sprayed all over the place. Now, I don't know if that's something that maybe the CSI guys did to try to find something, or is there maybe, are you aware if they found anything in the car that could lead to like maybe?
I'm glad you bring this up because nobody talks about this part. So don't believe me. Go do your own search. Go research. Go to a paid version of AI. There's some AIs that have legal descriptions and libraries. Go look it up. 6 weeks
libraries
in a car, that DNA is gone. Even if you leave it there, it's going to be contaminated. It's going to degrade. So they were like, don't be surprised if we don't find anything in there because it's sitting in outdoor weather where it's going below freezing to up to 70 degrees. They literally looked at all the temperatures every single day that vehicle was outside. It wasn't garaged. So it's sitting in the baking sun, then going as cold as it possibly did.
The baking sun.
So there's
in Florida. Guess what? I grew up in Florida.
There's no possibility that there's anything in the carpet or in the seat or on the. I mean, come on.
Honestly, for someone who works with blood like myself, having them being up in the Northwest like that or whatever, central, I don't even know. Idaho's its own thing, but they call themselves their own thing. But working as a blood expert, they lied to him.
Okay,
if he believes this.
We just covered a case. One of you guys in here that's part of this, my team, remind me the name. It's a very old case where they pulled DNA of some form or fashion out of a truck that belonged to a guy that I can't think of his name, that killed, it's believed to have killed a young girl. I think it's 40 years ago. Okay. And they pulled something out of there and tested it, and that's how they found it. So don't tell me where does this even come from?
Yeah, this comes from the same person who told SG that they were going to take all his commissary money.
Aren't they still trying to pull DNA off DB Cooper's tie and that was like 60 years ago?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
I'm telling y'all,
that's
blood
ridiculous.
Is the hardest thing to clean up for a reason.
Here's a good one. They're still they just
recently
came closer on.
I don't. Again, I have no.
On
words.
The
Morgan Nick, thank you, Tomboy. That's the case. Morgan Nick. It's been how many years on that case, and you're going to say that there's what? I'm embarrassed for him at this point now. I'm embarrassed.
Well, I think somebody's going to clip that and make a humorous video of it, because it would make a great 60-second YouTube short of Steve just, he's so cocky and arrogant when he's saying that. And he looks like such a fool.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to hear what Kane was going to say. It sounded really interesting.
I mean,
Can
I'm probably half
we
his
hear that,
age,
Kane?
but like I said, I study blood.
Virgin, what's going on?
You're cutting out really bad, bud. Say again.
Am I cutting out? Oh, okay. I plugged my mic and plugged it back in. Is that better?
Yeah. What case were you going to bring up?
I was going to say that they're still taking the DNA from Jack the Ripper. So if you want to take it as far back as it goes. And one thing I wanted to talk about just real quick, the slider. If you've ever tried, you can do like the popping up on the slider of the glass door or whatever, but you think you can do that at 4 a.m. in a quiet neighborhood and not wake anybody up? Like, it's so loud to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Saturday though, in a college town.
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna make noise, you know, and you're definitely gonna hear it. So
100%. Why are these two running around being like, I heard nothing?
Yeah, that is a good point, Kane. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Good God, I can't believe I just heard this here. Anyway, on we go. Thanks for jumping up again, Kane. I appreciate you joining us tonight.
I think the coldest was something like 20-some degrees, and then the hottest it got was like 60-some degrees. But inside a car, you have
literally perfect temperature for blood.
Yeah, this individual cleaned. They sprayed with something, but even if they left something there, six weeks inside of a car, it wasn't going to come back. It wasn't. At least that's how it was described to me. This stuff's not going to come back, or don't be surprised. They would have been very surprised if they found something that was usable. They were saying, no, it could be under a carpet seal or something to protect it. It would have needed something to protect it, because if it was in direct sunlight, like literally in 24 hours, DNA can start becoming corrupt in sunlight, especially sunlight inside of a car. So, this stuff will probably be brought up in the trial, but I never hear anyone ever talk about, hey, this car literally drove from Washington all the way to Pennsylvania. That's a lot of exposure. I wonder if this person just cleaned it up, or if they found something, it just didn't come back as anything that was viable because it was 100% contaminated.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're hinting at. There was some contamination. I do know that the FBI went through that car piece by piece. And unlike some of these people, I think they do a very good job. And I think they're very skilled at what they do. And
well, gee, Steve, and that I'm glad you stated that you think they're very skilled at what they do going through that whole car and found absolutely nothing.
And they let him drive away to PA and pulled him over and didn't sweep the car, take any swabs.
Right. 100%. So
and we know that he was on their radar before he left for PA.
Oh, I think everybody knows that. 100%.
So why didn't those officers that pulled him over twice on the way there do anything? What were you doing?
Well, it was because of that was planned to be. That's all part of the way that they were running the investigation. They couldn't have done it yet at that point. It wasn't the time. It was just part. I think they were keeping an eye on him.
They were worried about
like
their
that.
rules and like checks and balances then, but the FBI swoops in with 23andMe and is like, screw it.
Well, that's a whole different story, but yeah, I think that's all it was. They were just kind of keeping an eye on him. That's all.
So if he's such a loser, the FBI had to come in and find him illegally breaking all of our rights as citizens.
Right.
Can I ask you, Love, a question?
Absolutely.
You're a blood expert, right? So he's talking about the temperatures of, the sun. What do they go back every day on Farmer's Almanac and take the temperatures and see how it? But anyway, how many hours does it take for DNA? How many hours does it take for MPD to become corrupt?
0. But I can tell you the blood sticks around much longer than even those corrupt guys.
Welcome, Suzanne.
Can flip on a dime that fast.
And
Yeah,
it can be it can dry out as well and be
Murphy
reactivated with just moisture. So yes. Anyway,
there's a reason why Murphy was let out before all the blood came out. He had hair, like someone said. That dog has hair, not fur.
right.
It would have taken weeks to get those stains out.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. I can agree with that.
And
that makes sense
car, that the temperatures that even SG just gave, I mean, in a perfect world, that'd be idyllic for someone looking for a DNA blood sample. I mean, maybe not spot on. Of course, we always want it in an additive-free tube on ice, if we're traveling 3 to 5 days.
Sure.
But what they just told SG is a straight up lie.
Completely.
6 weeks in my butt. Like you guys said, we're solving cases by DNA 40, 50 years later.
I've talked about I don't know how many cases that Othram has solved recently that are cold cases based on DNA, whether it's blood, semen, I don't know what it is, but and they're pulling it out of old vehicles and cars and shirts, and that's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway.
They lied to that father.
There's definitely going to be a sense of some corruption, and they did find, like you said, there were some cleaning supplies that I hope that they can actually be traced back.
They found absolutely zero cleaning liquids or chemicals in that vehicle. That was another test that was done, and there was nothing found. So that's bullshit.
And there's no reason that you can't blame it for him cleaning his car.
What did you say? Say that again, Terry.
And they cannot use that. There's no way they can use that in court and say, oh, well, we saw, like they said, we saw him not just cleaning his car, but inside and out and vacuuming it when he got home.
Right.
He drove cross country. Of course, I would clean it too.
Well, you saw the car when they stopped him in Indiana. It was a mess. Okay. It was, wintertime, and there was all that road dust and dirt and everything. Why would you not wash it? It's a white car, for Christ's sakes. Of course you're going to wash the car. Stop.
Can you imagine the salt on it?
Right. Of course. That's what I'm saying. No cleaning. Yeah. No cleaning agents detected. Thank you, Mr. Girl. So put that one to bed too, Steve, because that's not true. And you should have known that already if you know all these other things. That's my problem. I don't think he's read any of the documents, guys. This is my opinion, but I don't think he has.
Okay. So somebody keeps saying, people keep saying that they're lying to, who's they?
Whoever he's getting his information from, or who's feeding the information to him that he's getting, they're telling him untruths 100%, Terry.
I think he's getting a lot of his information from Daniel. Who knows what law enforcement is giving him, but certainly his lawyer, Shannon Gray, will be giving him information. Gray Hughes, we can see he communicates. Yeah. I mean, Gray Hughes also had that 911 call before it was released technically. So, I mean, they're actually talking to guys like that. And guys like that are dishonest clickbait merchants.
I'm going to guess, though, Jesse, that most of it's probably coming from Shannon, his attorney, because that'd be the first one I would go to as my attorney and say, hey, what's going on? What do you know now? What do you know now?
Why is Shannon not on this? Because he's not on. Shannon usually is.
Shannon probably doesn't want him to do this, Terry, and he's doing it anyway. That's what I'm saying. Shannon has told him time and time again. I know this for a fact as well, because it's been stated not to do these interviews, and he's still doing them. So that's probably why, right there, because Shannon won't do this. Because it's not good. It's not good for the case. It's not good for them, and that's why he's not here, in my opinion. So just saying.
So far, we've had the judge called one of the experts. And by the way, if you recall, the guy that looked like the potato head, the weird guy earlier today.
Yeah.
And what did he say? He said, this is going to be a challenge of the experts.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the judge has called the defense expert a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
That's not going to change the jury.
He called Cy Ray a conspiracy theorist. 100%.
Yeah.
And that's insane.
We have this guy going on and saying all, a grieving dad getting on and saying all this stuff. I mean, come on.
Right. Agreed. Agreed.
Has anybody seen the movie The Joker? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dago.
Unfortunately, yeah, I couldn't stand that movie.
Well, well, the first one was pretty good. Do you remember him saying, "Once I realized my life wasn't a tragedy, that it was a comedy"?
Yes.
Well, this is a comedy act. Literally, he's trying to troll us. And one thing Twiz keeps saying is that exactly where we're at right here on this tape is the lack of evidence is the evidence itself. That's what makes him guilty. Is there's no evidence, so he must have done it.
I've seen that before.
Just like the fact that he got a hunting license proves that he was guilty because he's so smart. He thought of that.
Exactly. Eddie hit that yesterday. On one hand, because no matter what happens, like Eddie said, they're gonna. Okay, so he got a hunting license. That means he did it. But he got a hunting license. That means he didn't do it. Either way, because he got a hunting license. I mean, it's just dead in the water, no matter what it is. So it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Every angle they go at. So
you're danged if you do. You're danged if you don't. If you're
100% insane. 100%.
Well, what about the going? Real quick, and I'm sorry to go back, but for Steve D to say Jack D is the most, mild, meek, shy type of person, and he treated Kaylee so well, and blah blah blah, and yet what have we all heard and read and seen, and throughout that he
didn't answer the call when she needed him the most. That's what I read.
Well, what did he? He was mean to her. He called her names. It's on Instagram. Come on.
Yeah, that was part of the problem as to why they broke up before that. So all of a sudden he's a golden child.
I heard that it's going around that Jack D. Kaylee went to her father, who's on the screen, and said, I dated this one guy for a week and he was so rude to me, blah, blah, blah. I don't know for fact what else was said, but basically the guy was like, not it for her. And she told her father, who told the world, what if I never find another Jack D?
Right.
Is what she said to him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what if you never find another frat boy who's not going to answer the phone when you need him the most? Or was he downstairs with Ethan and Xana?
I don't think that Jack was there or involved in this at all. I just don't think that I think
check Dago, but I don't know.
I think there's a possibility that he was seeing somebody else that night, possibly, and that's why he had to leave and didn't want to go anywhere else, and that could have been where he was. It's a possibility. Why would he not?
Is that why he did? You think he didn't answer the phone in bed because he was with another gal?
Very possible. Yes, very possible. So.
But also, who is so angry someone showed up to save Kaylee that they would leave her in the state she was in that, giving that much anger to her injuries?
I don't know what
would
you
be
mean
jealous.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Wait, I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying.
I know you don't. I know. I'm saying that someone may have come in there to save Kaylee, and that PO'd him to the max. Hence why Kaylee's injuries were so bad.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I know anything's possible, right?
Right. Sure. Absolutely.
Hopefully, Ann Taylor can.
I don't like Jack as a suspect because where's the motive for Ethan and Xana then? And again, it looked like a multiple perp crime, and
he knew gonna. Right.
Oh no, I'm not saying Jack D did this on himself. No way do I believe that little.
But I mean, who's gonna join Jack D though? Like, let's say Jack D's motivated because he's pissed about Kaylee. He needs a couple of his buddies to come in and back him up by taking out his ex and all her friends. I mean, that's a bit of a tough ask.
Generations act, especially all boozed up and God forbid drugged up. Like, Yeah,
But just
it could very
given the
easily
choice, I think guys that are involved in the drug trade, guys that are a little bit older, are
Yeah.
a better fit for retribution, for
And
perhaps.
not to mention, they spent days with Jack too, Jesse. They spent days with him as the boyfriend to one of the victims. They were all over him for days. So that's
Yeah.
another opinion I have too. So I just don't. I've never.
Murph.
And Jack doesn't seem like he would be smart enough to cover his tracks either. I mean, he's a young guy. He's not in, as far as we know, he's not a hardened criminal. This sort of reeks to be the kind of crime of hardened criminals, guys that have done this before.
Or at least have more experience within this realm of it. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Or we're being absolutely fooled, and those little boys who aren't little boys, who are grown adults, got luckier than ever.
Any of these other
tried to
kids,
come
maybe.
in that house and save Kaylee.
I don't know about that, but
He
I
may or may not have been on the edge of stalking, doing something illegal himself.
Could be. It could be in some sense. Yeah, I don't know. Not him though. I don't believe it was him. If anything,
It was not Jack D alone. I would never put my money on him alone. But last thing, that Dot girl, no one believes. If I'm correlating Dot with the White's apartment girl who was a smoker on the porch all night long, she said she saw a very fair skinned male with light hair on the back porch, taking a smoke break with them.
Well, that I personally debunked her.
You think that was Hunter Pale?
I don't think that I don't think that ever happened. That never happened because that was a whole story concocted by somebody that was a TikToker that put that out there just to get some clout per se, whatever. That never happened. She was completely debunked and then debunked
How
herself.
was she completely debunked, Diego? I gotta know though, so I could believe it.
She admitted.
She was lying. She finally admitted to it after three creators put her out on blast, asked her multiple questions, and then proved it. And then she came out on TikTok and admitted she was not who it was. So,
or she was threatened as well.
No, it wasn't her because the person she was impersonating is nothing like who she was. The person that was Dot was almost 40 years old, I believe, 30, 34, 36 years old.
Isn't it?
Oh my gosh, why are people interjecting themselves to confuse the story so much, guys? Let's ask ourselves that.
Well, that was all about.
Isn't it amazing how people still believe what that nasty, filthy woman Dot was doing?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that just shocking?
It was a money grab.
I only came across Dot because I was about to give up on the case, and I started back from the beginning 2 days ago because I was literally giving up. So I was like,
"No, you're not the only one that still brings up things that she stated."
Yeah, that was absolutely.
I'm just saying that's why I bring it up. I started over.
And anybody that's newer on it, I absolutely understand questioning that, but we absolutely completely. Okay. I was one of the ones that debunked her. So
she was convincing.
The story was, 100%.
No, it wasn't convincing at all. It made no sense. It contradicted itself. You could tell the woman was lying.
Maybe, Sarge, I didn't hear her whole story, but just her as a smoker being on the porch, hearing what she did hear.
The way she enacted the story the way she enacted the story was convincing, agreed, but at the same point, it was proven twice, basically, and then she admitted to it finally because
people was a grifter instantly in my eyes, no different than the Linda Lane fucking video.
Yeah,
agreed. Some of us got bullshit meters that precede them,
Yes.
And most people that come out here into these communities, politics or whatever, they'll buy into whatever sounds reasonable because they don't know any better, and there's you can't really fault them for it. But
back then, people wanted answers, and that was a way to get some from somebody like that. That's why she did it because she knew people were going to receive her. So,
truly understandable.
Yeah.
Right.
Phil,
welcome, Sarge, and thank you for joining us. And on we go.
What's who's in the clown suit there? Whose picture is that? I can't see their name. Or
that's Kane.
Oh, all right, cool. I like the other one. Get out of the picture, Kane.
What's up, Sarge? How you doing, man?
Jesse's back. Look at that. Jesse's
Gun show.
There he is.
Gun show.
All right, on we go.
Because not everything is purchasable over the counter. There's certain things that you have to have a license to purchase.
Yeah, exactly. There's another case that had occurred. I want to say the last name was Porco or something like that, or Porco. A guy out of Rochester, New York, drove 3 hours, and he took the life of his mother or his father and his mom with an axe to the heads of both of them. And he drove 3 hours back, and when they searched his Jeep, no blood. He stood over him when he did it. Now, the reason that they believe that he was able to accomplish this, because there was no cleanup, no sign of a shower or anything like that, was because he was a veterinarian tech, and at his place of business, they had materials that would protect veterinarian techs during surgeries, and that's what he had worn. And he was able to drive 3 hours back without getting any DNA. The only DNA, I think, the DNA that they actually got him that ended up convicting him was he went through a toll booth and he got the DNA off of the sticker, the receipt that he got from there, and so that's what ended up doing him in. But I think that there's the possibility, especially when you see that 2020 May letter final that he wrote about how what to wear so that way you don't contaminate a scene. I think we're going to see a bunch of that in his purchases, and I think that's going to be something else that does him in.
Yeah, it's just another record that they.
Just a quick heads up. I'm going to keep going. I'm just giving you guys a heads up. There's 3 new documents out. 2 are readable, and they were just dropped today, so everybody knows. So we'll look at that too quickly if we can get through this.
We're able to pull off where, yeah, I mean, he talks about the right outfit that you would want to commit this crime in, and then they have him purchasing. Yeah. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but we all know what a Dickies outfit. One of the thing. It's basically what Michael Myers wore.
Yeah.
So, it's. I guess some people like to be lied to. They like to be manipulated and strung around. It's a bizarre thing for me. As a father, I never want that for my kids. I want my kids to think on their own and not be naive and get led astray. But maybe some people that's just not for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are some folks, it doesn't matter. I had one guy literally tell me that, because I guess there was a vehicle in Eugene, Oregon. I don't know if you remember that one that was crashed on the side of the road. Mm-hmm. Apparently that belongs to somebody at one point lived in Colorado, and the 1122 residents at one point, one of the investors had property somewhere else in Colorado. That's too much of a coincidence. That's too much. Don't worry about what BK is doing. That's all coincidence. But that car being from Colorado and somebody being from over there from Colorado, different parts, different people, everything else. It's
sounds
wild.
Like the guy you were talking to last night, Sarge.
Yeah, I had to throw him off.
Too much more. Is there anything else that you want to maybe get out, tell the world about anything?
I don't know if I've heard anyone repeat the because I want to bring a little bit of clarity, because people don't realize that, like, the interviews that I do on some of the TV channels, they're pretty much live, and even if they're not live, they're not scripted in any shape or form, so we can't go into details like this. So I want to take advantage of it. On that Brian Talley, his little thumbs up asshole pic. I think I figured it out. I think it's like 14 hours later, he's calling in sick for work. Yeah. And that's the only day he ever called.
What is Steve going to say? This is a main question I've had for a while. If they, and I still believe, because I know how people are when they think somebody's guilty. We all know that. We've seen that in true crime. But what's going to happen if they find absolute and prove absolute without a fail that Brian didn't do this? What is Steve going to say then about Brian?
The same thing he's doing with the 911 call in Dylan and Bethany. I mean, in my mind, there's absolute proof that Dylan and Bethany were at least up to no good and know something, knew a lot more than what they were leading on to. And both these clowns are just sitting there when they already told us a completely different story in the past, and they're just disregarding what's so blatantly obvious to everybody, that 911 call was staged. There's no way that was a real call, that they were really going through those emotions. They were acting, and I mean, clearly these guys have to know that. We've heard them say, this is the way it went down. They had to kick in the door because they were blocking the door, and and it's completely.
It really wasn't them saying that. That's these internet people like Dot that put out these fake narratives.
Yeah,
Dot did not put out that Ethan was in front of a door blocking the door. I don't know who did.
I'm not saying Dot did. Excuse me.
Not that. That's not what she was saying.
Excuse me. That's not what I said. I said that narrative about the door being blocked is the same bullshit that people like Dot were putting out, but different. Agreed. It's the same lie.
Like
this, I saw that. I know this. So just so you know, Jesse, that was created online. That there's no factual basis to support the argument he was blocking that door.
Agreed.
Well, the original story on Drunk Turkey that he was relaying what Christy had told him. That scenario
that's where that came from.
Was not the same as what we've recently heard on the 911 call. It was completely different.
Yes. Yeah, and that's absolutely right, Sergeant. It's crazy because that story itself came from Christy during their interview that Daniel had with her, which is insane to me. And now we have this. So
that's what's making it all come undone. Dylan walked past Xana while she was, you know what?
Twice.
Yeah, twice.
But one of the times she could have possibly saved her life.
Which Hunter?
He was a Sigma Chi, I believe.
Which Hunter?
Hunter Johnson.
He was no.
He wasn't Sigma Chi. I'm thinking of who was it, Terry?
Hunter Chapin was a Sigma Chi. Hunter Johnson, I thought, was a Delta Tau Delta.
Oh, Delta, that's it. Thank you. Okay. But Ethan's brother was Sigma. That's right. My apologies. I got those.
You got a video of Christy Gonzalez telling us that door was blocked and he had to force it open.
Say that again, Sarge.
There's a video interview of that. Of this guy's wife saying the door was blocked by Ethan and Hunter.
The way I remember it, Christy Gonzalez just did a short clip.
It was a video
only to offer proof that what Daniel was about. So Daniel told the whole story. Yeah. And Christy just gave a short clip saying, I've talked to Daniel. This information came from me, sort of just lending credibility to what Daniel's Daniel's story. And then Daniel goes and tells the story. And I'm not sure if he specifically says the door. I believe the story was they had to get Hunter because they couldn't open the door.
Yes, that was the exact statement right there.
The original, yes. Mm-hmm.
They didn't know. They were like, it was locked.
And then later people hypothesized that the reason they couldn't open the door was because Ethan was leaning up against it. That was perhaps the part that was the guesswork, but the actual story that Daniel was putting out there was these people were enlisted because Dylan and Bethany tried to open the door and they couldn't get it open.
Right.
Which it now doesn't seem to be the case at all.
Exactly.
I refuse to listen to Daniel from after he got on the media. From that point forward, I wouldn't listen to anything he ever says.
Oh, of course. No, that was
that's why they split by me. I thought that was completely a narrative created by YouTubers or people in the comments or
nope. And that again goes back to
I appreciate that.
Right. And again, that goes back to no disrespect intended, but one more time that there's more misinformation coming out and been given to a YouTuber to put out there should never have happened. Never should have happened. Sorry. Well, thank you. Hold on a minute. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Thank you, Tara, so much for that membership. I can't see who was gifted to right at this moment. Whoever you are, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate that so very much. Looks like Backwoods got it. So congrats, bro. Welcome. And another new meatball. So go ahead. Sorry about that.
I was just going to ask, they put a gag order on this. Any chance they might have put a gag order on this so that so many of this crap and conspiracies and theories and lies and
it didn't work, Terry. You know that. We see that because it was still
order protected the lies the state's been trying to perpetuate to the public through the Gonzaleses.
Yeah,
that's all that gag order did. I mean, look what we're learning in the last month or so. We should have known back in the beginning. Why were you gagging what Dylan witnessed? Where's the value in gagging that from the public?
The gag order was put in place to hopefully lose a lot of ours and the media's attention mostly us civilians. This is the longest gag order like I've ever seen in place.
Wow, there's too much involved in the case.
Lose
I almost
attention
think it
in the
was to protect
case.
somebody.
Hopefully.
Do you think maybe the gag order was about protecting the PCA? Because I know now we know the PCA is quote unquote irrelevant and it's all just lies.
Yep.
But it's been 2 years, right? If we found out that the PCA was utter lies in the first week, that could have been a problem, no?
100%.
Well, didn't they say the IGG was a witness, and what if it was the PCA?
You're right.
That gag order is done to this case something that could never have been done otherwise, and that is create a narrative that Brian is guilty.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all it's done. 100%. I agree.
That's all that matters to them is burying BK.
I'd like to think that if we knew how inaccurate the PCA was in the early going in the first weeks, there'd be more of a public outcry than there. I mean, there's no public outcry now. Nobody seems to care that the PCA was full of lies.
You're right. That was their plan, Jesse.
And others that were showing how irrelevant it
They're
had to
winning.
be. You had no facts. Not a single fact was laid out in that PCA. Factually, the PCA never placed Brian at the house, and it never, ever, ever even come close to putting him into, tying him into the crime. It was all based on my 15 years experience. I know criminals turn their phone off to hide their location. Well, that isn't evidence for a probable cause arrest.
Right.
That experience does not apply. Did you see him turn the phone off? Yes, sir. Okay, put it in. Right. But if you see, when you read that PCA, you'll see that it's a conspiracy theory, and a probable cause arrest requires at least the likelihood that the evidence given herein suggests that Jesse did this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they violated all of the common sense rules around what a probable cause affidavit is supposed to be.
Absolutely.
You could have 3 witnesses, okay, that you find out later are blind, but 3 witnesses that say, I saw this. And these 3 witnesses saying what they saw independently sounds similar, and you could use that to arrest somebody. However, when you realize that these 3 people are blind, you're supposed to kick it. And the judge is supposed to ask questions that are pertinent to what the accusations are. And this judge just signed it like she was signing an email.
Agreed.
So whether or not it was the intended purpose, the gag order certainly helped protect the PCA for 2 years, right? I mean, it wasn't until about 2 years later that Bill Thompson said the PCA is irrelevant.
So the gag order was put in place in essence to protect the lies and the narrative of bullshit, period.
He did not wait 2 years to say that, Jesse. He said that in 2023.
Okay.
He said that PCA is not important. We're not going to even use it. Now, why he would say that? He said the same thing about the IGG in 2023. It's almost like, well, if you're not going to use them, then what value did they hold to be used?
Served its purpose, Sarge. It was the PCA was to get a warrant to get Brian. Period.
Right.
Right. And I always said, and that's why I got into true crime, Jesse, is that information was strong enough to make Brian a prime suspect, but not charge him with 4 homicides.
Right.
Because there was no fact to it. That you can't point to any single fact in there. Even if your fact is true, that you picked them up on a phone at 4:47 a.m., that's got nothing to do with the crime. So even when you say his phone was turned off at a certain time, it's an hour and a half before. In other words, everything in the PCA is absolutely exculpatory because it places Brian away from the crime at different times from the crime. So,
and yet we were told to refer to the PCA, and that if we want to know anything about this crime, you can refer to the PCA.
The big distraction was that Linda Lane coming down in July 2023. That was the biggest distraction of all was the dropping of that video on the true crime community. Whoever did that, it'd be nice to know who did that, and I'll just leave it at that.
I have an idea.
It was the PCA.
You have an idea, Jacob? Don't say it out loud. You could
I've known for a while, and that's okay. We won't talk about it right now, but it is what it is.
We know it is, but the thing is, I still think the PCA is because that legally was a legal document, and that was a complete piece of crap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that kept everybody busy for however long, and that's where everybody was until all this other stuff came out and said, "Nope, sorry, wrong thing. That's not what it is," and there it is. So, Anyway, very good points. But we got a little bit longer on this. Let's try to get through it. This was a long one.
It's almost Jesse's bedtime. You better pick it up here.
Yeah.
You know it. You know it's almost Jesse's bedtime.
Going through the media. This is all going to be part of his search history. You guys are all going to see it. And, there's a thing, there's exclusive knowledge. If you know about a certain part of a crime before it's made general public, or maybe before it even happens, it's pretty damning. To me, there's nothing more damage. But I also thought people would change their tune when the Amazon order puts the murder weapon in his house, and his own family's like wondering what the heck's going on. And when I say family, I believe it's just one sister that was really
Hang on, Dago. He just said that it places the murder weapon at his house. So is it
on the March 20th to March 30th time frame for that knife purchase? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he's referring to, and he's done that twice now. And I called that out yesterday, actually, in the first part. He's referring to, and he shouldn't be saying it. He's referring to ordering off Amazon, and it was delivered to his home. That's what he's referencing.
Is that the night that they got listed in the warrant of recovered article?
No. Sarge, he's talking about ordering the.
How do we know
the K-bar with no description?
Right.
What I'm asking is, how do we know that like they described 3 knives and only one of them is called a knife? How do we know that's not the K-bar that he's referring to? Do you see the point that I'm trying to make?
I know what you're saying.
Knife in his house, right?
I know what you're saying, right? But I know what he's referring to because he did it earlier too. But I know what you mean, 100%.
Oh, okay. So he's referring to something completely different.
Yeah, he's referring to the fact that, and he keeps going to that. That's his way of ensuring that people don't forget that Brian ordered a knife online from Amazon and it was delivered to his home. That's what that's all about. He's done that more than once now, and it's ridiculous. He shouldn't be able to say that because we don't know that that's the murder weapon. Okay, we don't know that yet. So that's what that whole statement's about. Because I don't know, what did Jesse? He did it 2 or 3 other times earlier already. That he keeps saying that, referring back. Well, he had the murder weapon in his house. So on and so. We don't have a murder weapon, you guys. There is no weapon that's been shown to be the murder weapon. We have. You'd
like to think if they had the murder weapon, it would be in the court document.
I'm suggesting that they recovered a K-bar from Brian's home in Pennsylvania, and that's what prompted this guy to run with this kind of point of view.
No, I don't. Go ahead. I listen to you, but listen, I know what you mean.
They got a what was it? A cutlery knife and sheath. They have another folding knife. It's like some kind of tool name.
What do you call those things?
Swiss Army?
Yeah, something like that.
It's not a Swiss Army, but let's call it that. In other words, there isn't a knife on the planet Earth that's been created without a name, and it's just called knife.
Yeah, they have
a butter knife, a steak knife, a Perry knife, right? So here's the point. When you look at the application for the warrant and the return from the home in Pennsylvania, the first item they list is a knife.
Yeah.
With no description.
Nondescript, exactly.
And you're convinced that nondescript knife is not what he's referring to. And I'm suggesting to you that the police are making him view that recovery of a knife as the K-bar for the crime. In fact, that I bet you that knife is a K-bar, and he's interpreting it as that's the knife he ordered and used in the crime.
Well, only reason why I know what you're saying, and I know you said this before. The only reason why I don't believe so is because I think they would have actually said
no
K-bar knife description.
Well, then why would they lie to us for 2 years, Dago, like this? 2.5 years.
I understand. I know what you're saying, but that one I just can't get with that side because of the fact that it's believed to be the murder weapon, they would have put that in the description. And that would have been a whammo. He's got a K-bar found at his house. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't. And I do agree with you that every other knife in the world has a description. Why did they leave one nondescript? That does make sense to me. I don't understand why they would do that.
I think they left it nondescript because the recovery of that item was so important they wanted to keep their hat on it. And then they probably forensically checked it and found nothing connecting it to the crime scene.
I mean, it could be. You could be absolutely right. I'm just saying, in my opinion,
you would think the K-bar used for this crime would have a lot of damage to the blade, right?
Sure. If not broken. That's another thing I've always thought because of how many times Kaylee was attacked for one. These knives are known to be weak. The blades are garbage. So to do that many times and that blade didn't break, I'm highly surprised.
That's so much that they're weak. It's that they're hardened steel and the tips become narrow. They narrow to the tip and the tip it's brittle. It can break.
Well, I was just putting it in layman's terms so it was understood.
Can you rewind what he said about that knife again? I apologize. I may have jumped the gun.
No. No, it sounds like it. You're right, because I caught it too. Hold on.
You know, as a father, I never want that for my kids. I want my kids to think on their own and not be naive and get led astray. But maybe some people that's just not for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are some folks, it doesn't matter. I had one guy literally tell me that because I guess there was a vehicle in Eugene, Oregon. I don't
know the details like this. So I want to take advantage of it. On that Brian Talley, his little thumbs up asshole pick.
On the March 20th, March 30th time frame for that knife purchase. Yeah, 100%.
If somebody was able to tell them exactly when that, and there's a thing, there's exclusive knowledge. If you know about a certain part of a crime before it's made general public, or maybe before it even happens, it's pretty damning. To me, there's nothing more damage. But I also thought people would change their tune when the Amazon order puts the murder weapon in his house, and his own family's like wondering what the heck's going on.
See, that's what he's saying. The Amazon order puts the murder weapon in his house. That right there, because the ordering the knife from Amazon, that they're telling everybody and swearing up and down with no receipt that's what happened. So, that's why. And he actually described it in detail there before. He just said earlier, and you went nuts earlier because he said, "Oh, and having the murder weapon in your own home and blah 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 blah." It's like no. Stop saying stuff like that, because all that does is propagandize.
Well, in his mind, it is the murder weapon. He's either been propagandized and believes what he's saying, but
yeah,
I think it's a strong contention that the K-bar knife was recovered along with his firearm because he never took it to Idaho or Washington. In other words, when you know that there was a handgun left at home,
could be
okay, at home in the same location there were knives left at home, that's more indicative of the kid owning the knife, but it never left Pennsylvania. You follow me?
No, I agree.
It's so suspicious that they called it a knife with no identifying feature.
Exactly. I agree with you.
It's so consistent with everything else they did. It's criminals turn off their phone to mask their location. Everything these people do is a play on words to either implicate the kid or to hide their dishonesty.
Agreed.
Well, Denise is right too, and she says there's no proof to any of us that a K-bar was exclusively used here. I agree.
That's I can't see the comments right now, but Denise, if you said that, that's what I've been saying since like day one when they were. We have not found the weapon, but we know exactly which one did it. And I was like, when has this ever happened?
Steve said, "Let's cut to the chase. The wounds don't match."
Yeah. He said that he admitted the wounds don't match?
Yep.
I believe that's because golf clubs and possibly a K-bar knife was used. But the golf clubs were.
I know he said earlier he punched his daughter in the face.
I don't think so.
He said on News Nation this last night that he broke her nose, punched her in the face and broke her nose.
Yeah.
It's just my opinion that I think it was a driver instead of like a 5 or 9 iron, and I don't mean that disrespectfully at all, whatsoever.
Well, he also backtracked on that wound comment you guys were just talking about, and said that meant that's where the punch in the face came from. But clearly, when he was talking about it before, he was talking about the wounds. He described them as large puncture wounds. So on and so forth. So
let's be honest about the punch in the face, breaking Kaylee's nose, apparently. Dylan didn't hear that? You'd think Dylan would hear that.
100 agreed, yes.
No, it must have happened after she had been quietly deceased with 50 some odd stab wounds.
And that's the thing. How do you know that it was a punch from a fist? It wasn't a swing from a golf club, a baseball bat, a lead pipe,
an elbow. Could have been an
elbow, a kick, a knee.
Daniel, I was thinking if it wasn't the driver, it could someone brought a baseball bat. There's only one way.
Any of those things could be any of those things.
The way that someone explained her face normally, like
she was described as being unrecognizable. So a fist is not going to do that from one.
And then they just explained like the front being normal, our nose sticks out, whatever.
Right.
The normal shape of our profile. And apparently, and they're a trustworthy source, Kayla's face was essentially caved in.
If the knife broke and they recovered this, now this would make sense to what I'm pointing out.
But why
if the knife broke during the attack, Dago, and they found a K-bar knife at Koberger's residence that was intact? Do you follow me?
I know what you're saying, Sarge. I do.
I didn't know until just now that he said that the wounds were probably due to the knife breaking. I didn't know he said that because, I said,
he said that. He said that a long time ago. Yeah,
I can't stomach listening to Daniel. I can't. I mean, to see him on your screen, I feel bad for you.
Well, that's the only way we could do this because he did the interview. I get it, but I get it. A lot of people don't like it, so. But thank you, Candy, because that is a true statement, and that's what I'm saying. He's backpedaling and changing it to this now, and you can't do stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. It's crazy.
We're still waiting for the big reveal on what was quote unquote gross, and somebody brought that up in the chat.
When he made
back when he said that something's going to come out, information's going to come out about these girls, and some people are going to find it to be gross.
Yeah, he's made many, many statements like this, and then there's no recover from it. There's no people sit here for months going, "What the hell was he talking about?" And then you wait to see what that comes to be, and it's nothing. Just like when he said,
what was supposed to be the grossness? What was supposed to be the grossness? He was
nobody knows.
No,
he didn't elaborate.
That's what the question is. He never elaborated or recovered for that. Brought it back to the table, said anything else, but he's made many statements like that. Just
and
like
that
when
makes me believe.
Oh, hold on, let me finish this, please. When he said that the Wi-Fi touched the modem. Well, okay, great, that's fine. And then yesterday or earlier in the interview, he says, "Well, I must have misread that." 2 years later, you that's what I'm talking about. Those types of things. It's ridiculous.
In the context, he said gross. I personally thought he was talking like sexual.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
it seemed like that's the road he was going down. That was the context. It was a sexual gross, not like blood and gore gross. But nothing ever came of it. We've never heard any more about it.
Jesse, if that was the case, this would be so much more simpler for us to wrap our minds around. And I hate to say that because that would make it even more.
I don't think he was talking about SA, though. I think he was more talking about like lesbian relationship or inappropriate, somebody cheating on. Yeah, and I'm really getting into.
Would even refer to like an
hold on
relationship being gross.
Hold on, because go ahead, Sarge.
I'm saying what that plays right into what I said originally 2.5 years ago.
I don't know.
That this appears to be an attack, and it's motivated by jealousy and rage, and that you had a love triangle there with the three girls.
Right. Were you trying to say something, Kane?
Oh no, I don't mean to change the topic, but I think it's coming up right here where he says that this guy went to graduate school and lived at home. He's a loser.
Yeah.
And so if you want to debunk everything that he says, his daughter was doing the same thing, allegedly, right? Towards the end of the semester, she's living back in Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah.
And that makes, yeah.
He's done a lot of that kind of stuff. Agreed. And it's not, no disrespect to the victims by any means whatsoever, but you can't say stuff like that when you're in turn going to do this. Just because you believe he did this. Once again, innocent till proven guilty. You've got to let it ride. You've got to see it for what it is and stop making these statements like this because it's just wrong. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah.
100%.
I just want to clarify one thing about what I said. I was never trying to suggest that I think lesbians are gross to all the
Oh, no,
lesbians.
Oh no, I know
I
that,
was
Jesse.
I was
I'm sorry
speculating
I
about
said
what
that. I
Steve was
thinking
thinking
out
and
loud,
saying.
what
No,
could
you're good, Jesse. I knew what you meant, but no
Jesse,
worries.
I know you didn't. I was thinking, like, why would but like, I literally said once I muted myself, Jesse, I was like, well, I don't know, SG. I don't know what he thinks is gross or not.
That's a
I
good
think
point.
they're a religious family, and I think he's pretty much got his own view of the world, and that if you don't fit into that view of the world, you're a loser.
That's pretty much what I was going
And
with.
I can't argue. I mean, I'm a little more forgiving to people. I don't really care what you do, but I kind of have that view of the world in some respects, like he does, but probably not as hardcore.
Sarge, I think you're right, because I've been walking around, honestly, not making fun of this tragic situation, but like kind of to keep myself going in a way, being like, you gotta be a winner, and this is what you do to be a winner, like making fun of them. But like, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Dago and Jesse. The way he goes on this loser tangent will tell you so much.
Maybe he's
It's
not down with the
bizarre.
clam clapping. I don't know. What do you think, Jesse?
Whatever he was saying about gross, I got the feeling that his version of gross wasn't going to be gross for most people. It was,
Yeah, I agree. Does he got a cross on that?
I
hat?
agree with that.
What am I looking at in that hand? Is that a cross?
Yeah, that's what he. Yeah.
There you go. Sarge? This one's actually for you. And I was thinking about it on a drive the other night when I'm doing DoorDash. Right, I'm like, Steve is very. It's very important to him to get his views across. Right, they wear the T-shirts with the firing squad chair on it outside the courtroom, and then I started thinking about the hat. Okay, remember we've changed over from the hex hat now to this white hat, and I was like, I believe in God, but that hat kind of offends me for some reason. I'm like, I can't even see a priest pulling off that hat. And then I was like, you know what? It is a white, pointy hat with a cross on it. And then once I kind of visioned that in my head, I couldn't unsee it. And I feel like a lot of his rhetoric is coming from, like, you were at a rally. I feel like I'm at a rally or something with this guy that that you see in these documentaries, and he spews this BS out there, and if you hear it enough times, you could start to believe it.
I agree. He's made xenophobic comments too about people. He's not from here. He's a foreigner, and he said that about content creators.
People he comes from a
he's got no business talking about this. He's a foreigner and stuff like that.
Yeah, he has
his own bigoted views.
Cocaine users and morons. Now that's basically saying that we know nothing about what we're saying.
Yeah, I know, right? And like, some of us actually stick our necks out there having families for his daughter. That was really nice.
Well, and another big thing too is the thing that with the statements he makes that bugs me about Idahoans and this and that and everything else. You are not from Idaho. You're a transplant. You came to Idaho. You're from California. And he talks about Idaho like it's his home. Granted, you live there now. I get it. Here's what it is. So,
well, you see that religious community around Moscow, right?
Hey, Tandy.
And so the religious right sometimes is just so hardcore to the right. And that's what I sense him to be. And I can respect anybody's view of the world, and you live your life within your life, and I'll be okay. But don't, it's like, I don't mind if you're gay or if you're like a Buddhist, or none of that offends me at all. But don't make your issues or your point of view, don't require me to share them with you.
Right. No, you can't shove it down somebody's throat. That's
don't
the whole
Jehovah
point.
Witness my ass, because my door has a big slam on it.
Yeah. Don't shove it down our throats, though.
Exactly. All right. Good point, Scott.
And when I say family, I believe it's just one sister that was really, really helpful, or the other people weren't so much helpful.
I mean, they're pretty specific.
And I'm not just going to take a second. I'm just making a statement, guys. Please understand, he's still pushing the narrative that the sister, the family is going to be testifying against Brian, being helpful in the case. This is all bullshit. Once again, the prosecution and the defense have clearly claimed and stated that they will not be forced to testify on any subject whatsoever. If they are, it'll be as needed, period. So it's not about that at all. And that's a joke. Stop saying that because it's not true. That's all I'm saying.
I bet he's being given that point of view from the prosecution.
I'm sure he is. Absolutely, I'm sure.
And that's the catch-22. And and in some respects, I feel a little bad for the guy. But on the other thing, use your head, bro. If that was your daughter being charged like Koberger, would you be behind her being executed by gunfire with the evidence that they put forward here? And you really all got to look at it like it's your kid on trial here.
And I'm sure that he has angst against his parents for no reason. They didn't do it. If he's the one that did it, they didn't do it. And that's what I'm telling you. The guy has so much anger built up, which he should. Your emotions are in front of you. You're not using this the right way to help in this situation. And it's not working. I'll just put it that way. It's not working. That's all I'm saying. So
am I wrong? You're right. It's not working.
Am I wrong to think that the fact that they have not deposed Brian's family members and they haven't been clear about whether they even intend, it sounds like there might not be any intention to bring them on the stand to testify. Am I wrong to think that casts more doubt on this Amazon purchase that was purchased from a family account?
Not at all.
With the lack of descriptions, the fact that they don't mention a USMC logo on a sheath, the fact that they call it a K-bar instead of the K-bar, and it's very nondescript. Yes, and if it's a family account, wouldn't you be clear about interviewing the other family members to say, well, is this your K-bar? It's not yours, right? You didn't order it. You didn't use it. You would think that would be necessary if this is actually a legit piece of evidence, but I've got some doubts about this K-bar.
Jesse, can I ask you a quick question? You gamble to some extent, minorly or whatever, right?
Certainly, that's what I do for a living.
Yeah. All right, so here's the deal. Here's the bet. Take it or leave it. $10 that the knife in the PA warrant is a K-bar, and your side is that knife in the K-bar, the knife in that warrant is not a K-bar. $10. My argument is that it is the K-bar.
Well, I mean, it says it's a K-bar, so
no, you'd have to give the warrant, not the return for the warrant.
Wait, what's the bet? I like bets.
Home. What's the bet? They recovered a knife that they don't identify, and I'm saying that knife is a K-bar.
Oh, that particular knife. So you're not talking about the Amazon warrant?
No, I'm saying it is the Amazon knife. Watch.
Oh, so you're saying that knife is the Amazon knife?
They recovered a knife in Pennsylvania without identifying it, and I'm saying that is a K-bar and or a hunting style knife similar to a K-bar. And I'm putting $10 on that. If you want to take the other side, that it's got nothing to do with any of those knives.
I don't know. It sounds like a pain in the ass to have to send you $10, but
all right,
I'll give you $10. No,
make it $100. I don't mind.
They would have locked and loaded him already. He'd be in there.
I'll bet you a beer, Sarge. But
beer.
I'd be very interested to. I mean, that would make it quite interesting, right? If that K-bar was actually
in Pennsylvania,
seized on day one when they came into the house, that'll be quite interesting.
Did he also bring the golf bag to Pennsylvania?
Wait, what?
Did he also bring the golf bag and golf clubs to Pennsylvania?
No, those belong to
and if so, why didn't
there were 3 sets of golf clubs in the house.
Check his trunk. Why didn't they search the car?
Because they weren't supposed to. They were just supposed to make sure he was doing what he was supposed to be doing. That's all that was about.
Just making it to another state to hide evidence. That was their job.
No.
Just sure he got there.
Just to follow him to make sure that he wasn't doing things. He wasn't he was going where he was going. That's all. There were 3 sets of golf clubs in the house, so any one of those could have been used if they were used. I'm saying.
Who's
so yeah.
3 sets? Who was the other 2 that played golf?
Xana, Ethan, and who knows?
Xana, Ethan, and I want to say that Ethan's brother may have had a set there that it was being borrowed or something like that. Don't quote me on that one, but
why are the Chapins crying rightfully so, I say that. I don't say that sarcastically. Crying that they can't get their son's golf club or his bag back.
They're but probably because they're holding it for evidence for the trial, per se, for whatever reason. I don't
No,
know.
they wouldn't.
I don't
Then
know.
they
I
wouldn't
don't
believe the
know.
frat boys did it.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I
BK
don't know
did
that
it
one.
with one K-bar. Oh no, I'm sorry. He was wielding two weapons at once.
yeah. Bethany's a golfer as well.
Yeah, she was. That's it, Bethany. That was the other set. Thank you, Sarge. I do believe I heard that too. So anyway, sorry to stop again, guys.
Oh, Bethany's a golfer. Let's go hit 9 holes, girl. Let's see what we can talk about. We'll have some LITs.
On the March 20th, March 30th time frame for that knife purchase. Yeah, 100%.
If somebody was able to tell them exactly when that happened, even though the history had been deleted, why do you delete this? I mean, why would you delete that? If you're this outdoor hunter, CSI, because I hear all these people, oh, he's a CIS grad. He's gonna have all this weird stuff. You're not gonna have knowledge of a crime, bro. You're not gonna have knowledge of the crime. That is not public knowledge. You're not gonna have it. No character. And it doesn't explain doing surveys and doing all these weird things and creeping every girl out. And
once again, for the people in the back, the survey was a project for class to get his degree. I don't know why this. Forget it. Anyway, anybody that didn't know that,
I'm going to say to you that he and his wife are in disagreement here. His wife may, from a little bit that I've been exposed to, she may suspect Koberger's involvement, but not the actual killer. Where he thinks Koberger is the sole killer.
Well, you absolutely
there's that house.
It used to be the other way around, Sarge. Christie was the one that thought nobody else but Koberger did this in the past. And he was the one that said, okay, maybe somebody else could be involved. And maybe they switched places now. I don't know, but
I think so.
It could be. It very well could be. But this is just, it's ridiculous.
Have you guys all checked that comment from about the DMs with Christie about the second perpetrator?
I haven't seen that yet. No, not at all.
That's why I speculated that they believe it's Kopaka, because it sounded very much like those DMs from, and these are hypothetical. No receipts were shown. I didn't actually see that. It was just a rumor of DMs with Christie is all.
Right.
Gotcha. But
look into that. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to write that down because I keep forgetting to look into that.
Wasn't that PA search that recovered a knife, and then the Amazon search that went looking for when it was bought seemed to be coincidentally in an order that would suggest a knife that's not described as a K-bar.
Right.
I'm going to keep throwing those little comments out, Jesse.
I know.
I'm thinking of what you're laying down, Sarge.
I mean, I think that would be quite interesting. Because, like you said, if that knife is in good shape and there's nothing on it, and the tip's in good shape, I mean that's exculpatory, right?
Kid owned a handgun. Why wasn't the handgun in Idaho for him to use the handgun against these people? He physically owned a handgun. They recovered it in Pennsylvania. So here's the thing: you got a guy that if you sneezed, he would jump out of his fucking seat, right? Taking a picture in a mirror that makes him look like an 88-pound weakling. That you're alleging took a knife and slaughtered 4 young adults, and the kid owned a gun. The kid owned a handgun. Why isn't the handgun a part of this crime? Why wasn't a handgun brought into that house? It makes no sense that this kid went in and fought down 4 people and killed them with a knife when he owned and he owned his own personal handgun. You're not going to trace that back to any with a bullet, but you'd have to recover the handgun. You'd have to make him. In other words, it probably would have been a better move to go in that house with a gun. If you're going to go in there to kill 4 people, which is what happened, why would you go in there with a knife? In a sheath that's not attached to you. It makes no sense.
Callie Dime is saying because the knife would have made noise, but you can still use a gun the gun would have made noise, but you can still use a gun to control the people, right? Just the threat of the gun pointed at people.
Piercing, death-thrilling screams don't make enough noise to alert anybody in that neighborhood.
That would have made that easier for one person to handle all 4 people because you can keep them at gunpoint as you're doing the other scenario.
Silencers are legal.
And just the risk that you're going to put yourself under. I mean, the gun is a last resort. You know, if you need to use it to escape, you know, like you're better off having it than not having it.
Agreed.
Red flags is what really frustrates me, because this guy had been harassing girls all the way back to high school. We've talked to people all the way to high school. Like the girl that was literally like, he's obsessed with me, and it was like extremely embarrassing. I'd walk into the classroom and everyone was like, is he going to be that awkward weirdo that stares at you all day long? You know? And so this goes all the way back to school, and they've interviewed and talked to all these different people. So it frustrates me that you can harass people at school, and because of the way the system is, you kind of go unnoticed. You kind of are able to pull it off because nobody wants to drag those victims into a court case. Nobody wants to do a police report, say this girl is absolutely petrified of this boy, and she's crying at night and all that kind of stuff. No, they basically remove the two and then pretend like it never happened. And that he had been removed from so many different situations because some girl came forward, all the way up to WSU, all the way to WSU. He was still getting away with it, still being able to harass these girls. And you know, it's a very frustrating thing to see how many failures led to your daughter's death.
Yeah.
And but we're working on
Why didn't he kill any of those girls that rejected him?
we can pass some laws that try to help another family from having to go through a BK type, because unfortunately this is probably going to lead. I mean, that Georgia kid was a fan of his. The Georgia school shooter, I don't know his name. Great.
Yeah, I remember he called himself a thrower.
So it's already happening. So when people see why I'm on a camera and why I'm talking about the death penalty and the firing squad, it's not that I'm into this stuff and I ever would have talked about it. It's just I know there's fans, and
Eddie, what did you say?
Trying to save another family in another school.
Eddie's being sarcastic, you guys. If you didn't catch that, that's all. He's just making jokes and being sarcastic. And that statement, if that's what you're questioning.
The harassing statement?
Yeah, he's just being.
I didn't know who was harassing who. I thought it could be, you know.
That's why he said it. He was still harassing them. I tell you, like he's being sarcastic. Eddie's been in the sarcastic.
I just questioned it because I was like, my mind was even open enough to the FBI harassing Steve G. Continue. I retract.
Business from dealing with somebody like this. You know, Dreams of Gander. He literally wrote about how he just felt like people were sacks of flesh. I mean, everything this guy did, and to think that some people are still following the narrative that he has been all set up. Like, who set you up when they don't even know who you are? That's another way. You're going to plant somebody's DNA and they're not in CODIS? What are you, stupid? And there's criminals all around your community that you could literally plant that and they'd be arrested and never see a day of light and they'd be over and done with. Nobody would even question it. But you're gonna go after this PhD guy who you're gonna have to do this whole IgG thing to. It's gonna spend weeks working on it. It doesn't even make sense. Who sets up somebody like that?
Who doesn't look at all them blood samples with IgG?
I appreciate you giving an audience and helping set the table straight and help bringing out as much truth as we possibly can. I always say go to Idaho's webpage, go look at the court records, go through it. Don't take my word. Don't take Daniel's word. Go look yourself. Verify everything that you hear, and hopefully in summer we can get this case over with, and you'll see it play out. And it's going to end. I know exactly how it's going to end.
Yeah, no, I have a strong suspicion on how it's going to end as well. Knowledge of the crime. I mean, there was a late 911 call. He may have seen somebody. Is it possible that he made a search during the time before the 911 call came out?
He felt very confident to return to that scene at 9 o'clock, right?
Yep.
I wonder why he felt so confident.
That's been debunked.
True. That was one of the things that followed my mind, for a while now. It's like he was able to go back. He went back. I mean, the scene could have been stored at any point.
He didn't go back. There you go.
Documenting cars that are driving by at any point.
Yes, sir.
Hasn't it been debunked that Koberger did not go back to that home?
Hold on. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, my understanding is a long time ago that was debunked.
I don't think so.
When they were doing the survey and Bill Thompson was freaking out about the PowerPoint. I mean,
it's weird when you see Santa Claus himself.
They have him on video at the ATM. I do know that.
At an ATM, but they don't have him back at the crime scene, as Steve was saying.
I don't know for a fact. I'm
gonna go with Dig on this. I don't know for a fact either, and I know a lot of facts about this. I don't think it's been proven.
I don't think so. I think there's a doubt, Sarge, but I don't know that they've been able to.
I think the location of his phone at an ATM and a picture verifying shows that he was not at the crime scene as alleged.
Okay, so Heather just said
that
Heather just said that Eliza said no, he was not there.
I think at one point he was there, and they
ran with it.
They ran with it.
Eliza Massa said he did not go back to the house, and so she's the attorney. I'm gonna go with what you're saying there.
That's exactly what I just said, Yvonne. Read what
on video. Yeah, at 9 a.m. he was on the video at ATM, so that proves that he wasn't there at 9 a.m. at the house. So there you go.
So Steve is giving more misinformation.
Right.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. So again, they lied to us.
I honestly think you could go through this channel and start clipping previous episodes about key facts in this case and that contradict themselves, and it would be a Remember when they said the car would be a treasure trove of information? The Drunk Turkey Show is a treasure trove of misinformation.
Yep. Agreed. From the beginning. Good point.
How can he go back to a house that he was never there at? He was in Lewiston.
Oh, that's true too. He did. He wasn't there to begin with, so that's a good point too, Kane. Good point.
Here's the thing about Steve G. He wants no one to ask any questions. That's like, if they're gonna plant somebody or pin this on somebody, why don't they get somebody who's in CODIS? And they wouldn't ask any questions, and we just put them away. Right. And he also makes it sound like he's part of the investigation team. At the very beginning of this little reel right here, he says, we looked back at his high school records. We interviewed, and then he changes it to they told me. But he wants to make it seem like he's part of out there, doctor investigator playing Doctor Who, and picking up all the clues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's also talked about earlier on, which was shut down by the FBI, his investigation with his PIs, his PIs quit on him, and for whatever reason, and he was basically told to stand down, okay, because of the direction he was going within his own investigation. So yeah, agreed. That's a great point, Kane. Great point. Absolutely.
Brian was on the radar because of some case in Pennsylvania. So he may not have been on Idaho's radar, but that case in Pennsylvania would be relevant to the FBI. Right? Where his parents had to go to court, to a grand jury. The woman was that jogger, right? Where
they looked the other case they looked at.
Somehow Brian's name got pulled up into that case somehow. For whatever reason. And in that, if you want to make a conspiracy theory, in that shenanigan of a case, maybe in fact where they came in contact or were made available to collect some.
Yeah, but that never came up until after this, though.
I realized that, but that started before this case.
It did, yeah. No, in all reality, the case happened and started before this happened, but it didn't come to the surface until this happened. So yeah, I agree with you.
Right. People are arguing it was after it, but the case itself happened prior to Idaho.
Yeah, the murder happened.
The parents came after this case, right?
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah. Dana Smithers. Thank you, SRB. I was trying to think. I knew it started with a D. I couldn't remember, but that was her name, right? Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you again for coming on. Maybe after this is all over, if I can get you back on and we can talk about your experience there, then maybe we can get you on about some other things that don't have to do with true crime. Maybe. I know we've had our conversations with other stuff as well.
I got you, man. Yeah, you would. You're the kind of guy that you're my neighbor. We would probably shoot the shit and catch up and hang out and have a couple beers or in a barbecue. And those are the type of people that I hang out with and have an association with them. But nothing like BK.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, this guy, he's just seeing that picture that he took, that selfie, it makes you mad. I mean, mad is just not even a strong enough word. Angry.
Once again, if and when this is proven, even if they prove who actually did it, okay, and Brian is found completely innocent on this and exonerated, I want to see everybody that's made these kind of statements retract every one of them. Because, in a sense, that's just ignorance. It's just ignorance.
I want to make a point. Guys like Brian Kohlberger appear weird to guys like, what we'll call us normal guys. However, one of the reasons they appear so weird and distant is because we put them on the outside and won't let them in. So Big Bad Steve that will only hang around people that are just like Big Bad Steve are why guys like Kohlberger come across and become so distant and inexperienced in mingling with people because people don't want to put them around themselves. Do you follow me? I mean,
absolutely. So
he don't get picked for dodgeball. He don't get picked for baseball. Brian gets put on the outside because he is a little lanky, little weird looking dude. But I can't tell you how many people I punched in the face and took to the ground for picking on guys like Brian.
Same here. Okay?
That's I wouldn't put up with that. You will I don't care if you're as big as Jesse. You pick on someone much less than you, and I'm going to knock you the hell out.
And that's why I get so pissed about this, because basically what we're seeing here.
Me too.
And I know it's related to the fact that they believe that he's the killer, but in a sense that Brian's were to be exonerated, found completely innocent, and somebody else did this, you basically are picking on a kid that has autism and calling him weird and calling everything about that. That's ignorant, and that's a problem. Sorry. That shows, in my opinion, what lies beneath. I'll just leave it at that. That's all you got to say.
There's a lot of things. Just knowing what he just did. And yeah.
Knowing that all those times he got away with it through the school and all that thing, he finally felt like he'd become the master of his own demons. And it was all in that photo. He really thought he was gonna get away with it, and so much so he went to the crime scene, returned to the crime scene. So I don't want to hear people say that he wouldn't have made those mistakes. He's still compulsive.
So they were killed at the ATM machine. Then that's a new one.
He what?
I said, well, if we're to believe what he just said, then they were killed they were all killed at the ATM machine. We'll just leave it at that, folks.
Self-absorbed ass. So he wanted to go see what he did. He wanted to see chaos. He didn't see it. But
Fango.
I wouldn't be surprised that he returned to the crime scene because he wasn't a robot. He wanted.
I'm sorry, Dago. I know from a family fact in law enforcement
and all this stuff.
He's literally regurgitating what they told him.
And
yeah, there's no doubt.
Going to come out and.
They're giving him.
Like I said, I want enough information to come out to where when this conviction's over and done with, these trolls just go and find another case to talk about, and we can go back to normal. And we never.
I have someone SG needs to meet.
I've already
told. Here's another interesting thing, if you don't mind pausing that, Dago. Is that when he returned to the crime scene, right? They know that because he must have been caught on surveillance camera. Yet that car is not the car being used to identify the car that they've been following around at night on 88,000 different cameras. In other words, if you had that, you got to have an image. How do you make the argument he was back at that scene if you don't have an image of him in his car? And if you do, from the next morning or that morning, Why isn't that the standard issue photo used to compare the vehicles you claim you got on? You follow what the argument would be? If he really went back to the crime scene and they know that because they got a video image, they'd have to have a video image of it. And so why isn't that the card, that image that you know is Brian Kohlberger? Why isn't that being used against all the images that you show at night? What other image why would you worry about a car on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time? Why would that have to be part of the story? If you had an image of this kid actually back at the crime scene that same morning. I feel bad for Steve. He really believes what he said, what they've told him. He's bought into that with everything.
I agree with you 50-50, Sarge. I think, yes, he does in that side, but on the other side, I think some of this stuff is coming from him. I think he's taking things he's heard and he's turning it into something that makes sense to his mind. So, yeah.
Because he believes in it, and he wants to believe it to be true. And
yes.
Right.
Agreed. I do agree. I would like to hand him a file full of the documents and say, please read these and see if he still says the same things. Because I don't think he's reading any of this stuff. I don't think he does.
And I would like to tell Steve Gonzalez, who I know, and have him shake him to wake up.
Hang on, love. What did you say, Sarge? Or finish what you were saying, Sarge?
I said that no matter what is contradictory to his belief, this is the thing I keep trying to tell the viewers. Once you believe in something, no matter what you're shown, you won't accept it.
Right. No, agreed. That's what I'm saying. I agree. I agree with you. What were you saying, love?
Oh, I was just saying that I have someone that honestly could possibly, like literally in all honesty, help Steve G. But he's so far past the point, I think, deep into it with law enforcement and agencies covering whatever they're covering. I'm scared to give him the great human beings contact that I know.
To be involved in anymore.
I understand, but he doesn't want that help. I'll tell you that right now.
I think you're right. I think they.
Oh, I know I am. He doesn't want any. He's gonna stick with where he's at with this until it all is done. Okay. The statement that was made that Jesse brought up earlier. Where the hell did you go, Jesse?
I just don't know any parent that would not want this person's help unless they were in on it.
Well, that's I get what you're saying. I know what you mean, but still, it's I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say. The man believes what he believes, and he has reason, to believe what he wants to believe because of the situation. It's his loss. Okay.
Oh, I absolutely know why Steve is doing what he's doing. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's a good person, and that's why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know anyone who would pass up the person I'm talking about help if he even gave it.
Well, he's also what he believes to be an alpha himself, and that in turn that's another reason it's not going to happen. So
he ended up doing the opposite of being the alpha.
I understand that, but that's how he's, you know what I'm saying? That's how he's perceiving it to himself. Well,
I guess that's the new definition of alpha is really a bully.
To it. Well, that's the other side of it. Thank you, Tomboy, and welcome. But yeah, that's the other side of it. It's what it's turned into. That's what it's turned into.
But to be a real true alpha, you do it doing it the good, right way, not the wrong way. And if we don't keep saying so, we're going to have kids repeating these mistakes.
I've stated, I don't know how many times recently, even again, too, that I do not believe that Steve nor the rest of that family possibly have been able to grieve the way they're supposed to during this because of the involvement. Okay. And in turn, because of that,
national attention.
In turn, because of that, you haven't been able to, you don't see things as clear as maybe you possibly should. I'm not a doctor, psychologist, psychiatrist, or anything. This is my opinion, that I don't see that they've been able to grieve because of the over involvement. In turn, that's going to create a high pressure situation within your emotional system. Okay. And in turn, you're leading everything. Every time you have a conversation, you're leading with emotion, nothing but, because it's still in there and it doesn't have a chance to blow out. And that's why I think a lot of this happens. And the misinformation and listening to this and that and everything else, the angst, the anger, so on and so forth. It's all related to that, per se, in my opinion. That's all. That's my feelings on it. So, again, not everybody's going to think that way.
It's hard to grieve when your daily agenda is to smear a man who has done nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And you can't make the statement innocent until proven guilty and say you believe in that and then turn around in the next very sentence and do this.
And laugh about the firing squad.
Right.
I thought that was gross as well. And I want everyone here to know that, like, if SG and the LE and FBI have BK walking in there on tape, do what you gotta do. I am not a fangirl, okay? I know Wade Wilson had a lot of them. I don't know if BK does, but I want everyone to know, if BK did this, give me the proof. I'll walk him to the plank myself, okay? But
yeah, he's making the
from what we
allegation that
have,
they
We've all
got.
been saying that. Yeah, we've all been saying that from the beginning because
I know. I just wanted to make it clear, Dago,
it's
to
not
your fans,
No, you're right.
out there, that I am not a whatever SG wants to call those people,
No,
pro burgers.
we're not there. That doesn't make any sense. The name, the term pro burger makes no sense. Okay.
That reminds me of Wade Wives.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
a joke.
kept up with that case, which was
I know what you're talking
disgusting.
about.
It
Yeah.
was disgusting. Yeah.
We're here.
We're not pro burgers. We're
My
truth
channel
burgers, like that.
stands for truth and justice, and that's all that anybody in here wants is truth and justice for the victims. Period. Anybody else can look at it however they want. I don't give two shits. I know why we're here. Everybody in here knows why we're here.
I don't really
you have
understand.
a man in jail for 2.5 years who you have zero proof on, but yet he's not a victim.
Oh yeah, bingo, 100%.
I simply don't understand all of this chaos with women, and yet he didn't attack the women that rejected him.
That
doesn't make any sense. I'll be very honest with you. When you were on the spectrum and I'm on the spectrum, what's most sensible is generally the next thing you'll do. And even in a bad situation, what you think is most sensible is the course you're going to take. And so for him to go after 4 complete strangers that he has no connection to at all doesn't add up to the argument Steve's making about Brian Kohlberger, his behavior around girls or women, girls basically, because it's through his high school years. And, I mean, I'm oblivious to when women like me, I don't get those cues. I never know. I've had, sisters, I've had friends, ex-girlfriends, that girl's really into you. I'm like, you think? What? Yeah, I think. How come you don't notice? I'm like, I just don't. That stuff never really clicked with me.
That's part of the Asperger's. That's part of that.
Right?
So yes,
so,
100%.
But if I'm going to take my rage out, I'm going to take it out against the persons or people that have instilled the rage in me. That's what I mean. You just
exactly, Sarge.
Sarge, it's okay. I wouldn't know subtleness if it slapped me in the face.
Sarge.
Hey, turn your microphone down just a little bit, Tomboy. It's really loud for some reason tonight. I don't know why. Hold on a minute.
Because I'm on my phone.
Okay, there we go.
Sarge, who was the mostly beaten according to SG?
What?
Who was the mostly attacked? I'm sorry, according to Steve
I think his daughter.
Yeah, she had the most stab wounds out of everyone.
Exactly.
And she had a broken nose.
Haley?
Yeah.
Why?
There was a horrific fight in that room.
I'll be right back. Hold on, everybody, real quick. Hold on 1 second, guys. I will be right back. I got to step away for about a minute and a half. Tomboy, you're in charge. I'll be right back.
What?
Now we got the bully in charge. Go ahead, Tomboy.
No, Sarge. No. Don't even go there. I said a minute ago I wouldn't know subtleness if it hit me in the face. I don't get those clues. I don't understand it.
Can I just say the one thing? Listen, when somebody wrongs me, I can't take my head off it, and so there's no way I'm going to go kill random strangers. I mean, first of all, most of us on the spectrum, we do see things logically. Even if we're wrong, we'll make it look like logic. I'm guilty of that myself. But we are not going to take our frustrations out or our anger or our hate on completely uninvolved parties simply because they match gender, color, or sexual preference. It's just, it makes no sense.
Or hair color, even.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Sarge.
That's just not how people on the spectrum would respond to that. And man, let's even go further. Most people are incapable of jumping. Like you're at your wife and you're going to divorce. She cheated on you. You're not going to go kill a random strange woman for that. You're going to want to kill her.
Right. So why did Kaylee have the most severe injuries, everyone?
I don't know.
I want to know who the person was that
who would be jealous?
I want to know the person that was that Steve said that she had gone out on a date and he treated her so badly, like 2 weeks before.
I was told
that was the dude whose DNA was under Maddie's nails.
Wasn't that hoodie guy though? That no, he was just like watching out for him that night, supposedly. Jackass.
An unusual crime you can attribute to unusual, weird, different kinds of people, but this is a specific murder. This is a specific crime with a specific intent. I don't
believe Jackass Showalter was in it. I'm sorry, Sarge.
So who said that the guy that she went on a date with that didn't go well, his DNA was under Maddie's fingernail? How do you know that?
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that.
Whose DNA was under Maddie's nails?
I don't know.
I don't know.
There was 2 unidentified males under her nails, but it never came out who they were.
Right.
Cassie, can you find it?
If someone can, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, I don't think that it was ever revealed who the 2 unknown males were. And how is it that DNA isn't more important than the knife thief?
I mean, there's a guy that treated her so badly. He said it.
You guys, Maddie was the only one, I think, not awake. I don't even care whose DNA was under her fingernails. She was the only one not awake.
I think Kaylee got the most because she was probably the most sober.
I think Kaylee got the most because of maybe you're correct on that and also other reasons. I think someone was very upset with Kaylee. And I think
somebody look at the only way for them 4 to be dead is
control because someone came in to save
those 3 girls had to be connected to something in order for them to be direct targets, and the other 2 left alone. Okay, and then Ethan would have been collateral damage, or one or 2 of those girls upstairs were a target, and Zayna walked up on it.
I'm not saying Kaylee was the target.
It just doesn't seem like a crime scene that one person went in. Why would they go and kill the 2 girls upstairs and then not just leave?
This was not a one-person job unless a Navy SEAL team number 6, whatever, did it. This was not a one-person job. In my opinion, my humble opinion. Unless we got a Navy SEAL Team 6 undercover ops, black ops in there.
Yeah, see, so a 3-person mixture of unknown male DNA.
No way they're going to do that over a couple kilos for white kids, which I don't even think Xana and Ethan were a part of, mulling rugs around, imported imperial Egyptian rugs.
No, listen, I don't. When you look at the phone calls to who are they trying to call? The boyfriend, the texting over and over and over again.
Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then there was no response from him. He said he went to bed.
Yeah,
that to me is that to me almost suggests that there was somebody. There was somebody in the room with him when they were begging this kid to come help them.
That's one part of Hitler's comments that he totally glossed over. All 4 people were up in their room talking, but you not once mentioned that they had made calls to Jack.
Did I mishear, or did Dylan call Jack?
I've never heard that DM called Jack.
I thought that was in the text message.
I think you might have heard that there is a possibility that BF called Jack, but I don't know if that's true. But that's I've never heard DM and Jack D's name in the same sentence.
So Cole, someone open-minded is saying that Cole was one of the DNAs under Maddie's fingernails.
Who?
Cole. I know her own DNA was found too. Her own DNA and 2 identified males were under her nail clippings.
Maddie was asleep, I think, when she was. But I don't.
There are new docs, Sherry. Yeah.
Yeah, what
yeah, those new docs are pretty interesting
doing.
stuff.
I hope Dago's going to get the new docs.
What's in the new docs?
I don't know.
One of the ones is about him failing to show the let me read it. Hold on, I have it up here somewhere.
Yeah, Brian Koberger was ruled out.
Because defendant has failed to show a discovery violation or due process violation by the state, sanctions are not warranted. And his oral argument on the motion was upheld April 9th, after which the court took matters under advisement. And I keep saying it's like asking your parents if you can go out on Friday night. And they're like, yeah, maybe. That's what Hitler's response is over and over. I'll take the matter under advisement. I'll look at it over the weekend. But this is in response to the order on defendant's motion to strike the DP and adopt other necessary procedures.
Well, something I think a lot of people may not realize is that in Hitler's position, his rulings are going to be based on the judge that preceded him or rulings made by others that precede him. He is not going to review those rulings. He's going to take those rulings at the stated face value and apply them to his case. He doesn't relitigate personally or privately the grand jury. When they went after the grand jury, they tried to get that destroyed. So and that's why he's making somebody's rulings. So he is not going to make a decision as to whether that court that did not agree with the Ann on throwing the indictment out the window, he's not going to he's going to accept their ruling. Maybe some of their reasoning, but rarely is the reasoning any of the issue. And so his rulings are controlled by the rulings that were handed to him by the other courts that were involved, including Judge. Do you follow what I'm saying? So his decisions are going to be based on what's already been made precedent.
And that would include the grand jury as well?
Correct. He is not going to go and examine the grand juries. She appealed that to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court kicked it out. Nah. He's going to accept that and that's all he's going to accept. He doesn't need to know their reasoning or their intricate arguments in that case as to the validity, or in other words, he's not going to rehash that. And so when you're a judge and you're going through the process of litigation with people, criminal or otherwise, lower courts or previous judicial bench guys on the bench or women on the bench that made rulings in the case, you take them at face value, unless the defense can show clear, concise evidence that ruling is an error. You're not going to question the ruling. You're just simply going to apply it to the case in front of you as it was given to you.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
What about the PCA? That
pretty much PCA has not been ruled to be a violation of anything, which we all find that
PCA is like toilet paper.
Yeah, it's garbage. It's garbage.
Check your DM, Rodrigo.
My what?
Wisdom said check your DM.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry, I just saw it.
It's a shame that her dad did not drive there at midnight, drunk or not. Now, in hindsight, that poor guy, I couldn't imagine being Zana's father.
I couldn't either.
Of all the families, that poor guy has got to really be. And then anybody that tried to convince him not to go, they got to be feeling very bad.
And that's his sister. Or her
and that'll never go away. That feeling will never go away. I could have stopped this. Oh.
Agreed. All right. So this one's a lot quicker. A bunch of people asked about this here real quick. Hang on here.
You're gonna make me listen to Rashley Bagefield.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You'll survive.
Well, I guess.
What'd you call her? Rashly Basefield? I call her.
Rashly Basefield.
Oh, I call her Smashley Slamfield. So.
Business, we're laser focused on learning every detail and filling in every blank about a gripping true crime case. But sometimes in this process, our hearts just get broken all over again each time we learn something new. And so it is with the University of Idaho murders. Since the case moved to Boise with a different judge, we've seen a blizzard of unsealed, unredacted court filings and a regular supply of details and disclosures, even some bombshells. And tonight, two absolutely stunning revelations about the surviving housemates texting and talking in the wee hours of November 2022. Also, a rare peek into some grand jury testimony, something we don't often get to see. We knew that Dylan Morton's surviving roommate had texted an Uber driver just after 2 o'clock in the morning. That's about 2 hours before the murders happened. But now we know that she and
Did one of you guys just say something? Okay.
3 of her roommates, Bethany, Kaylee, and Maddie, all of whom had just arrived home from a night out, had actually contemplated going out again. The court document reads, and I quote, at approximately 2 a.m., they met up in Kaylee's bedroom and talked for a while before going to bed. The fifth roommate, Xana Kernodle, who was out with her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, was not home yet. The roommates debated going out to the food truck for late night snack, prompting Dylan to send a text at 2:10 a.m. to an Uber driver she knew to see if he was driving. Ultimately, however, the girls decided to just go to bed. Man, that brings to mind a lot of what ifs, doesn't it?
Well, can you stop that for a second, Dago? And that's supportable by the fact that two of those young women actually did eat before they got home, and that Xana then ordered DoorDash on Ethan's phone. Right? So all of that stuff makes comprehensible sense. Right?
Agreed.
Right? But where else in this story can we find a series of events in a timeline that actually fit and make sense to the information we have? That's so rare.
But Xana wasn't even there when they were talking about being hungry.
Yeah, according to what Hippler's affidavit says, is that by 2 a.m. when they had that meeting, it was Kaylee, Maddie, Bethany, and Dylan, and they were 2 a.m. sitting in Kaylee's bedroom. And my guess is because at 1:56, Kaylee and Maddie got dropped off. They had just come from the grub truck with their macaroni and cheese. They were probably sitting there as having their conversation, eating that with Bethany and Dylan in the room, and those two decided they may be hungry as well and was going to order food because of that. Xana and Ethan still had not come home at 2 a.m. at that point, according to what Hippler said from the grand jury surmise. So
the 145 is not correct.
Not as of what he's stating. No, we don't know, but that's what he's claiming. They weren't home by 2 a.m. yet. So what's up, Tinsel?
Well, why couldn't they have been home at 1:45 and been sitting on the bed at 2?
I don't know.
It could have very easily, if they could have all, kind of all got home about the same time. They were all ending the night like a lot of people do.
I'm just basing it on what
I don't know how Dylan was ending.
What the judge said was that at that point they had not come in the door yet. They weren't home yet. So why he says that?
Not Xana. I meant the other.
I'm sorry.
The other four. Yeah. So I'm.
That's okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. I get it. I get it. Yeah, that's what you're talking about, KP. They gathered in Kaylee's room. So why was she in Maddie's bed? Makes sense. She originally fell asleep in her own bed, or was she in her own? That's a good point. And I still think that she started off in her own room. Heard some noises. The dog may have been scratching at the door because the noises he heard. She goes to see what the hell the noise is and sees what's going on with Maddie and goes in to defend her. And that's when she got attacked, in my opinion. I've always thought that. So that's just how I think she ended up in there. But anyway, what are you saying, Kane or Sarge?
Yeah, I was saying that the one thing that Ashley kind of grazes over here is the fact that they originally told us they were all in their beds by 1:45, that Xana was home, and now they don't mention that was a big fat lie, right? And
right, they never say anything. They never go back and say we were wrong.
Right.
Or the PCA was wrong.
And even here, you could put, and I would love for Heather Fitzgerald to do a video like this, and I'm sure it'd be right up her alley, is if you go back to the Steve interview, if you just cut out the DT parts and put in a laugh track, for us, it would be like watching Seinfeld or something like that. I mean, the things that he's saying, and you could even do that here with Ashley Banfield or whatever. I keep waiting for Ashley Banfield to finally lose her nut and start screaming like Nancy Grace. You know, it's just, that's it. He's guilty.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
The SpongeBob thing that says 3 hours later.
Yeah.
Right. KP says the roommates were lying. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Forensic downloaded their phones, made the story change. Right. That's pretty much what I believe too.
Xana's lying on the floor, and Dylan is stepping over her to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, none of it makes any sense, truly, and I don't understand why they won't outright state they were wrong, or why has that not been talked about or approached by by Steve in any of these interviews. Truly. Hey, Elizabeth, good to see you. Welcome back, Outcast. Good to see you as well.
Outcast in the house. What's up, Outcast?
All right, thank you. Wade says, and Ghost Rider Balance was helping him with every document, though they were working on 2 different streams of information. Payne doesn't know his head from his ass. FBI running the damn show. Good point. Good point.
What if they just decided, let's go, let's do it. It's 2 a.m. Let's go get more food. Might that have changed the course of history on that horrifying night? Of course, there is a good chance if they'd popped back out to that food trunk that they still would have been home before the knife-wielding intruder, allegedly Brian Koberger, broke in and killed Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. But we will never know. And that brings me to the second.
Nobody broke in.
We knew about Dylan and Bethany's frantic text messaging between 4:22 a.m. and 4:26 a.m. when Dylan tells Bethany that nobody will answer their phones and that she's afraid because she saw someone in a ski mask. And we knew that Dylan then ran down to Bethany's room on the ground floor of the 3-level house. But the court documents now reveal a brand new fact that we never knew. And it is, honestly, it is something horrifying. Again, quoting Dylan. Dylan again tried calling Kaylee and Xana, but neither responded. Dylan then exited her room and began running towards Bethany's bedroom. On her way, she noticed Xana lying on the floor of her bedroom with her head towards the wall and her feet towards the door. Dylan thought Xana was drunk. Once Dylan arrived downstairs at Bethany's room, they locked the door and both made additional unanswered calls to the other roommates. Hours passed, and at 11:50 a.m. the next morning, 6 minutes before the 911 call that you have heard on this program, Dylan called her friends Emily Allant and Hunter Johnson because she was too afraid to go upstairs by herself. And the court filing reads, Emily and Hunter met Dylan and Bethany at the bottom floor of the house. Together, Dylan, Bethany, and Hunter started to walk up the stairs to the second floor. When they reached the second floor, Hunter went to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Now, this next part is from Dylan's grand jury testimony. When Hunter came back out, Dylan said, quote, she saw Xana again for a split second, and this is Dylan talking, and just started bawling because she thought she had just like, I don't even know. I thought maybe she was still just drunk and all asleep on the floor. Bethany also saw Xana lying on the floor. Hunter told Dylan and Bethany to, quote, get out. Emily, who had started up the stairs, also turned around after Hunter instructed her not to come any further. They both went outside shortly afterwards, and Hunter exited the house and then told them to call 911. He was pale, white, and mentioned something about someone being unconscious.
With a knife in his hand.
You can hear a lot.
Yeah, did they ever check that knife to see if that knife may have been used?
Envisioned that the banging and the calling out, Xana, Ethan, was at the bedroom door, but it may not have been. It may have been down the hall and around the corner at the stairs. This is where I'm going to stop and bring in Steve Gonzalez.
What did you say? Say that again.
Me?
Hello? Whoever said what they just said. I guess.
No, I just said, did they ever check the knife that Hunter said he went and got?
Oh, I have no idea. It's a good question.
I don't even care if they checked the knife. Did they really sit down and start to interrogate as to why he felt the need to go into a kitchen to find a weapon? To go check on an unconscious person that you could clearly see when you walked across the hallway. There's no way he could have walked in the same area as those girls and not seen Xana. What prompted him to go get a weapon? What story was told him before he went up them steps? That's the truth. That's where the truth lies.
Agreed.
What story brought him up to the top of those stairs that made him think he needed a knife?
Well, I'm going to guess that part of it starts with around 4 a.m. A guy was in. That's what I'm guessing, but that was after the fact. So, which is in turn, I still don't understand the whole reenactment of the 911 call. It's bullshit to me, but okay. Anyway, and yeah, that's a great point, Cat Lady. It's broad daylight. Why do you feel unsafe after these girls have been in the house for 8 hours after the situation, and you just now come in and you can need a knife? You don't think that person's still in there? That's kind of redundant to me. So, I don't know.
I think one of the greatest clues of the 911 call being a setup is the fact that this is a really, I had a back and forth with Douglas Outlaws into construction and all that stuff, very experienced. And here you have Bethany and Dylan calling and texting their roommates who are literally 25 feet away in a house that you can whisper on the first floor, and you're going to, I mean, you could literally fart in the first floor for Sarge, and then you could hear it on the third floor. You know what I'm saying? And then you have Mabbitt calling the underage Gonzalez family member. I would love to be a fly on the wall on that conversation, what was said on there. We don't know all the ins and outs of that. And but yeah, to think that they're going to spend 8 hours trying to text someone, they could literally step out the door, throw a rock out the door, Kay, or just yell, "Hey, Kaylee, are you okay?" I hear a no. I'm either out the front door. Me, I would be rendering aid. I wouldn't walk by a drunk person on the street and not check to see that their vitals and all that.
Her reaction is indicative of a person that knew the consequences of the person on the floor. She knew that that young woman was deceased and had been murdered. When she walked by the first time, she knew before she re-entered the house as any other person that that was the case, that that's what they were all going to walk into. And that's why Hunter ran for the knife. Not knowing if there was still danger within that property, because he didn't exactly believe or trust or understand maybe what she told him, or they all knew what they were going to walk into. They all pre-knew that these people were going to be deceased when they went back into that house.
Agreed. Yep. And Mabbitt, here's another thing that Ashley glossed over on this little interview here, is that Mabbitt said they were all in their beds. And that's almost the headline of this case. 4 college students off campus house after hours in their beds. And now what with Sarge's great point that you have a knife with someone's fingerprints on it at the crime scene of a stabbing. I mean, but we don't investigate that. It was just for defensive purposes. And yeah, why did he pick it up if somebody's just passed out? Other than the only thing I could interject into that on the other side, as devil's advocate, would be to say, oh, somebody said that there was somebody in the house at 4 a.m. Let me make sure that I tell the 911 operator that.
Gotcha.
And so it's a lot of insertion, and I'm glad we have Outcast 420 in here. He did a great tear apart, and he ran the 911 call through AI. I guess the original copy, right? And AI said that it had been altered before he even touched it.
And it's obvious because, like I said, when I got Channel 4's copy of it, as soon as they dropped it live, I pulled it up. We were live, played it, we listened to it, and then I go directly, was it that same night maybe, or the next day? And, of course, Jeff had to change it and do what he does to his stuff. And then Outcast grabbed it, fixed it, and I heard 20 other things in there that I did not hear from the Channel 4 copy. That was done by them. That was done by either law enforcement or the prosecution or whatever it was, whoever handed it over to them. If there's nothing to hide here, why are you doing that? I mean, that's bullshit. And Outcast, like I said, he pulled all sorts of things up. Are you up here? There he is.
That was my first experience with the 911 call. Was his cleaning up of it, and I was like, "You gotta be kidding!"
Well, like
tell them they're dead. I mean, what?
But you hear, well, let's take the screen out. Let's go do this. Let's do that. You hear the other. Where the fuck was that at? Excuse my language. In the Channel 4 call, and why is it not there? You know what I'm saying?
Somebody added to the Channel 4 call. Is that what you're saying?
No, they took things, yeah. What's up, buddy? They took things out of the Channel 4 call. They deleted things or redacted, whatever you want to call it.
I'll explain just a little bit.
Yeah, he's up here now. He can do it. Go ahead, bud.
What happened was they added static to the phone call. So when you're listening to something, they're trying to hide what's being said in the background. You know what I mean? So there's like a layer on top of the whispers in the background. Once I run it through AI, I try to split it. So you take one file and you turn it into like 4 files, and then you can kind of separate sound. So what I found is the top layer was just static. You know what I mean? So basically they're just trying to hide what's being said in the background for that phone call. I do have a couple videos. I don't want to talk too much about it. What I really wanted to talk about was, do you guys find it odd that 11:50 a.m. they are like, the 911 phone call is basically what they already did at 11:50 a.m., if I'm not mistaken. So they're like going through the house. He grabs a knife. They see Xana. He tells them to get out. So we get all that from 11:50 a.m. to 11:56. And then at 11:56, the cops are called, but it's almost the same thing as being reenacted out during the phone call. I just found that kind of suspicious.
Yes, sir. That's my point. They reenacted the first interception into the home, whatever you want to call it, wrong word. And then they go reenact it on the 911 call. That's what I don't understand. That's insane.
Yeah, that sticks out to me. Like, because like he's even telling them to get out, get out. You can see he's saying that like before this 911 call is made. Yes. And then the 911 call is made, and it's almost like they're doing the same steps as if they just did 6 minutes ago.
It's almost identical, 100%, except for the knife situation. But everything else in it, they go up the stairs, they get a glance, they come back down, or whatever. He goes in, you hear him in the background talking to himself, obviously, and then get out, get out. Again, the same exact steps, and it's insane to me.
Yeah, and also, like, when I heard the 911 phone call, we could only guess and have theories about what's happening. But now that came out, she's not even behind a door, if I'm almost correct.
Not at all. Nope.
So for 2.5 minutes of this phone call, they're just, standing over her body? Like, I'm so confused about it.
That's what it sounds like, dude. And it is crazy. That is what has me first the redactions or the addition of the white noise that was put in the 911 call, all that. And now then they do that. What the hell is not fake here? Okay. And why are we doing this? And that's got everybody on the edge of their seats going, what are you guys doing? And why are you doing this? And how many of you are involved in the corruption, period? I mean, that's the only way you can look at this at this point. It's insane. So, yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement with you on that, bro.
Yeah, it's just confusing. You know, there's just so many, like, rabbit holes you could go down, but it's like, that's what they put us through. You know what I mean? Like this.
Right.
This
and not to mention, and not to mention, you hear police radio or police police traffic or 911 traffic in the background coming through what I would imagine is either a mobile scanner or a police radio. You can clearly hear it. I've seen many your copy, the Channel 4 copy, everybody's copies. You can hear it. So is there a monitor there? Is there a mobile or a base model scanner there, or is there somebody there already that's got a police radio in their hand?
See, this is my theory on that. I'm not an expert in 911 calls. I will admit that. So I, you know what I mean? I don't know. But did they put that audio inside the phone call to hide other audio in the phone call? I'm not too sure. Like,
That's possible too.
You know, are we supposed to expect that they're there, or did they just layer the audio from the, just to confuse us even more? So,
and I never thought of that. That's a good point, dude. Because I'll tell you right now, with being a first responder, with friends that work for the 911 center, for being in the 911 centers more than once, you are not going to pick up any background noise through a 911 call because there's not allowed to be. There is not allowed to be any distractive issues whatsoever, radio, trap, none of that other stuff is going to come through. They either have a button on their keyboard or a foot pedal that they use when they talk, okay? You're not going to pick up any other traffic in that call coming from another call. It's not going to happen. So either there's somebody standing there, or you're absolutely right, and they put it in on purpose when they did whatever the rigmarole they did with the call. Okay, yeah. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, let me point something out. We have 5G phones now, and even now, when you go to speakerphone, when's the last call you had where there was that much static? I mean, even the old flip phones didn't have anything. Maybe a little bit, but not at this level. In a 911 call, you want to have the clear, so they have the highest tech on that end also as well. But I wonder why they're glossing over all these details, and it's like another distraction, And it's good that you. What were some of the other things, Outcast, that you found? I remember it said, "Don't tell them they're dead," like the whispers and stuff.
Yeah.
So once I start dissecting the audio, I start trying to pull layers from it. So I have to do it a couple of times, but so the static's gone, and then once the static's gone, you could run it again, and you could just hear. What you need to make sure you're not mistaken is that the main audio of the voices is not bleeding through and it's just fooling you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you need to pay attention to make sure it's not really being said in a conversation. So you got to really listen. But yeah, I am definitely hearing whispers in the background.
Oh yeah.
And you could hear them too, and you could tell. You got to identify the audio you're listening to, and then if you pick it up, you're like, yeah, these girls are whispering. So what I truly believe is that they're saying, don't tell people. You guys could listen to them on your own. I always tell people what I say is not fact. You listen for yourself, and you come with your own conclusion.
Right.
But I also have the belief that they checked on Kaylee and seen her dead in the room, and they shut the door, and then they go back downstairs.
I believe that.
It's just before I made my conclusions on the call, I did not know they were in the house 6 minutes before that.
But the police report states that when he went into the home, the bedroom doors were open.
Right.
You could believe that. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not sure. Are they truthful?
No, but wait. But here's the thing, though. You can't really debate. This is the statement being made. You have to take it at face value. But there is evidence that the door, at least on Zana's room, was open. It'd been open all night, according to Dylan.
I believe that. I believe she was outside the room.
So the idea that the upstairs door was uniquely closed and that one was left open is a contradiction in what we know the cop said and what Zana or Dylan observed of Zana. So in other words, I think it's safer to accept that what the cop is telling you, because not everybody's going to be involved in whatever the frame-up might be, but that his initial observations were the victim's doors were both open to him.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
I think that's safe to accept that as fact, unless something changes what he's telling us, that there's another fact witness or another factual statement that contradicts it. You pretty much are stuck having to take what he says, and I don't see why it being open or closed would matter, in all fairness.
Right.
But if it were open, it would only take climbing partially up them steps to peek in there, right?
Yeah.
Would you have had to go to all the way into her room to see those two young women?
I don't know. It's just very confusing, I know the reports and I don't want to say anything's wrong or fact. Whatever happened. But when I'm listening to the 911 phone call, I'm thinking are they like, what are they actually trying to do if the door's open? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand the 911 phone call,
I'm disturbed that young man went for a knife. That tells me he knew more about what would happen in that home than anything else in that phone call.
Obviously,
that means that Dylan and Bethany knew.
They already did know, because if you're reading the documents now, some girl texts them, "Do you guys need me to come pick you up?" So basically, something was said for somebody to text you that.
Yeah, that's left out. That's wild.
Fear of their life. It's in the documents that the girl said, "Do you guys need me to come pick you up?" So therefore, that gives you the common sense to say, "Hey, they must have texted that woman that they were in trouble of some sort."
Right. Maybe on Snapchat or communicated with her through some other means.
Yes. And I'll tell you what, guys, I just watched that Cyber Sleuths on Paramount, and it is what it is. It's a decent watch, but they had the guy on there that said he had the Snapchat. You remember the guy who said he had the Snapchat the conversations?
Oh,
yeah,
really? No
yeah.
kidding.
Yeah, so he's on there, and he's with the one girl, and he shows on the documentary that they wiped the data off of Snapchat. So the data is gone.
They being who?
They being whoever you want to put they as, but the Snapchat data is gone. So,
are you talking about the Paramount Plus, that three-part series thing?
Yeah, just watched it.
Okay. Yeah, me and Sarge. I got you. That was all right, but they withheld a lot of stuff from that.
I believe that. I mean, you take it how you take it. I just,
Yeah, they don't really provide a receipt. And we know that the girls were on Snapchat based on what they've now released to us. They were doing that morning, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, it makes me wonder if what he just said, though, Sarge, that would make sense if they're bringing an expert in that is supposed to, I guess, reconstruct whatever was between Dylan and her dad, so on and so forth. So they should be able to pull that up too, I would imagine. Just saying. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
And it's damning if they can show that Dylan and or Bethany or both had prior knowledge that the roommates were viciously attacked. That's a huge issue, because now you've got a situation where they absolutely did nothing, and they witnessed. She personally admits to witnessing one of the people down, and I don't know what crime is there, but that's just horrific. You would live in a home and hear or be aware of something horrible happening. See one of your friends on the ground, and you're going to argue that you're going to interpret that as she's just drunk and passed out. I don't know. That just seems ridiculous. That's another liar's lie. That girl is a liar. Everything that Dylan Mortensen said is a lie. And where it's true, her lies are intermingled with the truth. But I've never seen. I was a criminal, and liars lie. And she's lied throughout all of this, and they've helped her by preventing the public from knowing the actual statements that she's actually made to the police and to the grand jury. They've hidden that from us until now. No, I think all these people are deceased there, Love Goldberg. But I think for people not to notice Dylan being a blatant liar, from the description of the perpetrator to everything else, and I think there's truths in there. I think she did see somebody with a backpack on. I think she did see that because she was aware the place was being cleaned up.
Sure.
I think she did see somebody in black, because I think she knew that there was a crime that was going to occur in that home. I think
that does make sense.
I just think when you lie, you have to hide a truth. So you can't really lie without sharing part of the facts. And I think that she's made some big mistakes in some of the statements that she's made. And when you try to put them together, you can't help but conclude that Dylan knows way more than she's ever shared with anybody. She had to tell that kid that went upstairs to get a knife that he was going to be walking into something dangerous or horrific. Or why would he go for a knife? That does not fit that 911 call of somebody being unconscious. Even if they knew somebody was dead in the house and they're trying to hide that from the operator, what prompted him to get that knife? That's just so telling to me that Dylan knows way more than anyone else here, and she's seen as a victim.
Well, the documents do show that she made a phone call to them. We're just not getting a transcript of the phone call, right? That she literally called EA and Hunter. So we don't know what was said on that phone call, So I'm pretty sure we'd get a lot more information of why he grabbed the knife, in my opinion.
I mean, someone try to make that make sense. You got a friend, a girlfriend of your best friend, down, unconscious, and the first thing you do when you enter that home is go to the kitchen for a knife. Make that make sense, bro. He had to walk by the same hallway that Dylan walked by to see her on the floor.
Yeah.
Make that make sense. Why you chose to go for a knife instead of go to her aid.
I agree. It doesn't make sense. And their story is still she's drunk, passed out, and he's grabbing a knife. So
it's obvious, Sarge, because he knew. I mean,
yeah. They all knew. The people, and then they let all these people hang out. They didn't sequester these witnesses out front. They didn't put people in different rooms. They didn't strip search them or swab them.
They
treated this like these poor kids saw something terrible, and they treated them like it was Easter morning.
So if you put all this
and sit them down.
If you put all this together with everything you just said, not to mention they changed the 911 call. They added stuff to cut things out of it. So all these things together, and this is not a falsehood. This is not a frame job. This is not a conspiracy. Who are you telling that to? Because I ain't never gonna believe that anymore at this point. There's no way in hell I'll not believe that now. Okay, there's no way that you're gonna tell me that Brian Koberger came in, killed 4 people, and left and went home and came back the next morning. And that's the guy that did this all by himself in 9 minutes or whatever the hell it is now. All of that happened. Bullshit.
Did you guys end up watching this News Nation?
I'm trying. I watched it once, but we're gonna go through the interview with him this time real quick.
We all talk too much.
But all I want to say is about this interview is Steve. Yeah. I don't want to be the spoiler alert, but Steve says Kaylee gets punched in the face and her nose broken. Okay, so we know these kids did not they didn't instantly die. Okay, so there was a fight and a struggle, and these girls, you're telling me, didn't hear shit. Give me a break.
Right, they were not killed in their sleep, my butts.
No, they were wide awake, and of course we know that at this point that everything that has been put out on this is absolutely false. So hey, Tracy. All right.
Kaylee Gonzalez's father. He's been a regular guest on the program. Steve, these were details that I found astounding. They seemed to put into place more details of a very confusing picture of what happened that night. And I often stop and I think about you and the other parents and whether you get a heads up that this stuff is coming, whether you have someone who sits down with you and goes through it and helps you to sort through it. How do you receive this kind of information?
We normally get an email beforehand. We work back and forth. I don't think either party really had an understanding of how to really construct something where you can share information, but not too much information. But the communication's gotten a lot better. I've really grew to like these guys. I mean, I really care about those people.
Let me rephrase what I said. I meant that everybody in the house was awake at that point during when the attack happened. I'm going to venture to say that Maddie was probably asleep. But in my opinion, that's the only one. I don't know, maybe Ethan too, but I think everybody else was awake. That's my opinion based on what I've seen, but I don't think they were sleeping in their beds by any means. I think that's already been proven. So that's all I was stating. I see you too.
One thing
that they've done
real quick, Diego, is
Go ahead.
What happened to Dylan heard Maddie or someone playing with the dog upstairs?
Yeah. Well, Dylan was wide awake. 3:51, she added a contact to her phone, and they stated before in the PCA that at 4 a.m. she was awakened by what she thought was somebody playing with the dog upstairs. Agreed. That's all changed. Every bit of that has changed around now. So no, that's bullshit.
It hasn't only changed. It was never there.
Right.
And so what they did with this, and they pushed it to the grand jury, they pushed it in the PCA, and then here you have another. And when Sarge talks about, I'd like to make a list of all the stuff, all the misnomers, the lies, all the stuff that they've gone back on And I have a list, and it's literally like 3 pages long. And that's just with the lies. And then you have the anomalies, the repetitive names. This case is beyond wild.
Oh, yeah. This is actually, everybody's been calling this Delphi 2.0, but I think this is actually far and above what Delphi's is now with all the extra bullshit going on the side. So yeah, I agree with that. No, this is insane. I don't even know what's going on anymore in the world. I just don't even know how to accept this. I don't. It makes no sense.
It all hinges on the DNA, and they're going to say anything and everything to see if they can get the DNA to stick to hang this guy. That's what this is about. They don't have any hard facts that can identify the time, the date of the placement of the DNA. That's impossible. It can never tell you that. And so they're making up all of these ancillary stories to connect to make a circle out of a square.
Good point.
And a lot of people, even Steve himself is buying that square as a circle. And you can't really blame him. But on the other hand, some things are so obvious that you have to ask yourself: has he even read the documents? Does he even know what Dylan has been saying this whole time? And if he does know, is he that much of a believer in what the police are telling him that he can just discount these massive discrepancies?
Or does
I was
he
going to
just
say
want something.
Oh, somebody's got an echo. Turn it down in the background. Somebody. Go ahead, Kane. Try it again.
Shit. I forgot what I was going to say.
There we go.
He says that he loves these right here, right in this very moment of the tape. He says, I love these people. I love what they're doing. And then look, he looks down to the right. I almost feel like it's the saddest moment of his life, what he just said from his body language with just his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I think he just wants closure, and it's gone on so long. And I think
is he really
believe innocent.
Is he really
Stockholm syndrome? Stockholm syndrome. That's what
I don't know that he's really buying this shit at all. And I did not know that his private investigators quit on him. That was a pretty interesting, Dago.
Oh yeah.
But don't you think that there's got to be another motivation? Just like, I mean, we easily say, we can clearly see that Drunk Turkey Show has completely changed their stance. He doesn't even correct Steve when he knows for a fact stuff that he's saying is BS.
Yep. And he's not going to
say there's a motivation for Daniel, and we can all easily say it's probably financially related. Well,
that could be.
What about you, Steve? What would Steve do?
Daniel's obvious. Can't you guys see what Daniel's doing?
Yes, Oscar, I do. When there's something new to talk about, my friend, I absolutely do. Go ahead, Sarge.
He's trying to get into the good graces of Nancy Grace and Howard Bloom and this woman here and all these news channels. Sure. He is playing whatever narrative they're pushing. He's going to push and try to grow his audience to the point that he can then become part of that circle. That's his motive, and it's very obvious. He's trying to join a clique, and it's not about right or wrong. And let me just say, this is the way success. The simplest way to success is to direct traffic in the direction it's already flowing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a simple way of saying what Daniel is doing. Mm-hmm. It's not about right or wrong. His business is not about morals. It's not about truth. It's about making money. And he would put making money and his association with those that could fill his pockets above all else. And that's what Daniel is. And
Brandon Walsh, right? Or Brandon Walsh.
I can't stand people like that. That make you're filth in my mind.
That's a good
plenty
point,
of money to make being fair and honest. You can make it. You can become a billionaire. Look at Elon.
Right. I see you too saying, "Grow up, people. The evidence is all there." I want you to show me what evidence tells you that Brian Koberger did this. Went in that house, drove a white car there, killed 4 people, and then left again. I just want to know what evidence proves that to you to say that. And I'm not saying I disrespect. I respect your opinion. I truly do. I want you to show me the evidence that made you believe that, because I can't seem to find that.
The only evidence that gives people the argument is the transfer DNA. Take that out and now look at the case and tell me that Brian did it. Just forget that exists at all.
And this is sad to me, because I can sit and talk to what is called a guilter with respect and respect what they feel, but they have to say ignorant things like pro burgers and things like that. This is the immature level that people have when they deal with this. So have a great night, and you grow up, my friend. Sorry to hear that you have to deal with things like that. Okay. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Go ahead with your.
That's what I was doing. Sorry. Jesus.
So, I think they've always tried to work towards communication, but I'm sure they're very busy, and it's not easy to always remember to keep us in the loop.
It was a surprise to me, Steve, to hear this detail that Bethany got a glimpse down the hall of what now appears to be Xana's bedroom door, and Xana lying inside that bedroom door, and ran downstairs to Bethany's room. And then at one point, Bethany also saw that same image. But it's sort of just, it's flummoxing to think that they called friends, they called 911 before anybody sort of went to investigate what was happening in that bedroom with the door now open. We always assumed that it was closed and they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, that's definitely a puzzling part of it. But I always assume, you have somebody who's scared, girl, slightly, intoxicated.
She's scared of her drunk friend.
Someone's playing a prank on her, acting like he was being attacked, him and his mom. Kaylee ran upstairs and hid under the bed and called me at work. So when people are scared and they're young, they don't think the same way as a grown adult does. And I think they were just thinking that something bad had happened, but they didn't want to believe it. They weren't really prepared to mentally accept what was happening. And I totally understand that, because it's not something that we're used to in Idaho. It's not something that is common. It's not even, it's just unheard of. So I chalk it up.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah.
Do you remember? I do know what he's talking about when he said that he played a joke on Kaylee at home one time and had somebody knock on the door. Some guy scare her, and she ran up and hid under the bed and called him. Okay, that's weird. In my own opinion, that's just odd. Okay, but
of course,
whatever. So it's Idaho, as he said. But what did he say she did? She went upstairs and called her dad.
Right. Right.
She's a scared girl. She called her dad. Why did these girls not call anyone?
Great.
Well, they called their dad the next morning.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Terry. 100%. You're right. And I'm not in Idaho. I swear to God, like I said, once again, you're a transplant. You don't. I'm not even going to say it. Just forget it. Anyway,
he literally is a transplant.
He is from California.
He keeps saying over. Remember, folks, this guy wasn't from here. Would that have made the crime okay?
No. Nope.
Is it okay to do a quadruple
if
you're from the state? And then here's another way that I picked up that Nancy or whatever fuck it is glossing it over. Instead of saying they were lying in the PCA, she says we now know. We now know.
Yep. Good point. That's a good. That is a good point. I like that. That's how they come out and say they were lying. We now know.
Words are important. Crazy.
Well, I don't understand how people are. To me, the other major fallacy here is, I thought she was passed out drunk. Well, then why wouldn't you? I mean, you can't have thought that. That statement is a blatant lie.
Why didn't you call out? Why didn't you call out to her then, Sarge? That's what I'm saying.
No. But listen.
Yeah.
You live in a home where all you people do is drink and get drunk. And you see one of your friends passed out on the floor, and you're telling me you assume that she was passed out drunk. You're lying to me, because that situation would cause you to approach your friend, not fucking run away from them. Dude, I'm exasperated here.
Man. Exactly.
Don't people see the lie coming from that woman? It's like as wide as an 8-lane highway.
Oh, obviously.
What are you talking about? You thought this girl was passed out drunk. You didn't think that. If you'd have thought that, you'd have, like you've done any other time you've seen a friend passed out drunk, you'd have taken a marker and drawn a penis on their forehead. What are you talking about?
They did.
With that lie.
Oh, man.
So do you guys agree with the point I'm making? That the blatant lie that this woman keeps feeding us can't be anything but a lie, because a passed out drunk roommate is nobody to be afraid of and run from.
Right.
It just doesn't make
No,
sense.
She would have had to literally walk over her, right? I mean, did she walk past her, or maybe I missed that?
No, she walked past the hallway, looking down the hallway, and saw Zena laying on the floor.
Okay.
Right.
But you cannot accept her explanation of it being passed out drunk. It does not fit. It's a blatant lie. She knew Zena was dead before she crossed. Once she saw the hallway, it confirmed to her that Zena was dead. But she keeps sticking to the story of passed out drunk, and you can't really pass that off as it's just a scared girl that doesn't want to admit the truth. Absolutely not. A passed out drunk friend in a college dorm surrounded by frats would have tattoos of all kinds of things on them, right? Or they'd have friends needling them or waking them up, or not running you downstairs in a panic that something bad had happened.
Hang on, I need to say something real quick. Anybody, and then I'm sorry, excuse me. Listen, guys, all due respect intended. Do not, and I repeat, this is the last time I'm gonna state this. Do not disrespect anyone in here, let alone the moderators, because you will never come in here again. Whether you like it or not, whether you care or not, we don't need to do that. Nobody disrespects you. You are not going to disrespect anybody in this community and or part of the team, period. If you can't handle that, then this is not the place for you. That's the last time I'm going to say it. Have a good day. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
I was just going to say, do you remember the picture that they keep saying that I think this is the one where she was, Dylan was, they were making fun of her or something because she was really drunk and she was dressed up for Halloween. Remember, she had like blue hair.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yes.
And she was passed out. I mean, right there. They weren't scared.
No, and I'm sure it's happened more times than none. Okay, yeah. It's just a stupid excuse, in my opinion. I'm sorry. That's all it is. It's just a stupid excuse to be able to build the narrative they need. That's all.
No, it's Dylan trying to distance herself from the involvement in this crime, be it prior knowledge, actual accessory to allowing it to happen by opening doors or letting people know that house. She has something directly to do with this crime, folks. There's no other way to interpret not just her actions, but her words. I don't understand how people, I don't know, maybe people agree with that easily, but this woman lied about everything, and everything she lies about makes her look innocent. That is a guilty person.
I can agree.
I didn't mean to quiet the whole room down. I'm just saying, man. I'm an ex-criminal. I'm telling you. You commit a crime with me and try telling me the stories that she's been telling everybody with this nonsense that she thought they were drunk and passed out. You'd be my next victim.
Right. Also, I will tell you this as well. You do not block a moderator in here. That's forbidden. So fix it or don't be here. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. No, I agree with you.
And do other people understand? Do other people see that in Dylan, or am I just like obsessed?
No, of course. I think most of us all see.
I know you do, but there's other people here in the forum, and there's other people in the chat room. Do you guys see? And if you just take and read Dylan's story, don't you not see her hiding herself or trying to protect herself with lies?
I'm sure that she's possessed. Not you're obsessed. She's possessed.
Thank you.
All right.
To that, and I know that there's a lot of forensic, and there's a lot. These girls had their phones on. I already said way back in the day that you could tell when they went up the stairs and downstairs. This is all laid out. Every step has been retraced. So, it didn't make a difference in the bigger picture. And I've always said that there could be blessings for late calls as well too.
Yeah, it's also just so jarring to get the detail that the girls were all together up in your daughter's room, chatting about let's all go out again, 2:00 in the morning. Let's go back to the food truck. And I'm not sure if you heard how I laid it out at the top of the show, but all I can think of is the what ifs if they had actually decided to go. And I'm wondering how you're processing that information.
I knew a little bit of the details about that. I don't even talk about some of it just because I don't want to hurt some of the people, that are involved in this. If, certain people would have got picked up phones, all those type of things, those are what ifs. But I think what it really goes to your audience is these girls were best friends. And even the last moments of my daughter and Maddie's, they were surrounded with friends and they were in their beds. So just keep that in mind, because there's going to be probably some people are going to try to drag these surviving people through the mud. And up to their very last moments, they were hanging out with these, the people who passed away, planning on doing something fun. And my daughter came down there to hang out with one of those girls, and that's the reality of it. That's the truth of it, not some of the speculation that you're going to eventually hear about.
Yeah, and shame on those who have cast aspersions.
What does that mean by not some blah, blah, blah you're going to eventually hear about?
Well, you're going to hear the fairy tale story of how all these girls interacted and loved each other, and they were best of friends. They did everything together, and I'm sure that there's a lot of that in the story of their relationship, and that they all lived in that same home. I think that's what he's saying is you're going to see it. I don't doubt that at all.
Right.
But something happened, obviously, or 4 of them would still be with us. So something happened, and the 2 survivors, to me, they're the only people that we know for sure were there before, during, and after, and discovered the crime. And that series of events, all by itself in isolation, is suspicious, and it's typically what you find happening in these major crime scenes.
Sure.
It's the same BS that he was pushing on the Drunk Turkey show, and the No Hat award goes to Sarge for calling it out, because look, he's not wearing that hat here anymore. He's got the glasses on now. He looks so smart, and he's got the news anchor shirt on. So kudos to you, my brother.
And no, it's I absolutely. Mm-hmm.
I can't unsee it now. Also, notice it's a white shirt.
Yeah, that's a good call. It truly is, Sarge. Interesting. No, it's not members only, Zakali. You're good. You can come in there at any point. You don't have to be or wait, is it? Did we change that, or I don't know? I'll get back with that. I'm sorry.
Sarge has a members only jacket. He's the last member.
I'm the only member that matters, though. Let's be clear.
I'll give you that, bro.
Yeah, I thought. You can join without a membership, Zakali. Don't worry about that. I changed that up a while back.
Have been to hell and back. They're still there. They're not back, and how anyone could set upon them with ridiculous conspiracy theories is beyond the pale.
How does she know this?
You mentioned, I think a couple of days ago in an interview that sort of stood out to me, and that was that I think you had a chance to speak with the coroner and got a detail about one of the injuries that your daughter suffered at the hands of this killer. I think it was a punch to the face. Can you tell me what it is that you learned?
I don't go into all the details on it because I want the court to bring it out. I want them to do it, but yes, I feel the defense has a strategy to have everybody forget, and I'm here to make sure they don't forget. So when I do have to let stuff out, it's because I don't want people to forget that we have a monster. And yes, he one of the girls was a little more intoxicated. He was able to go after that. Maddie May first, and my daughter woke up, and he struck her multiple times and broke her nose. And and there's a little bit more details to that, but I leave that to them in case that's something pertinent for them to know and to let them release it. But I'm not going to let anyone forget about what this monster did. And I'll leave it at that.
If he did this, he is a monster.
Be able to give you that detail.
2 and 2 doesn't equal 4.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Say again.
I just said if he did this, he is absolutely right. He is a monster. But I'm sorry. Right now, 2 and 2 is not adding up to 4.
You ain't lying. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Listen, breaking news. The members only classic jacket is still available at the members only website. Continue.
He's got that on speed dial. Hey, Sarge, I will give you credit, but the fairy tale at the end of the rainbow is this big dump of evidence they're going to do at the end. And now the prosecution has literally said that they've given enough discovery. That's all they're going to give. And so, yeah, I'm going back to Sarge and the No Hat Award. Here on the Drunk Turkeys, he's got the hat on. He's in a T-shirt or whatever, and he's wearing the Birkenstock on the show. Here he might as well be Clark Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Clark Kent work? At the Daily Planet.
Yep.
As a reporter.
I'm sorry.
Sarge, really good one, bro.
Kane, you were high on cocaine when you were watching the Drunk Turkey show.
Did you heard about that call out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all cokeheads.
They literally referred to the Misfits, which is what the Dinky IMO podcast refers to the chat and that group of people that are regularly in there.
Right.
He says the word Misfits, and then he said, "Oh, they're all a bunch of cokeheads," because one of my co-hosts, Operation GCD podcast, JJ Vance, has a funny little Muppet thing with a pile of it there and all and that. And so we wondered, JJ literally sent me an email and he's like, shots fired. And he sent the picture with the Muppets in the big pile.
Oh, I didn't see that. I just thought he basically anybody who believes that Brian's innocent, we're all cokeheads.
Oh, yeah, I know. Of course.
And Brian's a loser. His daughter's not. But yeah, I mean, he's Clark Kent here, and I'm sitting here like, damn. I wasn't sure how smart Sarge was, but that you went next level on that one, sir.
Summer, to answer your question, her stepmother is an attorney, so I'm gonna guess that probably. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't this have the hearkenings of some political what do you call it? Tragedy or whatever, that where strings get pulled. Strings are just getting pulled from all directions. And it seems like Nye is really putting the pressure on. And then you brought in the Zuckerberg DA. And then, so who's pulling their strings? Is the bottom line. The real
this is going up to the top.
How far does it go? Right.
I know how hard it gets. This is not just Moscow.
I think one of the biggest things that have been hidden here is that every single college and university in the continental United States is surrounded by drug cartels and gang members. That's where their main business is. You don't put, a cotton candy stand in the middle of a field, right?
Right.
You put it by the beach.
Yeah, you don't try to sling rugs at an old age home. You go to the college kids, and literally the fraternity that Steve Jr. was a part of, which is the same one as Hudson Lindau, who was the president that passed away.
He drowned in a mud puddle. Yeah.
Well, I think they don't want parents in America to realize just how dangerous and how crazy it is around these universities. And we're talking about, it could be Harvard, it could be any university where there's dorms, where there's actual kids in a school. There is drug cartels adjacent to that university, and or people connected to the cartels contributing their death.
Right.
And it's at a level that's incomprehensible, and they want to keep it hidden. Has that got anything to do with this case? I don't know. But it seems to me that's the biggest secret kept from people, that their dream in America is their kids go to college and become something more than themselves.
Right.
And they're sending these kids into a danger zone. They don't even realize it.
Well, let me finish that thought real quick. So the fraternity that Steve G has been a part of for 5 years, I guess, and the one where Hudson Lindau passed away, was recently busted, like a year or two ago or something, with a pill printing machine.
Yep.
So it's not just the cartels. The cartels either got involved with the frats by pressure, or maybe they started dealing with them, and then the next thing you know, you're caught in.
Well, when you got the face of the cartel is what you're basically saying.
Promise college kids basically free money, then they're going to do whatever you want.
Right.
You know
the,
what I mean?
The guys with 70 tattoos that can't speak English aren't walking around the campus.
Right.
They're supplying the drug to the frat guys that are representing
parties, everything. Sure, but a pill. What my point is that a pill printing machine where you're making fentanyl pills or Xanax, I think it was in this case, is not something that's easily come by the corner slanger. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And they do this all over the United States. That's absolute fact. I've looked at I don't know how many.
Well, that fraternity and that campus was busted in Pennsylvania. Isn't it funny that Pennsylvania seems to connect to Koberger too? I mean, people keep saying that maybe Koberger knew something he wasn't supposed to know, and I wonder if there's any validity to that at all. Then I think we need to look at the frats that were taken down that are connected to. They're all over the country. That fraternity,
right?
And weren't they cracked down in Pennsylvania or Ohio or something close to where Koberger was located originally?
Philadelphia.
All right, Pennsylvania. And is that a coincidence? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. But it just seems awful fishy.
Yep.
Are you talking about Pleasantville?
Yeah.
Won't you be my drug dealer?
Yes.
Won't you be my customer?
That the killer killed Maddie first and then went after Kaylee second?
Correct.
I think there's a lot of forensics that we're going to learn in this trial. I hope you're going to be okay, you and Christy and the family, when it comes time for those testimony days. The last thing I wanted to ask you about, Steve, is that you've learned that Brian Koberger called out from work the day after these murders. What do you know about that, and how did you hear this?
There's a thing called a Brian tally I've heard about. I've spoken.
What's that?
He hauled out after what?
He called off of work the Monday after, supposedly.
Oh, called off. I thought he said that he hauled out of work.
But he went to the doctor 2 days after these crimes. Was that the day he called off work?
It was the Monday after, supposedly. And he had a doctor's appointment, mind you. So just saying. He actually probably was sick. God forbid. Just saying.
He may have been sick.
How does he know
what
that?
happened?
No idea, but still.
They told him once again. Who is they, Outcast?
I'm not. No. Just keep going.
Yeah, well, he called in sick. He must have.
Because that came out, some people reached out to me. This individual was an employee of WSU. And from there, I learned some details. So, there was an investigation, an HR type investigation. And I don't know all the details about it, but I do know these girls felt very creeped out. They talked to people in power and they said document it, and they started documenting it, and that's how we know that one of the days, the day after he took that photo where he's acting like he's super confident, got away with murder. He doesn't look sick to me at all. You guys can look at your audience can go look at it themselves, and I heard that's the only time he ever called in sick as well.
Well, you don't always have to look sick if you have an internal issue going on. Just saying.
He doesn't know he called in sick. He called off that day at work.
I'm very appreciative that you take the time.
God only knows why.
I'm glad you keep your daughter's memory alive and the story alive as well. It's important.
Well, here's the biggest thing. So they need to show a receipt proving that he called off of work. That's all. Before you claim something like that, let's make that's even true.
Make it relevant to the crime that committed a couple of 2 days before that, right?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, everything this guy did, you could turn it with the backdrop of him being the killer. Everything fits. Of course, if this kid had long toenails, that fits. It doesn't matter what you say. They're gonna weave it into it, connects him, and proves he's the killer.
Right. No, I agree. Agreed.
Ask that one in your chat room, Idaho. She'll know.
Yeah.
Steve Gonsalves joining us from Idaho tonight.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Your brother's going to jail, Como. Sorry.
Well, that's the other interview that was put out, and it's just as ridiculous as the other one. Sorry. And you notice that he kind of curbed himself a little more being on News Nation than he did with Daniel. He made more his comments were a little bit more racy, I guess you could say, as compared to being on a news channel, which was interesting to me.
The questions were a little bit more limited as well. So
yeah. So
they're more refined questions and more direct.
So what else are you thinking on this, Outcast? You haven't said a whole lot on this, bud. If anything else. Or Tomboy, you've been quiet for a while. Okay.
Crickets.
All right. So nobody's got anything else to add to it.
You got Judge Hippler over there on the top of the screen.
Judge Hippler, right. Now we do have so everybody knows. Hold on a minute here.
Are we going to go over the docs?
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to pull up right now.
Yay.
There's not a whole lot. There's only like one or two that are readable.
My hands were covered in glue.
Hold on a minute.
While you do that, Dago, so just to double down on the discussion we had with Eddie the other day about the bodies were burned and the house was torn down. Okay. And they basically, from what Xana's mom said and from what's happened in other places, did not give them the choice. I guess this also happens now. I found out when you're an organ donor. So if you're an organ donor, they give the family back the cremated remains. But here's the caveat. The JJ Vance from Operation GCD podcast looked into it a little bit more, and he could not find Ethan being buried at the cemetery where he's supposedly buried. Beyond that, I don't know much.
Okay. Like I said, I haven't had any time to look into any of that. So I don't know.
Ethan's is not going to be advertised. Ethan's family is Jewish.
Oh yeah.
Still, there's no record of him being buried there. I don't know. What do you mean they won't advertise it? There's a record of everybody that's in the cemetery so that they know who's in their cemetery.
Not if you're Jewish. You just pay to have it not advertised.
Yeah, they can keep that out of the thing if they want to.
I'm not familiar with that. Anyway, okay. Well, anyway, there's no record for it. But in summing up the case, they've lied, and instead of admitting to their lies, like say the stalking, he was stalking them 12 times. They've doubled down on it. Literally, you have now they're saying he was surveilling them 23 times. I mean, you're literally doubling down, and what you're trying to do is bring in these new attorneys. Go ahead.
Right.
Wait, but didn't this happen in two different courtrooms? And this is an important. This goes to what I was saying much earlier. In Judge's courtroom, it was said by the Thompson that there was no stalking. But now the Judge is gone. He's in Hippler's courtroom, doubling down on that argument. And this is why I wish this would have always stayed with Judge and never moved. This case wouldn't be where it's at right now.
It would have been a lot different. I agree. At this point, I'm sure Ian's probably feeling the same way.
The thing is Brian Kohlberger does not stand a chance in an Idaho courtroom. The record shows this, the history of what they've done, how they've treated him, and so forth. The thing that I worry about is that it winds tail ending into a Jeppy Epi situation. Because if you didn't hear, the girl that was RP'd by Prince Andrew allegedly took her own life. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that just happened. I've seen that, yeah.
I've always said from day one he is never going to get a fair trial in the state of Idaho.
No, of course not. I said that when they were looking for a change of venue. I said I don't care where you send him. Truly, Idaho, Washington, anywhere around that area, and honest to God, in my opinion, even possibly in the United States, maybe, okay, but no, because too many people know this, and with the propaganda that has been run on this from day one, no, the whole country, in my opinion, most of it, not the whole, but quite a few people within the country that have followed this case are 100%. He's guilty. So, I mean, there's no way really that he could get a fair trial in the state of Idaho at all, in my opinion, period. So, just saying.
Maybe under a rock.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Maybe New Zealand, he's got a better chance of that. I don't know. Still.
Right.
And to further expedite the matter, you have Steve G coming out here at these opportune times on his way to reporterdom, spewing all this misinformation, and he won't let go,
right,
of all the old stuff. You know, I'm not even gonna get into the knife and the dog. We don't have time for that.
Right.
You know?
No, I understand. I see what you're saying. But yeah, I think it's 3 new documents that dropped. There's only a couple of them that we can actually look at. All this is the motion to seal the state's motion for examination of defendant pursuant to Idaho Code 18207 and for an extension of time to complete the rebuttal penalty phase, expert disclosures and declarations and exhibits in support. It's a lot to read, and it says in motion, declarations and accompanying exhibits reveal personal private information of the defendant, Idaho Code 74124B, and affects his privacy interests. Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1, specifically, the filing reveals mental health information about the defendant, including psychological, psychiatric, and neurological information and diagnoses of the defendant. The filing also reveals the nature of mental condition, examinations already conducted, and type of examinations and testing that the state seeks to perform, some of which is personality testing, to which the defendant objects. In addition, the state has redacted the name of a psychology expert who is longer working, I guess no longer working on the case. The court should accept the redactions to protect the privacy interest of this individual. Josh Hurwitz signed that one and put that out. So I don't know why that person's no longer working on the case, but okay. Excuse me. So there's that one.
Yeah, about that one, that may be a win, lose, or a win and a loss, because they lost the motion,
right?
But they also now I wonder what, because look back to Rain Man. that's where the new age mentality of most Americans is at, as far as Asperger's or autism.
Right.
So that's they're going to see 83 toothpicks. Yeah. That if you tell them that he has ASD. And so I wonder if not being allowed was a reverse engineered, a reverse psychology, because now they're not like, oh, he has mental illness, he's schizophrenic, and all those things you're going to wrap up with that when you don't have any understanding of these illnesses.
Right.
But listen, if you were to, I'm on the spectrum myself, and if I was accused of murder, there'd be no reason not to execute me if convicted. I mean, just because you're on the spectrum doesn't mean you're like, there's a lot of quirks and a lot of different things about me that maybe average people don't experience, but nothing that would indicate that I don't know right from wrong. And so that's really the bottom line. I think what Ann Taylor is trying to do is she's trying to protect him from his outward appearance and mannerisms from the jury making conclusions without any medical understanding as to why he acts that way. I think that's really her main objective.
Right. It makes sense. It does make sense. So this one here, this is the order sealing the state's motion for examination of the defendant's pursuant to Idaho Code 18207 and for extension of time. So this is the actual order of the ceiling. So that's all that is. And the last one is the bigger one. That's the order on the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures. And hold on here. Sorry. There we go. And it says again that the defendant contends that the discovery produced by the state in this case has been voluminous and unorganized, thus rendering him unable to meaningfully review and investigate the state's evidence in time for trial, which we all knew. Instead, that they brought an expert to look at this and told her that it would take up to 3 years to clearly and thoroughly go through this discovery info, and that's not even that's not in the cards. So, excuse me. Asserting his due process rights have been violated. Defendant seeks sanctions in the form of striking the death penalty. Footnote says the defendants also moved to strike the state's experts, incorporating this motion in limine, vague and undisclosed expert witnesses, and the court denied this motion in a separate order when that's the one that we read yesterday. In imposing certain organizational requirements upon the state to aid defendants' review of discovery, the state responds that it has complied with all discovery obligations, including Brady, which that's just Brady versus Maryland 373 U.S. 83, 1963. We know what that is about Brady violations. And there is no basis for sanctions and or other measures. The oral argument on the motion was held on the 9th of April, after which the court took the matter under advisement because the defendant has failed to show a discovery violation or due process violation by the state. Sanctions were not warranted. The court further declines to require the state to provide further organizational assistance to the defendant. A trial court's decision regarding discovery violations must be supported by substantial and competent evidence in the record. State versus Koch, 157, Idaho, 8993, 334, page 3D, 28284, 2014. Choice of sanctions for failure to comply with discovery obligations is discretionary. The State versus Cochran, 129, Idaho, 944, 949, 935, page 2D, 207, 212. Court appearance 997 on discretionary matters. The trial court must, one, correctively perceive the issue as one of discretion. I'm sorry. 2, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion, and 3, act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it. And 4, reach its decision by the exercise of reason. Lundberg versus My Fun Life, 163, Idaho, 856-863, 421, page 3D, 187194, 2018. So, the analysis of all this, pursuant to Brady versus Maryland, a prosecutor has a constitutional duty to disclose favorable evidence to the accused where such evidence is material, either to guilt or to punishment. 373 U.S. at 87. This duty covers not. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. At 87, footnote is in a capital case. This includes evidence that may mitigate punishment. Cone versus Bell, 556 U.S. 449 475, 2009. Okay. This duty covers not only exculpatory material, but also information that could be used to impeach a key government witness. Giglio versus United States, 405 U.S. 150 154 1972. Brady does not, however, grant broad discovery rights to a defendant. State versus Campbell, 170 Idaho 232 248 509, page 3D, 1161 1177 2022. Quoting United States versus Bagley. Oh my God, I'm sick of these. An interpretation of Brady to create a broad, constitutionally required right of discovery would entirely alter the character and balance of our present system of criminal justice. It simply imposes a due process standard upon prosecutors by requiring them to disclose favorable material evidence. In tandem with Brady, the Idaho criminal rules require the prosecuting attorney to disclose as soon as practicable following the filing of charges. any evidence which tends to negate the guilt of, hold on, you guys, of the accused as to the offense charged, or which would tend to reduce the punishment. The discovery obligations under both Brady and ICR 16 extend to all the government agents having a significant role in investigating and prosecuting the offense. Defendant complains that the state has failed to satisfy its obligations under Brady and ICR 16 due to its method of discovery production. Despite presenting this motion in briefing as a Brady violation, at the hearing on the motion, defendant confusingly requested that the court view the motion not as a Brady violation, but as a due process violation. However, defendant appears to misapprehend the scope of his due process rights regarding discovery. There is no general constitutional right to discovery in a criminal case. There is no general there is no general due process clause that has little to say regarding the amount of discovery which the parties must be afforded. Rather, it is a Brady and its progeny that serve to uphold a criminal defendant's due process right with regard to discovery, as the United States Supreme Court has explained. The defendant's due process rights with regard to, I read that again. The Brady rule is based on the requirement of due process, and its purpose is not to displace the adversary system as the whatever the rest of that is. Hold on. Where did I pick that up at? In tandem, blah, 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 blah. Defendant complains the state has failed to satisfy its obligations. Okay, we know that. He contends that the state has turned over more than 68 terabytes of data in discovery, consisting of in excess of 13,000 photographs, 15,000 video clips from businesses, and 8,000 video clips from residents. Other than those identified in warrant applications, expert disclosures, motion practice, and in the exhibit lists, the numerous surveillance videos show nothing of consequence. Okay. It also includes more than 60 digital devices, digital data, and search warrant return data. Defendant also contends the state has not provided the discovery in a searchable format, has not provided detailed logs and indexes that would facilitate defense's review of the material, and has not specifically identified any Brady evidence. Defendant argues he has been prejudiced by the state's data dump method of discovery and contends that sanctions are warranted in the form of striking the death penalty and excluding witnesses. He also asked that the court required the state to identify Brady material or hot documents within its discovery. While the state acknowledges there is a massive amount of data in this case, it contends the majority is completely irrelevant. Specifically, the state contends that most of the data is from cell phone extractions and weeks of surveillance video footage throughout the Moscow area obtained following the homicides. It affirmed on the record that it is unaware of any Brady material in those videos other than those specifically identified in motion practice and otherwise throughout the case. Further, the state experts who reviewed the various devices, including cell phones and other digital data, have disclosed opinions that they found no connection between the defendant and the victims from the devices and data. The state also notes that since this case has been over 2 years ago, it has continuously turned over to the defendant all the information it received from the various investigating agencies in the same format as the information was received by the state. The state explained that all the evidence in this case was routed to it from the various investigating agencies. Once received, the state would copy it and then place it directly on the defendant's server in the same fashion and format it was received. The state has maintained its files in the same format. This was done at the defendant's request, who specifically asked that the state produce everything the state had from the get-go. Defendant also issued 400 itemized requests for discovery in this case. Thus, the state contends it is on the same playing field as defendant regarding discovery. In addition, in his reply, the defendant asserted that the state utilizes an expensive, technological, powerful case management software program called Prosecutor by Carpel, which has a global search function to search all discovery and case documents at one time, generate reports from such searches, and automatically transcribe audio and video files. In addition, the state points out that on September 4th of 24, at approximately the same time as its discovery deadline, it provided defendant with a 320-page index identifying the location of requested discovery, a description of the evidence, and the date discovered. In addition, all of the evidence received from the FBI, which comprises the majority, was provided to the defendant with a searchable index. When defendant ran into the problem with some of the disclosed PDF documents with password protection, the state worked with defendant to resolve the problem. Thank you, cat lovers, so much for that. Appreciate that. Have a great night. Much love to you. We appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much for the super chat. Hope to see you again soon, dear. Sorry, guys. Where the hell was I? 888. Good God. There are three components of true Brady violation evidence that issued and favorable to the accused. Either because it is exculpatory or because it is impeaching, the evidence must have been suppressed by the state, either willfully or inadvertently. And prejudice must have been ensued. Defendant, as he appears to have acknowledged at the hearing, cannot establish these elements because he has not identified any withheld evidence that is exculpatory or impeaching. Further, he has not identified any withheld evidence that is exculpatory or impeaching. Further, he has not, identified any obligation under ICR 16 that the state has violated. His quibble, rather, is with the method in which the state has produced discovery, arguing it is effectively a data dump that prevents him from meaningfully review the discovery for Brady material. There are, however, several problems with the defendant's position. First, while neither Brady nor ICR 16 prescribe the form discovery must take, it is well settled under federal law that there is no direct obligation for the government to identify or itemize Brady materials for the defense. Noting absence of authority for the proposition that the government's Brady obligations require it to point the defense to specific documents within a larger mass of material that it has already turned over. While the Supreme Court in Brady held the government may not properly conceal exculpatory evidence from a defendant, it does not place any burden upon the government to conduct a defendant's investigation or assist in the presentation of the defendant's case. Further, voluminous discovery alone is not a basis for finding concealment under Brady. For instance, evidence that the government padded an open file with pointless or superfluous information to frustrate a defendant's review of the file might raise serious Brady issues. Creating a voluminous file that is unduly onerous to access might raise similar concerns, and it should go without saying that the government may not hide Brady material of which it is actually aware in a huge open file in the hope that the defendant will never find it. These scenarios would indicate that the government was acting in bad faith, in performing its obligations under Brady. However, where there is no proof of that government larded its production with entirely irrelevant documents or made access to documents unduly onerous, a Brady violation will not be found. Here, defendant has not shown any bad faith by the state with regard to discovery production. While the discovery is indeed voluminous, the court does not find that the manner in which the state produced it violates Brady or otherwise constitutes misconduct. The discovery was produced to the defendant as he specifically requested. The state received the information from its investigating agencies, labeled the materials, and turned them over to the defendant through a shared access drive in the same format as received. This method not only puts the state and defendant in equal footing regarding discovery review. It also serves the important purpose of protecting against claims of missing or manipulated documents if the state puts them in a different format or organization in a different manner than received. While the state acknowledged that much of the discovery is completely irrelevant, including surveillance videos and data from numerous phones, computers, and other devices, it did not produce it for purposes of padding the file or otherwise attempting in bad faith to hide Brady information in its haystack of information. Rather, the defendant asked for everything, and everything is what he received. The defendant cannot demand everything under the sun and then complain about the weight of all the planets. Moreover, the defendant has not produced any evidence showing the state has hidden Brady material or made his access to discovery unduly onerous. Although the state did not provide all of the discovery in a searchable format, as it was not received by the state in such a format, it provided... I already read this. What the hell am I doing? Again? Or did they replay that? In addition, defendant's complaints of being unable no. In addition, the defendant complains of being unable to meaningfully review the discovery ring hollow. Defendant has been receiving discovery in the same manner for over 2 years. In that time, he has not once sought a remedy from the court to regulate discovery, such as requiring the state to provide discovery in a different form. He has not sought additional resources under ICR 12.2 to hire additional staff to review discovery or obtain litigation document control software to help organize and sort the evidence. His lead counsel insisted that she be allowed to take on a second high-profile capital case despite the voluminous discovery in this case. State versus Skylar Mead. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that, but Ann is covering the Skylar Mead case as another death penalty case. And there have been a lot of people out there that believe that there could be a link between these two. I'm just saying. Sorry, guys. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just telling you it's out there. Further, at oral argument, lead counsel indicated that her practice is to personally review the discovery herself rather than rely on associates and staff to review materials to cut through the less relevant information and point to what materials need review by lead counsel. These actions are not indicative of an overburdened defense team. In fact, it is evident defendant has been able to capably navigate the discovery given... I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Is more than robust motion practice. The scope and breadth of the experts retained and the disclosures filed, no Brady violation where there was no proof the government hid exculpatory evidence, and where the defendant's motion practice belied his claim that he was unable to navigate the discovery. In the cases cited by defendant where the court has struck the death penalty as a sentencing option, defendant has not established a discovery violation under Brady or ICR 16 in the first place. He has not shown the state has attempted to conceal specific materials within the discovery, and he has not shown discovery to be unduly burdensome to the point where he is unable to examine the items that are material and of evidentiary value. Consequently, there is no basis for any sanction, let alone striking the death penalty. So it says that the court declines to impose organizational requirements on the state. I'm not reading that. All that says is that they're not telling the court that they need to organize the documents. That's all. Or they're not telling the prosecution, which is pretty, I don't know, whatever. And then again, make sure there's nothing in that footnote of importance. No. Okay.
And how did the judge rule rather than continuing to read? Because
that's what I'm looking. I'm getting to the bottom right now, Sarge. All right, so the order is based on the foregoing defendant's motion to strike the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures due to the state's disclosure violations is denied. Surprise.
Failed.
So no, it makes sense that it was denied.
I mean, I get it too. I understand. I'm not saying that it's good, but I'm just saying I understand how. I
mean, the state put forward a legal argument, okay, that's grounded in precedent, And
Right.
so the state's argument is much more sound than the argument that was offered up by his defense team. And that's
right. And I still think, regardless of what this says, I still feel like they threw this at her, all this discovery, unorganized on purpose, because she
but
found
now we also know, though, she had a remedy that she never saw.
Right. No, I understand. I think because there was a stipulation with it, Sarge, that it would have caused another issue. That's why.
No, I don't. There was no stipulation. She could have sought a remedy from Hitler or from Judge, and she didn't.
But it would have been still. What I mean, the stipulation would have been time consuming or something like that. Which is why she just wanted to go on with it like this. Either way, I still think they did it purposely to try to, because there were things she found in here, considering the fact that she said she found a tip within some of the discovery that she was pulled up. The possibility of two suspects with two different weapons. So once again, I mean, it could be. I don't know. It's just a thought.
That's a double-edged sword, because what the court just ruled, people may interpret that's against Brian, but if she continues on through that 64 terabytes of data and finds information in that data that's exculpatory to Brian, okay, she can then use that.
Right.
And she can then petition the court for the use of that. This motion kind of protects her from that, even though he denied sanctioning the state. Okay. She still has this argument, and that argument would help her. So let's say that she goes in and she finds evidence that shows Brian Koberger, like a video with Brian Koberger somewhere else.
Right.
They never noticed. Right. They can argue, we didn't see that.
Right.
So the door is open for her to still use that data.
Yeah.
But I don't see how you sanction the state. She should have asked a long time ago. And I said this a long, long time ago. She should have went after the state for what they were doing with discovery.
Right.
And she never did it.
I get it. Like I said, I feel like there's a reason for everything she does. And I don't know what that would be for sure, but there's got to be a reason. Otherwise, she would have. So I don't know if it's because she didn't. I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with that.
Right now, you can't hold the state responsible if she found something. Let's say she found a piece of evidence that fully exonerates Brian.
I know.
You're not going to be able to hold the state responsible for not. You can't. In other words, you can't Brady violation. That's really the big thing there.
If she would have done that, and then they would have been able to do that, but she didn't. So you're at a loss for that.
But she still can. If she's still going through and reviewing that data, she could find something in there that the state missed. But the state, you may not be able to hold the state to a punishment, but they wouldn't be able to deny it being brought into the courtroom either.
Right. No, agreed.
Right. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's neither a win nor a lose as far as I can see.
Either way.
So if you look at it like this, they had 56 terabytes. That was this big giant mess. And we know that. As well as what other physical stuff that's out there, blah, blah, blah. And so to not find a Brady violation in there, it has two consequences. First, did Hitler really go through all 56 terabytes and find that it was all serialized properly? Hell no.
Hitler didn't.
He doesn't. He can't even sit through the hearing itself. So again, he's taking people's words for it. It's
That's not his job.
No, I know.
That's right. That's when he's making the decision, saying that it's not a Brady violation with the way that they threw him because 56 terabytes of dick pics.
Right.
Listen. Anne had resolutions she never sought before, all the way through this. And Hitler made rulings. She had the opportunity to go to Hitler with other solutions, and she didn't do it. Therefore, he is not doing his job inaccurately or targeting Brian. He's taken the case history, the actions of both sides, and then making a determination. So Anne had if she sought the court's assistance in telling the prosecution that the software database search mechanism needs to be made available to the defense, she could have argued for that all throughout this process, and she didn't. That's what Hitler is showing you. No,
she doesn't need it. She doesn't need it. She knows the answer. She has found the stuff. They put the work in.
I don't know.
And she is only doing this to prove that they were doing a Brady violation. That's the reason to
that's what I
present
believe
it.
too. Right.
And-
That's
and
why
so-
I think she put it out too.
What is her Brady violation? Tell me what evidence that exonerates Brian
You are
Kohlberger
supposed
with
to
no?
present your discovery in which, dude, if you look at some of that discovery, the maps look like somebody photocopied their butt.
Yeah,
it's
they're
just
a
a
mess.
big black map. That right there. How am I supposed to interpret that? And so here's the windfall, though, is that what if Hitler I'm sorry, had accidentally or decided with the defense and declared a Brady violation, even though it's clearly there. This case is over.
But
You have a Brady
evidence of
violation by the
innocence has been withheld? Wait, you're making conclusive statements,
They're
but you're
still
not giving.
withholding
Wait, let me finish. My
Okay.
question to you is, what evidence has been withheld that shows exoneration of Brian Kohlberger or is exculpatory? What specific piece of evidence of exculpatory information was withheld?
We don't know, but
wait, stop. And because you don't know, because she's not telling you or does not have it, therefore he ruled the way he ruled, which is correct. You can't rule because you don't know something. That's not how the law works, my friend.
They are still withholding. And so there was no sanctions for
She could have
the
asked for them,
discovery
though. You're
being asked
ignoring
for over 23 times and then not giving
I
them
know
to
there
it.
was a
And
delay in
not
discovery.
only that, they're still, remember at the end of the last hearing, she said, we're going to be receiving more discovery today. And now the state has literally said that they've given sufficient discovery,
right,
and they are not going to present anymore. So they still have more that they're not even giving them. And they're expecting us to believe them when they say, oh, none of it was relevant anyway.
But Hitler needs to be shown in order for him to rule in favor of this motion for Anne. She would have had to have shown evidence in that fucking pile of 68 terabytes that was withheld. And she can't show that. Listen, she can't show that. Now, the late discovery is the discretion of the court. I understand your argument that stuff is coming in that they didn't know existed until just yesterday, as an example. That still isn't a Brady violation because they're turning it over. See, a Brady violation is when you don't turn over exculpatory evidence that you had in your possession and knew or should have known.
Well,
and see, that's what this motion is arguing, and that's why Hitler's saying, nah.
I will guarantee you this. That it is in there, and he didn't even look at it. He's
not supposed
his
to.
decision's already made. No, what Anne presented him, he's supposed to base his decision on what Anne presented to him. Is my point.
You're not understanding how the law works. That's why you have a defense attorney, my friend. They're supposed to give Hitler the answer. He's not supposed to look through 68 terabytes of data and find out where the state fucked up. That's why you hire a lawyer, my friend.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that she presented that. He didn't even bother to read it. He's like, yeah, I'll take it under advisement.
I'm telling you, he ruled within the law.
Either way, it doesn't matter. It's done. But here's my question, though. Within all of that, if they're stalling out with any more discovery, what if there's something within that, whatever they may have left, that does have exoneration values?
Then if Anne finds it, she could then bring it to the court's attention. But at this point, the court is not going to sanction them unless it's something obvious that they should have known. In other words,
that I know. No, I know
that. It also will not be excluded to be used for Brian's defense. So what I'm saying is that this ruling isn't a ruling of Hitler not doing his job or picking one side over the other. Most of his rulings, people aren't understanding how the law works. You have two attorneys. You have one group with all the data, and you have one group that needs to get the data. And if you're going to get the guy that's supposed to supply you with the data under a Brady or a Gigolo violation, you have to show the court exactly what the violation is. It's not the court job to go through all the 68 terabytes and say, yep, you were right, and we helped you find it. Just think this through, folks. It's not as bad as you think it is. And what Hitler is doing in most cases is absolutely not one-sided. There's a precedent in law. There's rulings from the court that gave this to him. There's rulings from the Supreme Court. There's rulings from a grand jury. He has to accept those rulings at face value, whether you like them or not. That's how the judicial system works. Sorry. I mean, it is frustrating, but,
You're cracking me up, bro. Have you watched this hearing? What has he taken at face value? She's presented solid arguments that he's interrupted and shot down for. The prosecution doesn't even have to do their job. He's doing it for them, bro.
So let me tell you, I'll give you a couple of examples of things where he came right down the middle. When it came to showing the video of the ticket,
yeah,
the entire interaction with the police, they said, no, you can't do that. You want to prove the identity, the ownership of a vehicle that's similar to the one in your accusations, then you need to take pictures out of that video. You can't show the entire interaction with the video. There was another one where his ruling. Do you remember what it was, Dago? He came right down the middle on it.
There was 2 or 3 that he was fair on it, but granted, it goes both ways though. I mean, he was fair on 2 or 3, and he actually ruled in favor of the one while with the parents being in the courtroom.
Yeah, that was fair.
Agreed on that one. They came to a compromise on that. That was one.
There's a number. What I'm saying is if our view is going to be one side of the topic or another, like a guilt or an innocence, or the judge is against them for the prosecution, and if you're going to hold on to that view and see through only that filter, then you can interpret all of this that way. The difficult thing with looking at how the law works is you've got to stand in the middle and understand that the judge is limited in some of these instances. His rulings sometimes are just a no-brainer. Like this is a no-brainer. As he's reading this, I already knew the judge was going to deny this motion because Anne did not show a specific piece of evidence that was withheld from her that would either exonerate him, or put into question the veracity or the honesty of the prosecution.
And he stated that in the hearing. Yeah, and then again too. Now, what I will say, I know where you're at with this, Kane, because watching him,
I mean,
we all agree on one side of one thing. When he's doing this shit and he's interrupting Ann and everything that she's saying, so on and so forth, you're absolutely on point with that stuff, dude, because he's an ass, period. There's no two ways about it. Absolutely.
Let me tell you something, mister. I'll tell you something. 10 years from now, they're going to study this case, and they currently are in law schools talking. It's a big discussion point.
Right.
But we're going to look back at what decisions that he made. My point is that she is only presenting these arguments. She already knows that he's going to say no. She already knows. But these arguments are rock solid value, and they will have a DuPont durability in the future when looking back on this
case.
I
just say?
And what I want, let me just finish, please. What I want to say is that the only thing you need to know about Hitler is that Cy is a conspiracy. No, There's where his decisions angle is based. If you don't think it's biased, then it's time for a nap, Sergeant.
No, there's no question that at times the court itself will be biased in one direction or another. That's human nature. However, when you look at how the law is written, I'm going to tell you what you're going to see in the future. Guaranteed, this is what's going to happen. 68 terabytes of unorganized data is so new to the court process because of current technology that when the laws of the United States were written, they could never dream of that voluminous. It's unimaginable that you got 37,000 file cabinets to go through, right? That fill a warehouse.
Right.
That's never been imagined. So you are right that down the road, this is going to be looked at. But what I'm telling you is what's going to be looked at is the prosecutor's conduct when in possession of this much data. There's going to have to be rules written into its organizational presentation to the defendant.
Yeah.
That's what's lacking here. We can agree that's absolutely lacking because there's nothing in the current law, as the judge, as the state argued, that regulates the turning over of that data. You can call it whatever you want, but there's no law on the book to make it any different than what they did. Whether you like it or not, that's the law. So I agree with you. They're going to look at this later, and that's going to be the exact thing they focus on. How does a defendant cope with 100 terabytes? And God knows what's going to happen in the future. It could be quadribytes or whatever the next level of giant is, right? And that's where your laws are going to focus on strengthening the discovery to the defendant when it exceeds a certain amount of data, that it's going to have an organizational, and it's going to have to be written. You're going to have a title. You're going to have blah, 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 blah. That's what's lacking in this case, because there's no law making it mandatory.
Right.
Okay, we are in a stage of AI. Why can they not come up with something that can do that?
We may have a solution right there.
They probably will, Terry, at this point, from this, based on what has happened with this case.
This case will be talked about for generations, with the FBI doing things behind consumers' backs that went to these websites that were promised absolute privacy.
Yeah.
And they broke in through a back door with a contractor. There's a lot. This case
I just don't believe that there's no way they don't have an AI program. They cannot create an AI program to separate all that.
They probably just haven't got
They
to
already
it.
have it. No, Ann already explained in her motion that they have that. The prosecution has that. They could search any term they want through all this discovery, and their software will search all documents for any relationship to that term, right? Like sheath. They could put in the word sheath in every document that has any statement of sheath that's produced to the prosecution. They already have that, but she was supposed to ask for that. Listen to what was being said in that motion and the response by the court. She did not request these organizations. She did not request extra help. She did not do any of that to a court. And now she's saying there's a violation. Well, your remedy was supposed to be done before this.
But
not
she
in a formal
did
hearing.
ask for help.
Not in a formal hearing. She did not.
She's asked for help.
She's asked for help.
She said it would take a team of 56 people 30 years to go through all the information in the form that it was given. Now,
was there a court hearing on that? Was there a court hearing that she specifically requested, where she's asking for the help?
It was the first hearing at Ada County.
Yeah, I think so. And it was brought up. She made it as one of her motions that she could really,
And he said, "Oh well, you got so and so." I mean, he said that.
And he offered more time. She accepted, right?
And
no, he said, "Let's talk about this in back chambers." And she's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
we'll be talking about it."
Yeah, whatever happened.
Something happened back there that's outside of our thing. But this court, I don't think, ruled negatively against Koberger. I think
so the other thing, I'm sorry, Serge, but the when you talk about Brady violations, there is going to be a long list of Brady violations. Let's start with, if you're an officer and you pull me over for a traffic stop, or you arrest me for an unaliving, whatever it may be, you can lie to me. That's okay. That is by the laws. As long as, I keep answering, then you can keep along your line of questionings. However, when you've admittedly lied in a PCA that is used to take someone into custody for a unaliving and the death penalty, that right there should have been a Brady violation, in my opinion.
And what court ruled that it wasn't?
They just haven't talked about it.
Okay, so let's roll the wheel even a little bit further past that. Once we get Payne, Mowry, and Balance on the stand, she has, everybody's like, oh, they're playing a game of chess. She has already moved Bishop to Rook 5, and the Queen is in check. It's over. So the Brady violations will come. The only problem is Brian Koberger does not stand a chance in the Idaho courtroom. So no matter what she presents, they will be able to say, oh, blah, 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 and fool the jury, in my opinion.
We'll see how that works. I don't think this is a prosecutable case. I just don't see it as prosecutable. On its face, there's no evidence connecting Brian to that crime, other than what they're going to argue is transfer DNA. And because if you've listened to Ann in the courtroom and the arguments of the other attorney that's a DNA lawyer, and her explanation of what this is, if the jury can comprehend the importance of transfer DNA, that piece of evidence is like the most circumstantial piece of all. You got a square that you need to make a circle out of, and you can't close the circle because you can't place Brian in that house.
Okay, I have a question.
I think they're going to have a hard time prosecuting this case.
Here's a question for you, Sarge. You remember in the very beginning in Judge's courtroom, and she kept saying, they're not giving it over. They're not giving it over. And Bill kept saying, yes, we are. Yes, we are. And Judge said, okay, fine. You give me everything and I will go over it. I will go over it and then I will decide. So yes, the judge can go over it.
You're right in certain circumstances like that, but in the overall thing, when he's ruling on this idea that there's a violation within that 68 gigabytes, it's not the court's job to find the violation. I don't know how that seems to be difficult to accept. It's the
thing is, it's not, the violation is not necessarily in the court documents. It's in the way that they're presented.
I don't agree with the problems that you guys are all identifying.
Because if the court wanted to find it, they couldn't find it. That is the evidence that it's messed up. Like I said, you've got blacked out maps. You have routes that don't even make any sense. All types. It's loaded. It's chock full of nuts.
We're missing video tape footage.
We're missing portions of video tape footage, which is that's why
it's like the JFK files, basically.
It's become that, and you have a patsy, and you have a biased led, and so you have to remember that the defense, prosecution, and the judge usually work together in cases like this. They get somebody in, they push them through, they have a huge docket, and then they want to get on to the next case. In this case, you have a public defender that has allegedly stepped away and declared and taken the stance, which much to her detriment career-wise, allegedly, she has taken this particular client's case side. Why would she step out of the normal thing? Because I think that a lot of it stems from them thinking that he was going to plea out, that he had no chance, and since that never happened, now all of a sudden they're scrambling to explain all the garbage that they put out in the street.
Yeah, but they never brought a plea to the table that I know of, and that's got to come from the state side, right?
Right.
Well,
the defense could send a little hint or wink, wink. He'll take a plea.
But being that he
decide whether they want to do it or
being
not.
that he stood silent, I didn't expect that to come anyway. Right. That's my opinion, but
I think when you read somebody's rulings, you have to realize that the case was brought to this court, and that the rulings of previous courts, whether they're right, wrong, or the prosecution lied, they are the rulings that rule. That's why they call them rulings, folks. They're rulings, meaning that they rule like a king. This is it. Now it could be a bad ruling, it could be a crooked ruling, but that is not this court. Their right to determine that is not within this court's purview. That is something that this lawyer has to take to another court or deal with after the case if he's convicted. You see? So there's a process that you're a part of, and that process has steps and procedures and policies, and judges, they've got to follow what the previous courts or what the Supreme Court ruled that the indictment stands.
Okay, so why did judge say I want to look at this. I just don't want this to go, but this is going to end up going to be plead out or go up. It's going to be, what is it called? When he
Supreme
loses.
Court.
When he loses.
Appeals. Yeah.
It's going to be appealed. Why did it start in judge's court that he said the word appeal? Why was it even offered? I mean, it should have been done correctly.
Because every case, typically in a case like this, especially Terry, you there's going to be an appeal.
Can I give you a powerful example of this?
I would love one, because I am really.
Here's a powerful example of Brian Koberger that can appeal this on inadequate counsel. If Brian Koberger has somebody go through that 68 terabytes of data, and he could find within that data exculpatory evidence that Ann did not find to present to the court, he would get a hearing on that, and this would be remanded.
Yeah.
So this is why Judge is talking about, and other judges will even mention that of an appeal, is that there's dozens of ways to appeal a case, but the most effective and the simplest way is like you're saying here. You guys are thinking Brady violation. That's the obvious, most simple way. But the other one is inappropriate counsel, and the fact that this court is saying that Ann did not request for this assistance, did not petition the court, file a motion, or look for a hearing for assistance in examining the 68 terabytes, that they have no leg to stand on asking to sanction the state now.
She did.
You understand? No. I don't remember a hearing. And if there was a hearing.
She did at the last hearing. She certainly did.
In this court.
In this court. Yes, she did.
After discovery, yeah. Well,
and he said, we'll talk about this in chamber afterwards.
And this is the motion for that. And what he's saying is that this should have been addressed a long time ago along the process,
but
during the process of discovery, and it wasn't brought in a motion like she just brought it. In other words,
did.
Where did she bring a motion?
She's been saying from day one that they're not giving her the stuff.
Yeah, but it has to be an emotion.
No, that is not a compelling. That is not asking the court to compel assistance. That's not asking the court to force the prosecutor to do something. That's complaining in court. That is not a legitimate.
So then, why did Judge say, you know what? Then give me all the stuff you have.
I think somebody had surrounded the IGG, didn't it?
Nope.
Yeah.
That argument.
Yeah, no, they did.
But I can tell that was not what they were talking about. They were talking about pure evidence they had that they had not turned over, and she asked and asked and asked, and she even said like 19 times or something. I've asked 19 times, and they still haven't turned over. And that's when Judge said, "You know what? Give me everything you have."
Oh yeah, she's right. She's right. I remember that.
And Bill kept saying, we can't turn over what we don't have.
But that was related to the IGG. That statement right there was directly related to the IGG.
No, I don't.
That well, when Bill said we can't give her what we don't have, and that was the other. That statement, Harry, was the other DNA situation.
He kept saying though that they didn't have it, and that's why we kept saying in the back, like us idiots, us morons, kept saying, maybe the FBI has it. I mean, who has it?
That was the other the other DNA that they were asking for, that they said they no longer have, that they didn't have enough to find exactly who it belonged to. They just they pulled male profile off of it.
And somebody FBI work, they were saying they couldn't turn over what they don't have.
Well,
right.
Then why did she ask Payne on the stand? And I believe, and I'm so sorry, I cannot remember if this was judge's court or this court, but she asked Payne point blank. So where do you keep this information? So you're telling me you have access to all this information? He's like, oh yeah, it's right here, it's right there. Anybody can go to it. It's in our whatever. I mean, in wherever they keep their information. So why couldn't they turn it over?
Because that's not what that was in reference to, though.
Listen, I think folks,
evidence is evidence. I don't know if it's I don't care if it's IGG or evidence. It's
all the things that Ann asked for. That stuff eventually came forward and was produced. Correct?
Nope.
What has not been produced?
She just said so.
Still withholding. The state literally said that we've provided enough discovery. We're not going to give you any more after.
Yeah, we don't know what else there is. We don't know what else there is.
Didn't Bill say that?
There's still more.
Right. And what the state is, look at now, that can put the state in a bad way. Listen, that goes back to this ruling. If there's 68 terabytes of data and they're saying we gave them everything, we can't give them anymore, and they actually go into that discovery, let's say the issue of the time in advance records, where they're arguing you can only get them for 7 days, and they actually go into the data and they find that those records are available for 2 years and the state had that information and didn't turn it over. That is what she's supposed to supply to the court, is her argument why they should be sanctioned or why certain things need to be stopped.
He has tried.
It's the difference in the wording. Words are important.
Okay, maybe she didn't say it correctly.
It's not that they
wrong on that, but I know that she has begged for evidence. And they not.
It's not. They did not say they can't. They said they won't.
They gave them all 68 terabytes, and so what the state is actually telling you
all of it. It's not all of it.
How do we know that?
They literally said it themselves.
There's something else. I don't know what it is they have, but I'm gonna have to shut this down. But there is something
We're
else.
Not purging? I thought we were going 12 hours tonight.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
I'm sorry, but they said they lost footage.
There is but we're not even talking about that. They do have other stuff, but they said they're done. So that's the point.
Footage?
We don't know what that is, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, we do. We know it. It's exactly what we do. We do know what it is. It's footage off of different companies that had camera footage.
That's not what I meant. I mean, we don't know what else is missing. We don't know exactly what it is what I mean.
Well, how is she supposed to know?
That's the whole point. That you won't. They're done with it. That's
until now, his aunt filed a motion to hold the prosecution in contempt, or filed a motion to sanction them.
No.
Yes, that's what this is. That
said
he denied.
Until now.
Prior
He
to
said
this,
until now. No, they had.
prior
this was the
to
first
this,
motion.
has aunt done this? And the answer to that question is no.
This was her first motion to sanction. Yes. Now, my brain's
I
fried
know
right
it's
now.
frustrating, folks. I don't disagree with Ann begging for discovery. I'm not saying that the state didn't fuck around and that I don't like the way this has gone. I agree with all of you on that. But what I'm trying to point out is that when you follow the law based on the law, it sometimes turns out to be fuckery, but it's not fuckery because the law was meant to fuck you. It's fuckery because of some pertinent issue that you didn't cross that bar. You didn't cross that line. You didn't hand the baton off early enough. The race is over.
You a question. This may not have anything to do with this, but you're the one that said this. Okay, you said that did you not notice that when what's her face? I can't even remember her name at this point in time. The idiot Ashley
Jennings.
Ashley Jennings.
Ashley Buckets.
Yes, said there were 3 towers, which I know there's 3 towers, but I'm a little confused on how that didn't work. But okay, 3 towers, and he said to her, how many towers? Because if you tell me 3, I'm going to have to order a Frank's hearing.
And that's why she didn't. That's why she didn't, because the 3rd tower is outside of the area.
Let's be clear, though. Let's be clear. Let's be clear that is not a violation. That's the judge telling the prosecution.
Right.
And let me also be clear that the defense is aware of the 3rd tower because the prosecution supplied discovery. And in that discovery is where they can prove there's a 3rd tower. So what I'm saying is the way the law works is not as cut and dry as like going to the store to buy ice cream. There are complexities and you have to follow things step by step by step. So here's the thing. In that issue, she backed down and stuck with the 2 towers. Ann knows, and she's going to present with her expert, that the other tower that's not being paid attention to is exculpatory to Brian, and she's going to be able to present that to the court.
Right.
You see?
Because if Ashley would have handed over that 3rd tower per se, based on that, they would have been able to. Then they could have pulled for the Franks hearing, and that's not what the prosecution wants. Period. So,
right. That tower exists. It was not used in their analysis, and it was not used in any of their documentations or filings previous to that hearing. And the judge is very clear about that. So if you want to start talking about a 3rd tower, now we need to have a Franks hearing.
Well, okay. So did Ann also ask, what's his face? Not Payne, but the other guy. Mowry. Thank you. She asked Mowry this was in I believe it was Judge's court, that she asked where the phone's records had been, and he said in his drawer.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but they knew where it was. They had it. They knew where it was, and they always said they did.
Well, and we do know, Terry, there's obviously an issue within this case. So there's probably one of the issues right there.
She has done what she's needed to do. And she looked at him like he had 3 eyes when he said, well, you have had plenty of people. And she's like, not nearly as many as the state has.
Right. I can agree.
Yeah, I know it's frustrating, folks. And I agree with all your frustrations. I try to parse this. When you listen to what Dago read, I'm repeating every word that he reads. This is how I listen when I'm interested. Everything you say, I repeat in my head. That prevents me from trying to come up with an answer, a response, or an argument against you. So when you're reading these documents or you're listening to a stream like this, when Dago starts reading it, follow along with every word that he says. You repeat in your own head, and it'll really focus you in on what's being said in that document because
so
you're hearing it twice. You're literally hearing it twice.
So what's the next step, Sarge?
Well, you're going to keep getting some motions. You're going to keep getting some motions and arguments that are going to go before this court, and they're set for trial. You're going to have a jury questionnaires for juries. You're going to have to figure all of that out. Then you're going to have to actually interview jurors. You're going to have experts come in and sit there with you while people are brought in. Jurors are going to have to be interviewed. So you're going to continue to see the court process stomp towards trial.
There's going to be more documents coming probably within the week.
Sure.
There's a hearing coming May 16th, which I'm very much looking forward
And
to.
I honestly, folks, I've been wrong too, as much as I've been right. But I honestly don't see a prosecutable case here on transfer DNA. I just don't. If Steve said they got a picture of him walking in that house, then it's over. Then Brian, whether he did it or not, he's cooked.
I don't believe that.
If there is no evidence like that, then you're trying to sell somebody a circle that you built into a square.
Right.
I just don't see it being. I don't see you convincing 12 people when you got 7 other samples of DNA. You got to remember how important that is in a transfer DNA case.
Okay, can you explain this to me? How in the world did they have the 3 unidentified male DNAs before they even had Brian? But they entered Brian's in first, and then Payne said on the stand that they didn't enter the other into CODIS because why? Because they already had Brian's in there, and they didn't want to lose it.
That's it right there. That's bullshit. They did that whole thing is bullshit. There's part of the problem within the case, but go ahead and prove it.
Let me just say these 2 words that suck. Prosecutorial discretion.
Right.
Those 2 words will haunt you, but those 2 words matter. And the most famous case on earth was General Flynn when it came to prosecutorial discretion. Okay? So if you go look at that case and the years and years of bullshit that was fed to the internet and to us, the people, and then to find out in the end that when General Flynn accused the government of malfeasance, of threatening his life and his children and his family, that he wanted the case dismissed, and through prosecutorial judgment that fucking Bill Barr enjoined General Flynn's motion.
Yeah,
preventing the court. Listen, not only was the case dismissed because of prosecutorial discretion, the judge lost his motherfucking mind. And this continued to go on for months because the prosecutor decided to drop the case and enjoin General Flynn's motion to dismiss.
And that's why I feel.
Now, so let me just explain what that means in this case. That means that these other pieces of evidence, through prosecutorial discretion, were handled the way they were handled. You don't have to like it, and it probably is wrong, but you can't hold anybody to account.
I think we're watching something that is going to go into history.
Oh, obviously.
I think Kane was very smart when you pointed out this case is going to be reviewed and other laws are going to be made, because you're right.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Of course.
100%
Of course.
That this case will set in motion massive legal questions about the handling of evidence beyond the Brady Gigolo.
This is going to create massive case law is going to be created out of this.
Well,
massive.
I mean, he mentioned another one that's getting ready. That's just happened. Something just happened too. Is Virginia Giuffre? That's a joke in itself too.
Who, the girl that just killed herself? Or was
I don't believe she
go
killed
watch.
herself
Go
either.
look back.
No, I
don't care about that.
That's almost obvious. It's almost obvious what that is. 100, obviously.
All
but
of these famous top
it's not.
elite people
Really,
end up
really
with dead witnesses. Every one of them.
that's a whole other
Okay,
show.
let me
guys.
ask you this.
Except Trump. None
Okay,
of his
but
witnesses end
wanna
up disappearing. Anybody notice that?
Pull me
Trump's
on your
the
show,
only guy
and I
that's
would
the
love.
First time ever. It's not Trump's fault.
That's fucking awesome.
That's hilarious.
Let me ask you a question. Now I can't even remember what it was.
One for Sarge again. Sarge
Yes.
got the hat in the.
All right, guys.
Trump is the
I
only
know what I was
famous
gonna ask
person
you.
that
Can I ask
hasn't
one
offed any
question?
witness.
I have one
He's the
question,
only guy.
Sergeant.
All
This
right, go
has
ahead.
nothing to do with this, but it may. Okay. Do you think that the reason that the Epstein case files have not been released is because if they release them as fast as they, instead of doing it in a slower manner, in a slower way, those files, I know certain people have the absolute
You're
files,
not going
right?
to like my answer.
Okay. The question
You're not
is,
going to like my
do you think-
answer.
You're
He
not
just
at
put the
all. I
members only
promise you.
jacket on again. He's got the
It'll
members only
never
jacket
be
over his head.
No, I
you're gonna
wear that
see another
jacket
movie.
proudly, bro.
Yep.
I'm
you
an
ain't
80
gonna like
boy.
what he says to this one. I already know the answer.
Let me answer this
His
for you,
reason
Terry.
is it's never going to be released.
Let me answer something for you. Here, let me just tell you. You nor I nor anybody else has any fucking right to the information of those files unless those people are going to be brought before a court. If those people's names in those files are not going to be charged criminally or civilly, then you have no right to that information.
I sure do.
No, you don't.
No, we don't, though. We don't. That's
no more than I have any right to your
Only what
personal
they're gonna use,
information
yeah,
in the
only-
bottom of
he's
your
right.
cabinet. It's none of
He's
my
right.
damn business what you have in your home, whether it's criminal, legal, or not.
right.
And here's the deal. I'm tired of
so
people.
you're saying if somebody rapes or somebody,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That
Unless they're brought up on charges and they're going to court, we have no rights to that, Terry.
None of your business.
Okay, so you have survivors that want to take them to court.
Then bring a civil action against them and then release the information through the
That's
process
what
of
they have to
legal
do,
process.
right.
But for them to just release Epstein files like that and hand out all these names of people that have been on that island, why isn't any of your business? Really? See, the same thing when people say,
I have a channel and I do this and I'm not gonna say anything.
this is America, honey. This is the United States of America.
That's how they look at it.
I
I'm sorry,
respect you,
yeah.
Sarge, but right
No,
now
I will vet Sarge. Sarge has experience in the legal system by rote.
I get it.
He was
Not
there
the right
on
way,
the bottom
right?
end, so he knows what works against you. I will give you credit there.
No, I know, and you know what? That's what's sad because now you have to go with what do you call it when you charge them when you go over state lines?
When you cross state lines to commit a crime,
Yeah,
okay, that in itself is a crime.
that's
So
how
if
you
I go,
prosecute. That's how you have to prosecute them. It's ridiculous.
well, listen. Here's the thing, and I'll give this example, and I've said this to friends years ago. I don't give a shit how many times people say Hillary Clinton is connected to the death of her associate. That's none of my business, and I don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because until you show me evidence that that's a fact, it's like talking about Bigfoot, and I don't talk about Bigfoot. It's none of anybody's business. It literally isn't. That's the way the United States works. You can't destroy somebody because they went to Epstein Island. That doesn't mean they committed rape.
That's true. There are people that they've stated that were there that had nothing to do with the bad stuff.
I
Per
didn't
se,
say
but
that
yeah.
all of those people on that.
Then why would you want all their names released?
Okay. I'm not going to go into this anymore.
I know, Dago, you want to shut it down. You got the kids and all that.
No, I have to shut it down. Yeah.
I just want to. I'm going to say one more thing and step down. Sarge, it's been a pleasure to be here with you, Terry. Thank you for having me, Dago. Remember, the scary part about this trial is that it's always a beauty contest, right? Everything's always a beauty contest. So when you have the blah 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 of the prosecution, you have the blah 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 of the defense experts, the jury's like, oh, okay, this guy says one thing, this guy says the other. Who do we believe? And this is one of the reasons I think that they brought in the Zuck DA is to put a better argument, a better, prettier face on to the prosecution.
It's all
Yeah, agreed.
Listen,
agreed.
I'm going to open up a stream for an hour. So Kane and Terry and not Dago. Because he's going to be busy. But I come on over to my stream so we can discuss more of this stuff I think it's an interesting discussion. And I think there's more that we can have with it unless you guys don't want to.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, just give me a couple minutes. I'm going to eat some meatloaf. Mom made some meatloaf.
I made meatloaf the other week and I made myself a
sending it
birthday
to us?
cake.
I'm
going to open up a stream on. You got a link for my stream there, Dago, or no?
Yeah, mods put the link in. I might pop in there too. Who knows? But put the link in.
Run for about a half hour, an hour, just so that we can banter back and forth on some of these issues. Because you know what?
I just fell into the dragon's hole.
People to debate with. You really are good people to banter and debate with.
Really, I kind of love the debate.
And one of the mods put Sarge's link in chat, guys. Please, real quick.
Huh?
I'm going to make it's going to be called Debate Sarge.
Sarge, one thing I want to know is your members only jacket beige or burgundy?
It's light gray.
Oh, I know you are now.
The burgundy one's pretty awesome. I like that one.
Dago, where has Doodlebug been? I haven't seen her.
She's doing her own stuff and different platforms style now. So
good. Okay. I was just curious. I want to make sure she was okay because I know she was.
Yeah,
sick.
she's doing okay. She's
okay.
doing
I'm gonna get out here so they can go. Put. If you go there,
hang on. Don't close your stream yet, Dago, because I'm gonna set this up and drop a direct link into it. Is that okay?
I don't care.
You got 1 minute?
Counting.
God damn, bro. Can you count to 60? That's the question.
I'm gonna drop your ass right the fuck
Hang
down.
on, buddy. Hang on. Tonight's not tonight.
See?
That shit was funny, bro. I did it to him twice.
Oh, long show.
We're almost there.
Long-winded peoples.
I'm gonna set this one up for right
now. Oh, good.
No, you know who's long-winded? I'm sorry, but I just have to say it. Are we the only ones really? Well, I can't.
No, we're all still here. I didn't end it yet.
Yeah, he's being kind. Thank
Quiz,
you.
are you coming too?
I called him a saint in the chat room. That ought to score
I'll
me
put
a
it
couple
in.
points.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
What saith you, Dago?
I will say I have been a saint in a lot of senses. Yes.
Okay, I just put it in
All
private.
right, so I'm gonna put the direct invite screen right here in the chat. You guys could go into the private part of his stream here, and I'll give you the direct link to come up right up on the panel. Okay. Invite, copy. Here we go. It's in private. Paste, and
you have my email?
No, it's right there in the private part of this chat.
If you look back in private chat, it'll give you the link to get in.
I'll put it in the YouTube chat too. If you guys.
Oh, got it. I got it.
Drop it in Discord for me, Sarge, because I won't catch it in here when I'm out. Okay.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
You're a dick. I swear to God, he knew what he was doing. He didn't want me to bounce him. That's why he did that. Anyway, you're welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us. Anybody that joined us, Jesse, Terry, Kane,
hi guys,
Sarge, Love, anybody else that was up here with us. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Everybody in the chat, God bless. Thank you guys for putting up with it for so long. It was a long-winded show for sure, but everything that we talked about was very, very interesting and definitely needed talked about in my opinion. So
yeah, open over there too. I want to hear what you're saying.
Sure. Everybody else, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't forget, folks, if you can't trust yourself, who can you trust? You all have a great night. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. For those of you that pop in for the morning show, I can't wait to see you there. Other than that, guys, pop on over to Your Ass Hurts News Network with Sarge. See what's going on over there. See you guys very soon. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the